Wet Work. Chapter 1. Tell me this belongs on someone else's desk. The satellite phone felt cold against Cole Walker's ear. He stood on the warped pine deck of a rented fishing cabin and watched Mobile Bay tear itself apart. Dawn remained an hour away. The sky mirrored the hue of an old bruise, a sprawling mass of deep purples and charcoal grays pressing down on the churning water. Wind drove whitecaps into the wooden pilings with the sound of a sledgehammer striking wet concrete. Out past the breakwater, a lone shrimp boat fought the tide. The diesel engine screamed over the wind as the captain angled the rusted bow into the swells, fighting for the safety of the harbor. Every weather broadcast for 2 days told the coast to pack their cars and drive north. The hurricane no longer waited in the deep Gulf. It battered the shoreline right now. "I have a deep desire to tell you that," Tom Harlan said through the static. "But we both know I would be lying." Walker leaned against the doorframe and took a sip from a ceramic mug. The coffee tasted like copper and burned grounds. "Good morning to you too, Tom." Harlan ignored the greeting. Retired CIA, former station chief, and a man who treated pleasantries like a disease. The two men knew each other well enough to skip the small talk. "You watching the weather?" Harlan asked. Walker looked at the darkening sky, feeling the mist coat his face. "No. I assumed the 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts blowing the shingles off my roof were seasonal." Harlan muttered a curse under his breath. A sign of affection, or perhaps indigestion. Harlan subsisted on cheap cigars and diner food. "Helena makes landfall in 12 hours, Harlan said. "I know." "The airports are shutting down." "I know." "Interstate 10 looks like a parking lot all the way to Baton Rouge." "I know." "Excellent." Walker closed his eyes. Harlan used that word to precede trouble. Big, expensive, life-threatening trouble. "I need you in New Orleans," Harlan said. "There it is." The cabin creaked. Another gust of wind slammed into the structure, rattling the hurricane shutters Walker had bolted over the windows the night before. Out over the water, a flock of pelicans flew low, skimming the violent chop. Animals sensed the pressure drop hours before the meteorologists updated their models. The birds wanted no part of this day. Smart birds. Walker stepped back inside the cabin and shoved the sliding glass door shut. The roar of the storm became a muffled hum. What happened? Harlan went quiet. The silence stretched over the satellite connection. Men like Harlan filled the dead air only when forced. He weighed his words, measuring the risk of the information. "Richard Kane called me on a secure line 2 hours ago," Harlan said. Walker set his coffee mug on the Formica counter. He walked into the small bedroom and pulled a canvas duffel bag from the closet. He tossed it onto the unmade mattress. The name carried weight. Washington Waite. Kane chaired the Intelligence Committee. He commanded favors from generals and billionaires. "What does a United States Senator want with a retired spook?" Walker asked. "He needs help. People like Kane want money or votes. They buy help. His daughter disappeared." Walker unzipped the duffel bag. He walked to the dresser, pulled open the top drawer, and grabbed 3 pairs of heavy wool socks. "How old?" 22. Runaway?" "No." The answer arrived sharp and absolute. No hesitation. "How do you know?" Walker asked. He tossed the socks into the bag and grabbed a stack of dark t-shirts. "Because she called him. 6 hours ago." Walker stopped moving. He stared at the blank wall above the dresser. He knew the sound of a desperate phone call. Parents recognized it in the pitch of a child's voice. What did she say to him? The line hummed with static for a long moment. Harlan took a drag from a cigarette, the faint crackle of burning paper echoing through the earpiece. "Dad, they found me." The words hung in the air. Simple. Bad. Walker walked back to the kitchen and stared at the muted television mounted in the corner. The screen showed the red and yellow swirl of Hurricane Helena covering the entire Gulf Coast. The eye of the storm looked massive, a gaping black hole ready to swallow Louisiana whole. What happened next? Walker asked. The line went dead. Location? New Orleans. The French Quarter. Walker shook his head. The universe had a perverse sense of humor. A Category 4 hurricane aimed its fury at the exact center of the city, and someone vanished in the shadow of the storm. The timing stank of planning. Police? Walker asked. Harlan let out a short, humorless bark. The city ordered a mandatory evacuation. The mayor put contraflow in effect on the highways. The cops are busy pulling stranded tourists out of flooded intersections and boarding up their own precinct windows. Emergency services have bigger problems than one missing rich girl. What about the feds? The Bureau has an office there. They are working it. Walker understood the translation. The Bureau had hit a wall. Harlan knew Walker understood. Neither man wasted breath explaining the obvious. What makes this my headache? Walker asked. He walked back to the bedroom and pulled a locked metal lockbox from beneath the bed. Harlan let out a long exhale of smoke. Hesitation from Harlan signaled unpleasant details waiting in the wings. Emily Kane has a security clearance, Harlan said. Walker punched a 4-digit code into the lockbox keypad. The lid popped open. What level? High enough to cause panic in the district. Not an answer, but a confirmation. Walker reached into the box and pulled out a Sig Sauer P226. He checked the chamber. Empty. He reached for a spare magazine. What are you hiding from me, Tom? You always ask that question. Because you always hold back the cards until the river. Fair, Harlan said. 3 weeks ago, Emily accessed a secure server. She opened files she had zero authorization to view. Walker slid the magazine into the grip and smacked it home with the heel of his hand. The metallic clack echoed in the small room. The missing daughter provided the headline. The files provided the motive. What files? We have no idea. That fills me with confidence. We know someone erased the access logs an hour after she logged off. Walker paused. People erased server records for one reason: to hide a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a fire. Who wiped the logs? Walker asked. We have no idea. You say that with alarming frequency today. Harlan ignored the jab. 48 hours after she opened those files, Emily disappeared from her apartment in Georgetown. Voluntary departure? We assume she left on her own. She emptied her bank accounts. She packed a single bag. She left her laptop and her phone on the kitchen counter. Walker walked to the window. He peered through the slats of the hurricane shutters. The rain arrived in horizontal sheets, washing out the horizon. Gray water and blowing mist consumed the world outside. This felt massive. A senator's daughter grabbing classified intelligence and going on the run. How long has she been in Louisiana? Walker asked. About 10 days. A long time to stay in one place. A long time to hide in a city full of cameras and tourists. A long time to dig into a secret, and a long time to attract the wrong kind of attention. Who tracked her down? That represents the core question I want you to answer. Of course it did. Walker grabbed a dark canvas jacket from the back of a chair and shoved it into the duffel. Trouble never bothered to schedule an appointment. It kicked in the door and demanded breakfast. Can you get there? Harlan asked. Walker looked at the weather map on the television. He looked at his boots. He looked at the Sig Sauer resting on the mattress. "I can get there," Walker said. "Good. I did not say I would take the job. You are going." Walker rubbed the back of his neck. Harlan possessed a terrifying amount of certainty. The old man earned that confidence over decades of sending men into awful places. "Give me the rest of it," Walker said. Harlan knew the question before Walker asked it. Because if a terrified girl with state secrets in her head tells her father she has been compromised, and then she drops off the map hours before a natural disaster hits the coast. Harlan let the sentence fade into the static. He had no need to finish the thought. Walker already connected the dots. A storm like Helena provided the ultimate cover. It washed away footprints. It drowned evidence. It scattered witnesses across 5 states. A hurricane became a prime accomplice for a professional cleanup crew. "You have a flight leaving Mobile Regional in 90 minutes, Harlan said. "A private charter. The pilot owes me a favor. He will fly you into Lakefront Airport before the crosswinds get too bad." Walker checked his watch. "That gives me a narrow window." "You will manage." "Probably." Harlan let out a dry chuckle. The sound held a note of relief. The decision stood made. No more debate. "One more item," Harlan said. Walker groaned. "Lay it on me." "The girl is not the only person missing from the board." Walker stopped zipping the canvas bag. "Explain." 2 Secret Service agents disappeared yesterday afternoon. The walls of the fishing cabin felt much closer. The howl of the wind outside took on a darker tone. Walker gripped the phone tight. What were they doing in New Orleans? Hunting for Emily. Operating off the books for Senator Kane. Walker pictured 2 men in dark suits, walking the humid streets of the French Quarter, flashing badges and asking questions. "And?" Walker prompted. Harlan lowered his voice to a rasp. "They stopped answering their encrypted radios at 4 o'clock yesterday. Their GPS trackers went dark 10 minutes later." Walker stared out at the storm. Rain lashed the glass behind the shutters. The bay vanished behind a wall of water. Somewhere beyond that darkness, New Orleans prepared for the worst day of its life. A drowning city. Now someone had tossed kidnapping and missing federal agents into the blender. "When does the charter leave?" Walker asked. 70 minutes. "I hate you, Tom." "I know." The connection severed. Walker tossed the satellite phone onto the mattress. He grabbed a pair of waterproof boots and pulled them on, lacing them tight. Outside, thunder rolled across the Gulf of Mexico, vibrating the floorboards of the cabin. The storm had arrived. And for reasons nobody understood yet, a crew operating inside the evacuation zone planned to use the chaos to put people in the ground. Walker hoisted the heavy canvas bag over his shoulder. He grabbed his keys from the kitchen counter and walked out the front door, stepping into the teeth of the hurricane. Chapter 2. The twin-engine Cessna dropped through a rupture in the cloud cover and slammed into a wall of solid air. The fuselage shuddered. Rivets groaned in the cabin walls. Up in the cockpit, the pilot fought the yoke with white-knuckled grips, his jaw locked tight as he wrestled the aircraft through the turbulent descent. Cole Walker sat in the rear passenger seat, ignoring the stomach-churning drops. He kept his attention focused on the manila folder resting on his lap. A small overhead reading lamp cast a yellow circle over the glossy photographs and printed background checks. Emily Kane stared back at him from an 8x10 print. She stood on a wooden dock with her hair pulled back into a messy ponytail. She wore a faded canvas jacket and had a sunburn across the bridge of her nose. The camera caught her mid-laugh. A genuine, unpracticed expression. She looked like a woman who preferred the smell of salt water to the air-conditioned corridors of her father's political fundraisers. Walker flipped to the next page. Financial records. Academic transcripts. Georgetown University, Master's Program in Political Science. Top of her class. No arrests. No history of substance abuse. No unhinged social media rants. She had a clean, uncomplicated life right up until the moment she decided to vanish. The pattern of her disappearance told a story. She did not run away in a panic. She went to ground. 10 days ago, she arrived in the French Quarter and checked into a boutique hotel on Royal Street using a prepaid debit card and an assumed name. 3 days later, she moved to a cheaper room above a dive bar on Decatur. 2 days after that, another move. She kept her footprint small, dealing in cash, avoiding major intersections with traffic cameras. People hiding from an abusive ex or a stalker moved with erratic desperation. Emily moved with purpose. She hunted something, or she knew the people hunting her had professional training. The Cessna pitched sideways. The pilot cursed over the intercom, fighting the rudder pedals. Rain hammered the windshield, sounding like handfuls of gravel thrown against sheet metal. Lakefront Airport is dead ahead, the pilot shouted over his shoulder. I have crosswinds pushing 40 knots. I drop you on the tarmac, and I take off again before the storm pins me to the ground. Understood, Walker said. He gathered the papers, slid them back into the folder, and secured them inside his waterproof duffel bag. The landing felt less like aviation and more like a controlled car crash. The tires shrieked against the wet concrete, skipping twice before the pilot reversed the thrusters. The plane fishtailed. Water sprayed in high arcs from the runway. The aircraft finally rolled to a halt near a line of abandoned hangars. Walker unlatched the heavy cabin door and shoved it open. The wind hit him in the chest, driving rain deep into the fabric of his jacket. He grabbed his bag, stepped onto the flooded tarmac, and gave the pilot a thumbs up. The pilot did not wave back. He already had his hands busy throttling the engines to get back into the sky. The terminal building stood dark. Sandbags blocked the glass entrance doors. Plywood covered the ground floor windows. Walker bypassed the main structure and hiked toward the perimeter fence, his boots splashing through ankle-deep puddles. His phone vibrated in his jacket pocket. He pulled it out, shielding the screen from the driving rain with his palm. Welcome to the swamp, Rachel said. Give me a status report. The city is a parking lot. Every outbound lane on the interstate is jammed with cars, and the engines are overheating. The gas stations have bags over the pumps. You will find 0 rideshares and 0 taxis. You are walking. I figured as much. Where are you? Hotel Lafayette in the Quarter, Rachel said. I found a table in the back of the bar. Get here before the storm surge floods the lobby. Walker ended the call. He adjusted the strap of his duffel bag and leaned into the wind. The trek into the city took 2 grueling hours. New Orleans smelled of raw sewage, diesel exhaust, and the sharp ozone tang of impending lightning. Walker bypassed the gridlocked traffic on Elysian Fields Avenue. Drivers leaned on their horns, their faces twisted with frustration behind rain-streaked windshields. The heat radiating from the idling engines made the humid air feel thick and breathable. Walker kept a steady, driving pace. He watched the subtle shifts in the environment. Store owners hammered the final nails into plywood sheets. Stray dogs huddled under the concrete overhangs of closed liquor stores. The neon signs flickered and died as power grids began to fail in sections, plunging entire city blocks into a bruised, watery gloom. He reached the Hotel Lafayette just as a massive crack of thunder rattled the cast-iron balconies above the street. The lobby felt like a tomb. A lone desk clerk stood behind the mahogany counter, staring at a battery-powered television. Walker walked past the front desk and headed straight for the bar area. Rachel sat at a corner table, with her back pressed against the wood-paneled wall. She had an unlit candle on the table, a stack of file folders, and a glass of club soda sweating onto a cardboard coaster. She wore a dark blazer over a gray shirt, her hair cut sharp at the jawline. She projected an aura of absolute competence, a woman who treated chaos as a manageable spreadsheet. Walker dropped his bag onto the empty chair and sat across from her. "You look like a drowned rat," Rachel said. The walk built character. "What do we have?" Rachel slid a printed sheet of paper across the table. "This is the final text message sent from Emily Kane's phone. Sent to her father." Walker read the 3 words, printed in black ink. "They found me." "Sent at 11:17 last night," Rachel said. Her phone dropped off the cellular network 12 minutes later. The service provider shows no ping to any tower since then. The battery died, or someone smashed the device. Walker traced a finger over the edge of the paper. She used the word they, plural. She knew a team tracked her. She did not express surprise. "A girl running from a solo stalker says, 'He found me,'" Rachel said. She recognized the threat. She expected a group. A waitress in a wrinkled white shirt approached the table. She looked exhausted, her eyes darting toward the rain lashing against the front windows. "Kitchen is closed. Bar shuts down in 10 minutes. The manager wants everyone up in their rooms or out on the street before the power goes." "We need nothing, thank you," Rachel said. The waitress nodded and hurried away. Rachel leaned closer to the table, lowering her voice. She did not look at Walker. Instead, she kept her gaze fixed on the files in front of her. "We have company," Rachel said. "Give me the details." "Man in a blue windbreaker. Baseball cap pulled low. He walked past this table 3 times in the last hour. He checks his phone, looks at the door, circles the room, and comes back. He is trying to blend in." Walker kept his body relaxed. He did not turn his head. He looked past Rachel's shoulder, focusing his vision on the antique mirror mounted behind the liquor bottles on the bar. The silvered glass provided a distorted but useful view of the room. The man stepped into the reflection. Mid-40s. Thick through the chest and shoulders. He wore a crisp, navy blue windbreaker and a generic black baseball cap. He paused near the entryway, thumbing the screen of a smartphone. "He screams tourist," Walker said. "Look at the feet," Rachel said. Walker shifted his focus. The man wore Italian leather loafers. Thin soles, zero tread, expensive stitching. The leather looked ruined, soaked through with dirty rainwater. Nobody wears $500 leather slip-ons to walk through a hurricane evacuation zone, Rachel said. He dressed to look like a civilian, but he grabbed his everyday footwear out of habit. He holds his shoulders tight, Walker said. Military bearing. The windbreaker hides the bulge of a shoulder holster. He keeps his right hand free, never putting the phone in it. The man in the mirror put his phone in his left pocket. He gave the room one final sweep, his eyes lingering on Rachel and Walker for a fraction of a second, then pushed through the front doors and out into the storm. He clocked us, Walker said. I prefer to ask questions before the trail washes away. Walker stood up, grabbing his duffel bag. Let us take a walk. They pushed through the heavy wooden doors and stepped back into the deluge. The wind had intensified, howling down the narrow French Quarter streets and ripping down hanging flower baskets. Walker spotted the man in the blue windbreaker, half a block away. The man did not run, but he took long, driving strides. He reached the corner of Iberville Street and pulled open the passenger door of a black SUV parked next to a fire hydrant. The vehicle had dark-tinted windows and mud caked over the license plate. A black SUV, Rachel said, water streaming down her face. They have zero imagination. The SUV pulled away from the curb, its tires hissing against the flooded asphalt. The driver kept the headlights off, letting the vehicle disappear into the gray curtain of the storm. Walker watched the taillights fade. He committed the shape and stance of the man in the windbreaker to memory. The hunters had their own spotters walking the perimeter. "You think they grabbed Emily?" Rachel asked. Before Walker could formulate a response, a voice cut through the sound of the rain. "You looking for the girl?" Walker turned, his right hand sliding inside his canvas jacket, resting near the grip of the Sig Sauer. A man stood in the deep shadow of an awning covering the entrance to a closed cigar shop. He wore a stained bartender's apron over a black t-shirt. He had a heavy gut, thinning hair plastered to his skull with rain, and eyes that darted up and down the street like trapped birds. He rubbed his hands together, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Rachel stepped closer, keeping a respectful distance. "You know something about a girl?" The bartender swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed in his thick throat. He looked like a man debating the merits of running away versus the burden of a guilty conscience. The conscience won, but just barely. "I saw her," the bartender said. Walker moved under the awning, out of the direct assault of the rain. He kept his hands visible, projecting calm. Frightened men needed space to breathe. "What is your name?" Walker asked. "Danny." "Danny what?" "Danny is plenty." "Fair enough, Danny. I am Walker. This is Rachel. You want to go inside the hotel? Get out of this weather?" Danny shook his head, a violent jerky motion. "No. Too many eyes in there. Too many people who might know people." Rachel leaned against the brick wall of the cigar shop. "People who know the men in the black SUV." Danny flinched at the mention of the vehicle. "You saw them?" "We saw a man get in and drive away." Danny wiped a hand across his wet face. "I work down on Bourbon. A place called Magnolia Blues. A dive, mostly locals and college kids too drunk to care about the smell. 3 nights ago, the girl came in." "Emily," Walker said. "I did not know her name then. I saw her picture on the news this morning when the senator started making noise." Danny pointed a thick finger at Walker's chest. "She looked terrified, man. She sat in a booth in the back, nursing a club soda for 2 hours. She kept watching the door." "Who did she meet?" Rachel asked. Danny hesitated. A gust of wind rattled the metal sign hanging above their heads. "A guy," Danny said. "Tall. Short hair. Stood straight up like a soldier. He slid into the booth across from her. They did not shout, but they argued. I wiped down the bar close to their table to catch a listen." "What did you hear?" She told him she refused to give it back. Walker exchanged a glance with Rachel. "Give what back?" "I have no idea. A file. A drive. A box. She just said she kept it." Danny took a shaky breath. "The guy told her to stop being stupid. He said people were already dead." The street fell silent, save for the rain drumming on the pavement. "Did he threaten her?" Rachel asked. "No," Danny said. "That is the crazy part. He sounded like he wanted to save her life. He told her to hand the thing over, and he could protect her." "Did she?" Danny shook his head. She stood up and walked out. He followed her right out the front door. "And?" Walker pressed. Danny looked down at his waterlogged sneakers. The fear rolled off him in waves. And 3 more guys walked in right as she left. Big guys. Wearing windbreakers. They took one look at her leaving, turned around and went right back out the door. Walker stepped closer, closing the distance. Tell me you saw what happened on the street. I took out the trash 5 minutes later, Danny said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. I went into the back alley. I saw the black SUV idling near the dumpsters. I saw the 3 big guys throw the girl into the back seat. Rachel straightened up. Where was the soldier? The guy from the booth. Danny looked up, his eyes wide and haunted. He tried to stop them, Danny said. He pulled a gun. One of the big guys turned around and shot him twice in the chest. Left him bleeding out in the garbage while they drove away with the girl. Chapter 3. You want to catch a bullet standing on a public sidewalk, or do you want to find some cover and stay alive? Walker asked. Danny wiped a mixture of sweat and rainwater from his forehead with the back of a trembling hand. The canvas awning snapped in the wind above their heads. Across the street, a traffic light swung on a thick black cable, the red bulb throwing bloody reflections across the flooded asphalt. I have zero desire to catch a bullet anywhere, Danny said. His voice cracked, dry and brittle despite the ambient moisture. Then pick a direction, Rachel said. Lead the way to your vehicle. Danny pointed a thick finger toward a narrow gap between a boarded-up Creole restaurant and a discount souvenir shop. The alley looked like a concrete trench. Floodwater rushed through the passage, carrying crushed beer cans and sodden cardboard boxes toward the storm drains. Walker stepped off the curb. The water reached his shins. He kept his right hand inside his canvas jacket, his fingers resting cold against the textured grip of the Sig Sauer. Stay close to the brick, Walker said. Keep your head below the window lines. They waded into the alley. The stench of rotting garbage and stagnant river mud assaulted them. Fire escapes cast iron ribcage shadows against the walls. The wind howled through the narrow space, funneling the storm into a localized wind tunnel. Danny stumbled over a submerged cinder block. He pitched forward, arms windmilling. Walker shot a hand out, grabbing the collar of the bartender's apron. He hauled the man upright before his face hit the dirty water. Pick your feet up, Walker said. Slide your soles across the concrete. Do not lift and step. You lose your balance that way. Danny nodded, his chest heaving. Right. Slide. They reached the rear of the alley. A rusted chain-link fence separated the passage from a sprawling asphalt parking lot. A row of overflowing industrial dumpsters lined the far wall. My truck is parked past the dumpsters, Danny said. The old Ford with the primer-gray tailgate. Hold your position, Walker said. He stepped to the edge of the brick wall and scanned the lot. He checked the sight lines. He looked for idling vehicles, the glow of a cigarette ember, the shift of a shadow. The storm provided absolute cover for anyone hunting them. The rain reduced visibility to a handful of yards. Clear, Walker said. They moved past the rusted fence. Danny's truck sat in the corner of the lot. A vintage F-150, battered and bruised, riding low on the rear axle. The driver's side window had a crack running from the top corner to the center of the glass. Danny fumbled a ring of keys from his pocket. The metal jingled, a chaotic rhythm. He dropped the keys twice before finding the right one and unlocking the door. Walker claimed the driver's seat. Rachel slid into the middle. Danny took the passenger side, pulling the heavy door shut against the howling wind. The cab smelled of stale tobacco, damp wool, and spilled engine coolant. The bench seat leaked yellow foam through long tears in the vinyl. Walker ran a hand over the steering column, feeling the cold plastic. Talk to us, Rachel said. She kept her eyes focused on the passenger side window, watching the rain sheet across the glass. Danny shivered. He crossed his arms over his heavy gut, trying to conserve body heat. I poured drinks at Magnolia Blues for 6 years. I see tourists. I see bouncers. I see guys looking for trouble. I know the difference between a drunk, picking a fight, and a professional doing a job. Walker rested his forearms on the steering wheel. Describe the professional. The military guy in the booth with the girl, Danny said. He had a specific posture. Feet planted. Center of gravity low. He kept his hands flat on the table, palms down, never curled into fists. He watched the reflections in the bar mirror. He tracked every person walking through the front door without turning his head. And the argument? Rachel prompted. The girl held a canvas messenger bag, tight against her ribs. Knuckles white. The soldier leaned across the scarred wood of the table. He told her she carried a death warrant. He demanded she hand it over. Her response? Walker asked. She told him to go straight to hell, Danny said. She stood up, knocked her chair backward, and marched out the front door into the rain. Walker pictured the scene. A crowded dive bar. Neon signs buzzing. A young woman making a desperate exit. And the extraction team. Danny reached into his apron pocket and pulled out a crushed pack of cigarettes. He stuck one between his lips, striking a cheap plastic lighter. The flame cast a harsh, yellow glow across his face. He inhaled, the cherry burning bright orange. 3 men, Danny said, exhaling a cloud of gray smoke against the windshield. They wore generic windbreakers. Dark colors. They moved with a synchronized rhythm. One took the point, the other 2 flanked. They walked in, scanned the room, spotted the girl leaving, and did a pivot. Perfect coordination. Rachel leaned forward. No verbal commands. 0, Danny said. They operated on instinct. They followed her out. Walker tapped a finger against the steering wheel. Tell us about the alley. Danny pointed a shaking finger through the cracked windshield toward the row of dumpsters 50 yards away. The rain obscured the rusted metal bins, rendering them as dark monoliths in the gloom. I hauled 2 bags of empty bottles out the back door, Danny said. The glass made a racket. I tossed them in the bin. I heard a scuffle. Scrape of shoe leather on wet asphalt. A muffled grunt. I ducked behind the grease trap. Danny took another drag of the cigarette. The smoke filled the cab, masking the smell of the damp vinyl. The 3 windbreakers had the girl, Danny said. One had an arm wrapped across her chest, pinning her arms. Another held her legs. They carried her toward an idling black SUV. The vehicle had no license plates. Just empty brackets. Where was the soldier? Walker asked. He came charging out of the side alley, Danny said. He had a black pistol in his right hand. He leveled the weapon at the man holding the girl's arms. Walker turned his head, studying Danny's face. The bartender stared into the middle distance, replaying the violence in his mind. The soldier made a mistake, Danny said. He shouted a warning. He told them to drop her. Rachel shook her head. Amateur move. You draw a weapon, you use the weapon. You never start a conversation. The windbreakers did not talk, Danny said. The 3rd man, the flanker, spun around. He had a weapon, equipped with a suppressor. A long, metal cylinder on the barrel. He fired twice. 2 dull thumps, like a hammer hitting a phone book. Center mass? Walker asked. Dead center of the chest, Danny said. The soldier took both rounds. He hit the asphalt, flat on his back. The windbreakers tossed the girl into the rear of the SUV, climbed inside, and burned rubber getting out of the lot. Walker let the information settle. The narrative felt disjointed. A trained soldier hesitates during an ambush. A professional hit squad leaves a body in a public alley instead of tossing it in the back of the vehicle. Did you check the soldier for a pulse? Rachel asked. Danny let out a bitter laugh. I am a bartender, lady. I mix terrible margaritas for college kids. I do not perform combat triage. I stayed behind the grease trap for 10 minutes. I listened to the rain. Did you call the police? Walker asked. With a major hurricane bearing down on the city? The dispatchers put you on hold for an hour. Besides, I took a look when I finally stood up. You found a body, Rachel said. I found a puddle of blood washing into the storm drain, Danny said. He tossed the cigarette butt out the cracked window. The soldier vanished. Dead or alive, he crawled away. Walker stared through the windshield. A dead man complexified the situation. A wounded man, crawling through a flooded city with a bullet hole in his chest, presented an entirely different set of problems. A pair of headlights cut through the gloom at the far end of the parking lot. Walker reached down, grabbing the ignition key. He turned it. The Ford engine cranked, sputtered, and died. Try it again, Rachel said. She unsnapped a leather holster at her waist, drawing a compact Glock 19. She racked the slide, chambering around. Walker twisted the key. The starter motor whined, a high-pitched mechanical screech. The engine refused to catch. The headlights swung in a wide arc. A black pickup truck entered the lot. A lifted suspension, aggressive off-road tires, a heavy steel brush guard bolted to the front bumper. The vehicle idled forward, the tires pushing a bow wave of muddy water across the asphalt. Tell me that is a lost tourist, Danny said. He pressed his back against the passenger door, gripping the handle. A second set of headlights appeared behind the pickup. A black SUV. The same model Danny described from the alley. I hate tourists, Rachel said. The two vehicles formed a V shape, blocking the only exit leading back to the street. The pickup truck cut its headlights. The SUV followed suit. Total darkness reclaimed the lot, save for the lightning flashes illuminating the sky. Walker abandoned the ignition. He drew the Sig Sauer. He checked the sight picture, resting his wrists on the steering wheel. Keep your heads below the dashboard, Walker said. 4 doors opened on the SUV. 2 doors swung wide on the pickup truck. 6 figures stepped out into the hurricane. They wore tactical gear. Dark canvas vests over heavy shirts. Thigh rigs carrying spare magazines. They moved with practiced grace, fanning out into a skirmish line. Who are these guys? Danny asked. His breathing turned ragged, bordering on hyperventilation. Contractors, Walker said. Private security. Mercenaries. Pick a label. How can you tell? Rachel asked. She leveled the Glock at the passenger side window. Look at the spacing, Walker said. 5 yards between each man. Overlapping fields of fire. They communicate with hand signals. They operate with a blank check. The lead figure in the center of the line raised a short-barreled carbine to his shoulder. He did not issue a command to surrender. He did not ask for identification. He leveled the muzzle directly at the grill of the F-150. Muzzle flashes strobed through the rain. A burst of automatic fire tore through the storm. Heavy caliber rounds hammered the front of the Ford. The grill shattered. The radiator exploded in a cloud of hissing steam. Bullets punched through the steel hood, tearing jagged holes in the metal. Walker grabbed the back of Danny's neck, shoving the bartender down toward the floorboards. The windshield dissolved into 1,000 glittering shards of safety glass, raining down upon them. Chapter 4. Get your face against the floor mat, Walker shouted. Glass pelted his canvas jacket. The shards cut tracks across the back of his hands. The heavy caliber rounds kept coming in a relentless barrage. They chewed through the dashboard plastic. They destroyed the radio dial. They punched through the stained vinyl seat cushions, sending clouds of yellow foam into the air. The noise deafened them, a percussive roar drowning out the hurricane. Walker grabbed the driver's side door handle. He shoved his shoulder against the metal frame. The heavy door swung open, fighting the gale-force wind. He rolled out of the ruined cab. He hit the flooded asphalt with a splash. The cold water soaked through his denim pants in a heartbeat. The smell of leaking antifreeze and burned gunpowder filled his nose. Rachel took the opposite route. She kicked the passenger door open. It slammed into the side of the black SUV parked beside them, leaving a deep dent in the metal. She spilled out into the dark, keeping her head tucked below the window line. "Move your mask, Danny," Walker yelled. He reached back into the bullet-riddled truck cab. He grabbed the thick fabric of the bartender's apron. He hauled backward with all his core strength. Danny tumbled out of the cab, hitting the ground with a wet slap. The bartender groaned, clutching his ribs. The mercenary line advanced. Their boots splashed in unison. They fired in controlled bursts. 2 shots, a brief pause to scan, 2 more shots. Suppressing fire, designed to pin a target in place. Walker brought the Sig Sauer up. He braced his forearms on the ruined front tire of the Ford. He put the front sight post on the chest of the closest shooter. He pulled the trigger 3 times. The 9mm rounds sparked against the shooter's armored chest plate. The impact knocked the man backward. He splashed into a deep puddle. The rest of the line broke their advance. They sought cover behind their idling vehicles. "We have a window," Walker said. "Run for the loading docks." They scrambled across the cracked pavement. Danny slipped. He scraped his knees on the rough aggregate. Rachel grabbed his arm. She pulled him to his feet without breaking stride. They reached a narrow gap between a brick restaurant wall and a discount souvenir shop. A chain-link gate blocked the path. Rachel scaled the wet metal. She threw her body over the top rail. She landed with a splash on the far side. Walker grabbed Danny by the belt. "Climb the fence." "My lungs are on fire," Danny wheezed. "I have no breath left." "You have breath. You have legs. Use them or bleed out on this pavement." Danny threw a leg over the top wire. He tumbled down the opposite side. He landed in a heap of soggy cardboard boxes. Walker vaulted the gate. He hit the ground running. The space between the buildings funneled the hurricane. Wind roared in their ears. Piles of trash swirled in the dark flood. The water reached their shins. They pushed through the filth, fighting the current pulling toward the storm drains. "They possess superior numbers," Rachel said over the wind. "They will send a fire team around the block. They want to cut off the exit." "We cross the main avenue," Walker said. "We find high ground." They exited the alley. Bourbon Street resembled a war zone. Neon signs hung dark and shattered from wrought iron balconies. Plywood covered the doors of the strip clubs and tourist traps. Sandbags lined the gutters. The barriers fought a losing battle against the rising tide. The wind ripped a rusted street sign from its post. The metal disc sailed down the avenue. It clattered against a stucco facade. "Across the street," Walker said. He pointed toward a massive concrete structure. A municipal parking garage. 6 levels of reinforced concrete dominating the intersection. A burst of gunfire echoed from the alley behind them. Rounds chipped the brickwork above their heads. The pursuit closed the distance. They charged across the flooded avenue. The water dragged at their boots. Danny fell to his knees. The current threatened to sweep him down the gutter. Walker hauled him upright. He dragged the heavy man the final 20 yards. They ducked under the lowered security arm. They entered the cavernous dark of the parking garage. The air inside smelled of stale urine, motor oil, and wet dust. Rainwater cascaded down the spiral exit ramps. The runoff created miniature waterfalls splashing onto the lower decks. "Take the stairs," Rachel said. Walker shook his head. Stairwells turn into fatal funnels. We take the vehicle ramps. We need room to maneuver. We need open sightlines. They climbed. The incline burned their calf muscles. Danny gasped for air. His face looked pale and slick with rain. They reached the third level. Walker signaled a halt. He moved to the concrete half-wall. He peered down at the entrance. 3 vehicles pulled into the garage. The black SUV, the lifted pickup, and a dark gray panel van. The doors opened. A dozen men spilled out into the shadows. "Count heads," Walker said. Rachel crouched beside him. She kept her profile below the wall. 12 men. Full tactical loadouts. Plate carriers over dark combat shirts. Kevlar helmets equipped with night vision mounts. They treat this like a hostile, urban theater. They have zero concern for local law enforcement. They move in pairs, Walker noted, tracking the point men. One pushes the advance, sweeping the corners. The other covers the blind spots. They maintain perfect spacing. They have a designated team leader in the center. He directs traffic with hand signals. A closed fist to halt. 2 fingers pointing to advance. No radio chatter. Professional trigger pullers. Danny sat on the cold concrete. He clutched his chest. "You 2 analyze their footwork while they hunt us. You have a sickness in your heads." "Observation keeps you breathing, Danny," Rachel said. "Panic puts you in a body bag." Walker scanned the third level. The floor held a scatter of abandoned vehicles. Sedans, covered in a layer of grime. A rusted pickup truck with a flat tire. He spotted the prize. A maintenance cart parked near the elevator bank. A heavy-duty electric flatbed, used by the facility crew to transport trash bins and cleaning supplies. A ring of keys dangled from the ignition switch. "I need a distraction," Walker said. Something loud. "We need to break their formation." Rachel followed his gaze. She spotted the cart. She looked toward the downward ramp. A line of 6 motorcycles, parked in a neat row against the far wall of the second level. "You have a terrible idea forming," Rachel said. "I have a solid idea forming," Walker corrected. He jogged over to the cart. He turned the key. The electric motor hummed to life. A quiet vibration shook the metal frame. The battery indicator showed a full charge. "Get to the 4th level," Walker told Rachel. "Find the pedestrian bridge connecting to the adjacent office tower. Wait for the crash, then move." "What about you?" Danny asked. "I plan to deliver a package," Walker said. Rachel grabbed Danny by the arm. She pulled him toward the upward ramp. "Come on, bartender. Time to climb." Walker climbed behind the wheel of the cart. He pressed the accelerator pedal. The heavy machine lurched forward. He steered it toward the downward ramp. Below him, the tactical team ascended. The point men reached the second level. They swept their weapon lights across the dark concrete corners, clearing the angles. Walker lined the cart up with the middle of the ramp. He wedged his heavy waterproof boot against the accelerator pedal. He pinned it to the floorboard. He aimed the steering wheel dead center toward the row of motorcycles on the level below. The cart picked up speed. The electric motor whined. The high pitch echoed off the concrete ceilings. Walker rolled off the side of the moving vehicle. He hit the concrete. He tucked his shoulder and rolled to bleed off the momentum. He came up in a crouch, his weapon drawn. The maintenance cart careened down the ramp. It hit the second level at 20 miles per hour. The point men of the tactical team spun toward the noise. Their flashlight beams caught the heavy steel flatbed hurtling toward them. They broke formation. They dove for cover behind a concrete structural pillar. The cart slammed into the parked motorcycles. The impact sounded like a bomb detonating in a subterranean cavern. Metal crushed against metal. The heavy cart plowed through the line of bikes. It pinned the twisted frames against the retaining wall. Forks snapped. Chrome pipes crumpled. One of the motorcycle fuel tanks ruptured under the intense pressure. Gasoline sprayed across the concrete floor, a slick puddle reflecting the dim emergency lights. A spark from the crushed electric batteries ignited the fuel. A fireball erupted on the second level. Bright orange flames licked the low concrete ceiling, feeding on the vaporized gasoline. The intense heat sucked the oxygen from the air. The fire suppression system detected the sudden temperature spike. Alarms shrieked. A deafening mechanical wail vibrated through the steel rebar hidden inside the structure. Overhead sprinklers kicked on with a series of loud pops. Sheets of foul-smelling, rust-colored water rained down on the lower levels. The garage filled with thick, acrid black smoke. The burning tires added a chemical stench to the inferno. Total chaos consumed the tactical team. Men shouted over the blaring alarms. They lost visual contact with each other in the smoke. Walker turned and sprinted up the ramp toward the fourth level. He found Rachel and Danny waiting near a pair of shattered glass doors. A covered pedestrian bridge stretched across the side street. It connected the garage to a dark office building. "Your distraction worked," Rachel said. "I felt the heat from up here." "We keep moving," Walker said. "They will regroup in 5 minutes." They crossed the bridge. The wind battered the plexiglass walls. The storm threatened to tear the enclosure from its moorings. They entered the office building. The space smelled of ozone and stale coffee. They found an emergency stairwell. They descended to the ground floor. They emerged 3 blocks away from the parking garage. The storm had worsened during their time inside. The rain no longer fell from the sky. The wind drove the water in horizontal sheets. It stripped the leaves from the oak trees lining the avenue. The floodwaters had risen another foot. Abandoned cars bobbed in the current. Their alarms wailed a pathetic chorus against the roar of the hurricane. Rachel pulled her phone from her jacket. The screen glowed in the gloom. "I have a weak signal," Rachel said. "A priority alert from the National Weather Service." Walker shielded his eyes from the driving rain. "Give me the bad news." "Hurricane Helena took a hard turn to the east," Rachel said. "The storm center is passing over the city right now. The storm surge models show a massive increase in water volume." Danny sagged against a brick wall. "I need a drink. A strong bourbon." "Neat." "You need a boat," Walker said. A deep, unnatural sound interrupted the conversation. Walker froze. He tilted his head, listening. The noise did not come from the sky. It did not come from the wind. It came from the earth itself. A low, vibrating groan, like the sound of a submarine hull buckling under extreme pressure. The sound stretched on. A continuous scream of stressed metal and failing concrete. Rachel lowered her phone. The color drained from her face. "You hear that?" Walker asked. "I hear it," Rachel said. Danny looked back and forth between them. "Hear what?" "It sounds like a freight train crashing into a mountain." "It is the sound of the city dying," Walker said. He looked toward the east, toward the invisible border of the industrial canal. The low groan morphed into a series of sharp, percussive cracks. "The levees," Rachel said. Walker nodded. The reality of the situation settled over them like a lead weight. A shootout with a tactical hit squad in a flooded city presented a significant challenge. A shootout in a city about to be submerged under 20 feet of river water changed the rules of survival. "The barriers are giving way," Walker said. "The water is coming." Chapter 5. Tell me you know what that noise is, Danny said. Rachel leaned against the flooded brick wall of the alley and tipped her head back, letting the rain wash over her face. The sound rolled out of the east. A deep, sustained groan of tortured steel and cracking concrete. It vibrated through the soles of their boots, a physical tremor shaking the bedrock of the city. The levees, Walker said. He kept his eyes on the surging water in the gutter. The storm surge pushed the lake over the barrier walls. The pressure found a weak point. The structure is tearing itself apart. Danny wiped a hand across his mouth. What happens when they break? The map shrinks, Rachel said. The lake reclaims the streets. We need to find a box to hide in before the current sweeps us into the Gulf. They pushed out of the alley and waded onto Decatur Street. The floodwaters had climbed past their knees. The current pulled with a heavy, magnetic force, dragging debris toward the lower elevations. A plastic garbage can bobbed past them, riding a wave of brown sludge. A shattered wooden sign from a seafood restaurant floated on the surface, the painted letters chipped and faded. Walker spotted a corner coffee shop. The owners had abandoned the business in a rush. Sandbags blocked the front entrance, but the storm had shoved them aside. Plywood covered the large display windows, leaving the interior trapped in shadow. Up the steps, Walker said. He climbed onto the concrete stoop, splashing through the standing water. He grabbed the brass handle of the heavy glass door. Locked. He stepped back, raised his right boot, and drove his heel into the space just above the deadbolt. The doorframe splintered. The lock gave way with a sharp crack. They spilled into the room. The air inside smelled of roasted espresso beans, stale cinnamon, and the damp rot of river mud. Walker pushed the door shut behind them, sealing out the howl of the hurricane. He pulled a small tactical flashlight from his canvas jacket. He shielded the lens with his fingers, allowing only a thin sliver of white light to bleed into the room. The beam swept across a polished wood counter, an intricate chrome espresso machine, and a glass pastry case holding 3 forgotten croissants. Metal chairs sat stacked on circular tables. Pull a chair down, Walker told Danny. Take a seat. Danny grabbed a metal chair by the leg, dragged it off a table, and collapsed into the seat. He rested his elbows on his knees, his head hanging low. Water dripped from his apron, pooling on the checkered linoleum floor. Rachel moved to the front window. She found a crack between the plywood sheets and the glass. She peered out into the flooded street, keeping watch. You left a piece out of your story, Danny, Walker said. Danny kept his head down. I told you what I saw in the alley. You told us a version of it, Walker corrected. He kept the flashlight beam aimed at the floor, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. You described a professional hit squad. You described an ambush. But you missed a detail. A man carrying a weapon does not drop in the street without a reaction. Danny let out a heavy sigh. He rubbed his face with both hands, smearing grease and rainwater across his cheeks. The soldier, Danny said. The man the extraction team shot in the chest, Walker prompted. He took 2 rounds, Danny said, lifting his head. I saw the impacts. I saw him go down flat. The windbreakers tossed the girl in the SUV and burned rubber. I waited behind the grease trap, trying to get my heart rate under control. When I finally stood up and looked around the corner, the soldier was moving. Rachel turned away from the window. Moving how? Rolling onto his side, Danny said. He had his hand pressed against his chest. He coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the asphalt. The bullets did not punch through him. He wore armor under his shirt. The impact cracked his ribs, but he still had breath in his lungs. Walker stepped closer to the table. Where did he go? He crawled toward the end of the alley, Danny said. He dragged himself into the shadows. He vanished before I could even process the scene. He left something behind, Walker said. It hung in the air, an observation rather than a question. Danny reached into the deep front pocket of his apron. He fumbled around, his thick fingers searching the damp fabric. He pulled his hand free and placed an object on the circular table. Heavy brass clinked against the metal surface. Walker stepped forward and angled the flashlight beam. A challenge coin sat on the table. The metal felt cold and dense. Walker picked it up, rubbing his thumb over the engraved surface. The front face bore the image of a jagged black wave crashing against a medieval shield. The back face displayed a stylized compass rose. No text. No unit designations. No motto. The soldier dropped it when he took the hits, Danny said. It rolled across the asphalt and hit the toe of my sneaker. I shoved it in my pocket before I ran. Walker flipped the coin in his palm. Organizations craving anonymity left the words off their metal. They relied on symbology. A black wave striking a shield painted a specific picture. A force meeting an unstoppable disaster. Rachel approached the table. She held out her hand. Walker dropped the heavy brass coin into her palm. She studied the engraving, tracing the black wave with her index finger. "You recognize the artwork?" Walker asked. "I have seen variations of it," Rachel said. "Private sector. The kind of groups that bid on federal contracts when the military stretches its resources too thin." She pulled her smartphone from her blazer. She tapped the screen, bringing up the camera application. She snapped a high-resolution photograph of the coin. "The cellular towers are dying," Walker said. "I have 1 bar of signal left," Rachel said, tapping the screen to attach the image to a message. "I have a contact in the district. A guy who spends his days auditing defense appropriations. He reads the ledgers the Pentagon prefers to keep buried in the sub-basements." She hit the send icon. A small spinning circle appeared on the top corner of her screen. They waited in the dark, the sound of the hurricane tearing at the plywood outside, serving as their only company. The spinning circle vanished. A green checkmark appeared. "Message delivered," Rachel said. "Now we hope he suffers from insomnia." Walker killed the flashlight. Total darkness consumed the coffee shop. The human eye required time to adjust to the absolute absence of light. Walker listened to the rhythmic breathing of his companions. He listened to the water sloshing against the front steps. A sharp crack echoed down the avenue. A massive electrical transformer, mounted on a utility pole 2 blocks away, overloaded. A brilliant shower of blue sparks rained down upon the flooded street. The brilliant light flashed through the gaps in the plywood, illuminating the coffee shop in a harsh, strobe-like burst. Then the grid collapsed. The neon signs, the street lamps, the distant glow of the downtown office towers. Everything died in a single heartbeat. New Orleans plunged into a primal, suffocating blackness. "The power company threw the switch," Rachel said. "Or the water reached the substations." Danny shifted in his metal chair. The legs scraped against the linoleum. "I hate the dark." "The dark hides you," Walker said. A soft chime cut through the quiet. Rachel looked down at her phone. The screen glowed, casting a pale blue light across her sharp features. She read the incoming message. She read it a second time, her brow furrowing. "Give me the name," Walker said. "Black Tide Solutions," Rachel read aloud. Walker searched his memory. He cross-referenced the name against the countless private military corporations operating in the global theater. The name triggered a vague recollection. A briefing file he skimmed years ago regarding logistics support in hostile environments. "Give me the background," Walker said. Rachel kept her eyes on the screen, scrolling through the text block her contact had forwarded. Founded 10 years ago, they started out providing security details for oil executives in the Niger Delta. They pivoted. They realized the real money sat in domestic emergencies. Federal contracts, Walker said. Billions of dollars, Rachel confirmed. When a Category 5 storm wipes a coastal city off the map, the government panics. They throw blank checks at anyone capable of restoring order. Black Tide specializes in disaster response. They bring in armed personnel, logistical support, and heavy equipment. They operate with total impunity because the local authorities are too overwhelmed to police the police. Walker turned toward the boarded-up window. The pieces of the puzzle began sliding into place, forming a coherent, ugly picture. A United States senator's daughter accesses secure intelligence files. She discovers something massive enough to send her running for her life. A private military corporation, specializing in disaster response, sends a hit squad to retrieve her in the middle of the worst hurricane of the decade. They intend to use the storm as a smokescreen, Walker said. Rachel pocketed her phone. A city in chaos provides the perfect cover for a wet work operation. Nobody investigates a missing person when thousands of people are unaccounted for in the floodwaters. The low hum of heavy combustion engines drifted through the cracks in the walls. Walker stepped flush against the brick pillar separating the front windows. He angled his head, putting his right eye near the gap between the plywood and the glass. 3 vehicles turned the corner onto Decatur Street. They did not rush. They did not use their headlights. They operated on night vision, navigating the flooded avenue with predatory precision. The vehicles plowed through the waist-deep water, pushing thick wakes onto the sidewalks. Walker recognized the silhouettes. 2 black SUVs and a lifted pickup truck equipped with a brush guard. The same convoy that ambushed them in the parking lot. They tracked them. Through the storm, through the flood, through the dark. The lead SUV rolled to a stop directly in front of the coffee shop. The other 2 vehicles fanned out, establishing a perimeter. They parked at angles, using the heavy engine blocks to create fortified cover positions. They found us, Walker said, his voice a low rasp. Danny stood up. His chair clattered to the floor. How? We walked for miles. The rain washes away everything. They have resources, Rachel said. She drew her Glock from her hip holster. They own thermal imaging drones. They own signal trackers. They own the night. Walker kept his eye fixed on the narrow gap. The driver's side door of the lead SUV opened. A man stepped out into the knee-deep floodwater. He ignored the driving rain. He wore a dark tactical vest over a long-sleeved combat shirt. He possessed a tall, athletic frame, moving with an economy of motion that spoke of years spent in hostile environments. He did not wear a helmet. His short hair lay plastered against his skull. The man reached back into the vehicle and pulled out a short-barreled rifle equipped with a red dot optic and a suppressor. He let the weapon hang on a single-point sling across his chest. He turned his head, looking directly at the boarded-up windows of the coffee shop. Walker stared through the gap. The man had a calm, unbothered expression. He did not look like a mercenary preparing for a firefight. He looked like a foreman arriving at a construction site to inspect a pour of concrete. The team leader, Walker said. The man from the bar. The man raised his right hand. He extended his index finger, pointing dead center at the front door of the coffee shop. Tactical operators spilled from the other vehicles. They splashed through the water, bringing their rifles to bear. They stacked up against the sandbags on the stoop, executing a textbook breach formation. Walker pushed away from the window. He brought the Sig Sauer up, gripping the frame tight. Find hard cover, Walker told Rachel. Keep away from the plaster walls. The team leader, standing by the SUV, raised his weapon. He aimed at the heavy glass door. The glass shattered inward. A heavy breaching ram demolished the brass handle and the wooden frame in a single, catastrophic impact. The door flew off its hinges, crashing onto the linoleum floor. Rain and wind blasted into the coffee shop. Chapter 6. "Don't wait for an engraved invitation," Walker shouted over the shrieking wind. The heavy wooden door and its brass fittings became shrapnel. A steel battering ram pulverized the frame. Splinters the size of hunting knives flew across the checkerboard linoleum. Rain blasted through the opening, bringing the hurricane inside. A man in dark tactical gear stepped through the ruin. He held a short-barreled carbine tight against his shoulder. His eyes scanned the shadows behind the counter. He anticipated easy prey. He expected a room full of panic. Walker squeezed the trigger on the Sig Sauer. The 9mm round chewed a chunk of brick out of the wall 2 inches from the breacher's ear. Dust plumed in the air. The man abandoned his assault, throwing his body toward the floor. He scrambled for the cover of the ruined doorframe. "I thought we wanted to keep a low profile," Rachel said. She tracked a second operator coming through the gap. Her Glock barked twice. The man stumbled, catching his balance against a shattered window frame. He dragged himself out of the line of fire, clutching a fresh wound on his upper arm. The street outside erupted. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark in bright orange strobes. Rounds punched through the remaining plywood. The coffee shop disintegrated around them. Plaster dust filled the air, choking their lungs. A bullet struck the commercial espresso machine. Steam hissed from ruptured copper lines, filling the room with the smell of scalded milk and hot metal. Another burst hit the glass front refrigerator behind the counter. Soda cans exploded under the pressure. Sugary syrup rained down on Danny. The bartender lay flat on his stomach, his arms wrapped over his head. "They're gonna kill us for a cup of coffee. I don't even like coffee." "Crawl for the back hallway," Walker told him. He kept his sights on the breach, placing another round into the doorframe to keep the assault team pinned. "Move your legs, Danny. Now." Rachel slid behind a thick oak support column. Wood chips rained onto her shoulders as incoming fire chewed the reverse side of the timber. "They have us boxed in. They'll flank the rear entrance in 2 minutes. Then we beat them to the punch," Walker said. "Cover the front." He grabbed Danny by the collar of his wet apron, hauling the heavy man to his feet. They scrambled past the ruined pastry case and ducked into a narrow service corridor. Rachel followed a second later, firing a parting trio of shots around the column to buy them a window of time. The rear exit featured a steel security door secured by a heavy deadbolt. Walker twisted the latch, shoved his shoulder against the metal and pushed. They spilled out into a concrete alley. The wind caught them. It felt like a physical blow from a heavyweight fighter. The storm funneled through the narrow passage between the brick buildings, turning the rain into a weapon. Water rushed over their ankles, dragging rotting cardboard, plastic crates, and dead vermin toward a clogged storm drain. "Why won't they quit?" Danny yelled over the roar of the gale. "They have a contract," Rachel said. She wiped water from her eyes. "People who get paid for this kind of work hate leaving a mess behind. We are a mess. We complicate their narrative. I'm a bartender. I mix drinks. I'm the definition of a complication." Walker checked the sight lines in the shadows of the alley. "Save your breath for running." They sloshed down the passage. The brick walls offered zero protection from the deluge. The corridor dumped them into a wide, flooded intersection. The water here climbed past their knees, a swirling brown soup. Several sedans sat abandoned in the middle of the street, water lapping at their door handles. Above them, a set of traffic lights dangled by a single black cable. The metal housing swung wild in the gale. Sparks showered down into the dark water below, hissing as the hot metal met the flood. A siren wailed in the distance. The sound twisted and warped in the wind, a chaotic banshee scream. Walker pointed down a side street lined with 3-story brick townhouses. That way. The structures offer a break from the wind. A low, rhythmic thumping noise cut through the ambient roar of the hurricane. The sound resonated in their chests, a vibration felt deep in the bone. Rachel looked up at the bruised sky. "Please tell me the National Guard sent a rescue team." A massive beam of white light punched through the cloud cover. The spotlight swept across the rooftops, illuminating the driving rain. It tracked down the side of an office building and began tracing a path along the flooded avenue. The rotor wash from the machine churned the surface of the floodwaters into a localized maelstrom of white foam. "Black Tide brought a chopper," Walker said. "They have their own air support." "I need a career change," Danny muttered. "Or a casket." "We need a roof over our heads," Rachel said, "before that beam finds us in the open." Walker aimed for a towering brick structure halfway down the block. Faded painted letters on the side indicated it once served as a boarding house for transient dock workers. Plywood covered the lower windows. A rusted iron gate blocked the recessed entrance. Walker grabbed the gate. The lock hung open, the shackle broken by looters or scavengers long before the storm hit the coast. He shoved the rusted iron gate out of the path, stepped to the heavy wooden door, and drove a kick into the center panel. The wood groaned but held. He kicked it a second time, putting his hips into the strike. The frame splintered. The door swung inward on ruined hinges. They crowded into the foyer just as the helicopter spotlight swept past the building, turning the flooded street outside into a brilliant, blinding white canyon. The aircraft hovered for a moment. The engine noise vibrated the floorboards. Then the pilot banked the machine away toward the river, continuing the search grid. The interior of the boarding house smelled of mold, ancient dust, and wet plaster. Walker clicked on his tactical flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the gloom, highlighting cobwebs and water stains. The first floor sat barren. Bare pine floorboards. Stripped floral wallpaper. Someone had salvaged the copper pipes and electrical wire years ago. "Up the stairs," Walker said. "We need altitude to avoid the surge." The wooden steps groaned under their weight. They reached the second floor. Discarded furniture littered the hallway, creating an obstacle course in the dark. A stained mattress leaned against a doorframe. A broken dresser blocked the path. A television missing its picture tube sat in the center of the corridor. "Keep climbing," Rachel told Danny, giving him a gentle shove in the back. The third floor presented a different scene. Walker stopped at the top of the landing. His flashlight beam swept across a large, open room facing the street. "Take a look at this," Walker said. No broken furniture. No trash. No dust. The room looked pristine. A heavy-duty folding table occupied the center of the space. Battery-powered lanterns sat on the table, casting a sterile white glow over stacks of manila file folders and a pair of ruggedized black laptops. Thick black cables snaked across the floor, connecting the computers to a portable generator sitting silent in the corner. Rachel moved into the room. She holstered her Glock and stepped toward the far wall. "Walker, you need to see the artwork." Walker joined her. The plaster wall served as a makeshift corkboard. Dozens of high-resolution photographs hung from thumbtacks. Red string connected faces to locations, building a complex web of intelligence. Maps of the French Quarter and the Central Business District featured colored pins marking intersections, hotels, parking garages, and marinas. They turned a derelict building into an operational planning center, Rachel said. "This is a forward operating base." Walker studied the photographs. Emily Kane appeared in half of them. Emily, walking out of a corner grocery, carrying a paper bag. Emily sitting on a park bench, reading a paperback novel. Emily talking to a man in a gray suit, outside a used bookstore. They didn't stumble onto her, Walker said. They watched her for weeks. They charted her movements. They mapped her contacts. They knew her routines, her habits, her preferred coffee shops. Danny hovered near the doorway. He wrung the water from the hem of his apron. Who goes to this kind of trouble for one girl? Even a senator's kid doesn't get this level of stalker. Rachel picked up a thick black folder from the folding table. The cover bore the familiar crest. The black wave crashing against the shield. Black Tide Solutions. She flipped the folder open, thumbing through the pages. Personnel rosters. Duty logs. Equipment manifests. Radio frequencies. This is a local command post. They left it running when the storm forced them to seek better cover. Find a name for the man in charge, Walker said. Rachel traced a finger down a printed spreadsheet. The man who led the assault on the coffee shop. The guy standing outside the SUV in the flood. I have his profile right here. She handed the open folder to Walker. A headshot of the tall, athletic man with short hair stared back at them. The text below the image listed a name and a summary of past deployments. Mason Crow, Rachel read. Former Special Forces. 2 tours in Afghanistan. 1 in Syria. He transitioned to the private sector 5 years ago. The file lists him as a senior director of domestic operations. The corporate world calls guys like him fixers. They pay him to make problems vanish. He led the hit squad in person, Walker said. That means the target holds extreme value. A senior director does not delegate the critical objectives to his subordinates. He wants eyes on the prize. Thunder shook the boarding house. The window panes rattled in their wooden frames. Outside, the floodwaters continued their steady climb, drowning the sidewalks and reaching for the porches of the elevated homes. The hurricane showed zero signs of mercy. We have a major problem, Rachel said. Crow knows his business. He has a trained private army, air support, and a city stripped of its police force. We have a bartender and 2 wet handguns. The math doesn't favor our survival. Don't discount the bartender, Danny said. I make a spectacular, old-fashioned. It cures a multitude of sins. Walker ignored the comment. He focused his attention on the wall of photographs. He traced the red string with his eyes, looking for a pattern. The surveillance images told a story. Emily went to specific places. She met specific people. She avoided the main tourist traps. One photograph stood out from the rest. The image sat alone on the right side of the display. A thick circle of red permanent marker surrounded the glossy print. Time and date stamps crowded the margins, written in cramped, precise handwriting. The string leading from this photo connected to nothing else. A dead end. Or a destination. The photograph showed Emily standing on the porch of a narrow, single-story house. Peeling yellow paint on the siding. Faded green shutters framing the windows. A classic New Orleans shotgun home. She held a brass key in her hand, unlocking the front door. Walker tapped the photograph. She spent a lot of time at this location. Crow marked it as a priority target. He circled the timestamps. Rachel stepped to the wall. She studied the image, her eyes scanning the details of the property. She read the address scribbled below the picture. Well, I'll be damned, Rachel muttered. She ran a hand through her wet hair. You know the house, Walker said. It was a statement born of observation. I know the address, Rachel said. She turned to face the room. That property belongs to a holding company. A shell corporation registered in Delaware. A front for federal assets. The agency, Walker said. Rachel nodded. It is an old CIA safe house in the Garden District. They used it during the Cold War to stash defectors coming through the port. They used it to debrief assets who needed to disappear. The agency shut it down decades ago, but they still own the deed. It sits on the books, forgotten by everyone except the bean counters. Walker returned his attention to the photograph of the senator's daughter unlocking a door that belonged to American intelligence. Emily Kane didn't come to New Orleans to hide, Walker said. She came here to use a secure location. She possessed the codes. She had the keys. She knew what she was doing. She found a ghost house, Rachel said. And she led a mercenary army right to its front door. Then we make that our next stop, Walker said. Let's hope she left some breadcrumbs behind before Crow grabbed her and tossed her in the back of an SUV. Assuming the flood hasn't washed the house away, Danny said. We take a boat, Walker said. We steal a boat, we borrow a boat, or we build a raft. We find that house. Chapter 7. Keep the bow angled direct into the current, or we capsize against that submerged wrought iron fence, Walker said. Danny gripped the wooden oars of the stolen aluminum skiff. His knuckles showed bone white against the dark water. Rain plastered his hair to his skull. I mix drinks for a living. I pour bourbon. I don't row boats through hurricanes. You row today, Rachel told him. She sat in the bow, her eyes scanning the dark water ahead. Put your back into it. The Garden District sits another 3 blocks east. They navigated the drowned avenues of New Orleans. The storm had transformed the historic neighborhood into a sprawling, chaotic swamp. Antebellum mansions with massive white columns stood like ancient ruins in a surging brown river. Ancient oak trees, torn up by their massive root systems, blocked intersections. The flood lapped against second-story wrought iron balconies. A grand piano floated past the skiff, the lacquered wood scarred and the keys ruined by the filthy tide. Walker sat in the stern, using a broken pool cue to push debris away from the fragile aluminum hull. The stench of the flood overwhelmed the senses. Raw sewage mixed with spilled gasoline and the metallic tang of wet copper wiring. Take a hard left at the next corner, Rachel said. She pointed toward a row of narrow, single-story homes. The GPS on my phone died an hour ago, but the street signs on the corner of Britannia matched the grid in my head. Danny leaned back, pulling the oars through the thick water. The skiff glided past a half-submerged stop sign. The target property matched the photograph from the surveillance board. A classic shotgun house. Peeling yellow paint on the wooden siding. Faded green shutters framing tall, narrow windows. The water level reached the top step of the front porch, sloshing against the front door. Take us to the rear, Walker said. Front doors invite sniper fire. Danny guided the skiff down the narrow alleyway between the yellow house and a brick duplex. Walker grabbed a tangled vine of ivy clinging to the siding and pulled the small boat toward the back porch. He tied the mooring line to a sturdy wooden pillar. They rolled over the gunnels, dropping into waist-deep water. The current grabbed at their clothes. Walker waded toward the back door. He kept his Sig Sauer raised above the waterline. He reached the wooden steps and paused. The heavy oak door hung at a crooked angle. The deadbolt mechanism lay shattered on the porch planks. Splinters of ruined wood littered the threshold. A set of deep, heavy boot prints tracked river mud across the interior floorboards. We lost the race, Walker said. Rachel stepped up beside him, her Glock drawn. They beat us to the location. Let's find out what they left behind. They entered the house. The interior offered a master class in aggressive demolition. The search team tore the place down to the studs. Cushions from a floral sofa lay slashed open, the white stuffing scattered like fresh snow across the flooded floor. Bookshelves lay toppled. Every drawer from the kitchen cabinets sat empty in the sink. The intruders pried up sections of the hardwood floor with steel crowbars, searching the crawlspaces. A professional crew, Walker noted. They move fast. They destroy everything. They look for false bottoms and hidden compartments. Did they find what they wanted? Danny asked. He stood in the doorway, refusing to step further into the wreckage. Professionals get impatient, Rachel said. Impatience creates blind spots. They focus on the obvious hiding places. Floorboards, mattresses, water tanks. She moved into the kitchen. Walker took the living room. The air inside felt heavy with plaster dust and moisture. Walker examined the ruined walls. He tapped the dry wall with the butt of his pistol, listening for hollow echoes. The house felt empty, devoid of secrets. A sharp scrape of metal on wood echoed from the kitchen. "Get in here," Rachel called out. Walker and Danny moved through the archway. Rachel stood in front of a tall, built-in wooden pantry. She held a heavy kitchen knife in her right hand. The bottom shelf of the pantry sat at a subtle, unintended angle, a fraction of an inch out of alignment. The agency loved standardized safe houses, Rachel said. They hired the same contractors to build the same hides in a dozen different cities during the 80s. You know the architect, you know the blueprints. She wedged the blade of the knife into the seam where the shelf met the back wall of the pantry. She applied pressure. The wood gave a quiet pop. A concealed panel swung outward on hidden metal hinges. They missed it, Walker said. The Black Tide crew searched for a physical safe, Rachel said. They expected steel. They expected combinations. This is a dead drop. A hollow space for paper. She reached into the dark cavity and pulled out a thick, waterproof vinyl pouch. The plastic felt heavy. Rachel carried the pouch to the ruined kitchen island. She peeled apart the waterproof seal and dumped the contents onto the marble countertop. A leather-bound notebook. 3 black SD memory cards. A folded nautical map. A glossy photograph. Walker picked up the notebook. He flipped the cover open. The pages contained dense, cramped handwriting in blue ink. Names. Dates. License plate numbers. Physical descriptions. Addresses of local warehouses. This is a surveillance log, Walker said. He turned the pages, scanning the entries. Emily Kane built a detailed dossier. She tracked shipments. She monitored vehicle movements. She logged the arrival and departure times of private security details. She played offense, Rachel said. She turned the tables. The senator's daughter decided to spy on a mercenary outfit. She gathered evidence of a major operation, Walker said. Something massive enough to require hundreds of armed contractors. Danny picked up the glossy photograph from the counter. He stared at the image, his eyes going wide. I know this guy. Walker took the photo. The picture showed 4 men standing near a chain-link fence outside an industrial warehouse. The man in the center stood tall, his posture rigid, his eyes scanning the perimeter. The same man who led the assault on the coffee shop. Walker flipped the photograph over. A name sat written on the back in blue ink. Mason Crow, Operations Director. Now we have a name for the face, Rachel said. Crow commands the boots on the ground. Walker unfolded the nautical map. The heavy paper depicted the winding curves of the Mississippi River and the sprawling complex of the Port of New Orleans. Red ink covered the grid. Emily had crossed out dozens of commercial piers and storage facilities. One location remained. A massive industrial dock on the eastern edge of the city. A thick red circle surrounded the coordinates. A note sat scribbled in the margin beside the circle. Tonight. Before landfall. Walker tapped the paper. She figured out their schedule. She knew their timeline. She went to the port right before the storm hit the coast to gather the final piece of proof. And Crow intercepted her, Rachel said. He grabbed her at the dive bar, took her data, and tried to erase the loose ends. A deep, rhythmic vibration interrupted the silence. The sound did not originate from the hurricane. It carried a mechanical, guttural growl. The noise grew louder with each passing second, drowning out the rain pounding on the roof. Walker stepped to the front window. He peered through the cracked glass. 3 colossal machines tore down the flooded avenue. Flat-bottom airboats. Massive aircraft engines mounted on metal cages dominated the sterns of the vessels. Huge carbon fiber fan blades chopped the storm air, propelling the boats over the submerged cars and down tree limbs with terrifying speed. The hulls bore the Black Wave and Shield logo. Mason Crow stood on the reinforced bow of the lead airboat. He wore a dark rain slicker. A heavy assault rifle hung on a sling across his chest. He navigated the urban swamp with the cold precision of a predator zeroing in on a scent. Black tide brought the heavy toys, Walker said. Time to go. Out the back, Rachel ordered. They sprinted through the ruined kitchen. They hit the back porch just as the airboat slewed sideways in the intersection out front, their massive fans roaring as the drivers killed their forward momentum. The skiff is too slow, Walker said, evaluating the aluminum boat tied to the pillar. They will run us down in 3 blocks. Rachel pointed across the flooded property line. A neighboring house featured a raised wooden deck. A fiberglass fishing skiff sat tied to a heavy cleat. The vessel boasted a massive outboard motor clamped to the transom. We upgrade, Rachel said. They plunged into the churning water, abandoning their stolen rowboat. The current fought them. Broken branches and floating trash battered their ribs. They reached the neighboring deck. Walker grabbed the gunwale of the fishing boat and vaulted inside. He reached down and hauled Danny over the side. Rachel climbed over the stern. Hotwire the ignition, Walker told her. He drew his Sig Sauer and aimed toward the alleyway. Rachel scrambled to the center console. She ripped the plastic housing off the steering column. She exposed a cluster of colorful wires. She pulled a folding knife from her pocket, stripped the insulation from 2 heavy red cables, and sparked them together. The starter motor clicked. A hollow dead sound. Battery is flooded, Rachel shouted. Use the manual pull, Walker said. Rachel scrambled to the stern. She wrapped her hands around the thick nylon cord protruding from the engine casing. She planted her boot against the transom for leverage. She pulled with a vicious jerk. The engine coughed. A puff of blue smoke escaped the exhaust. Again, Walker said. Shadows moved in the alleyway. Men in tactical gear waded through the floodwaters, their rifles raised. Rachel yanked the cord a second time. She put her entire back into the motion. The outboard motor screamed to life. The propeller bit into the water, churning a violent wake against the flooded deck. Rachel jumped behind the center console. She shoved the throttle forward. The fishing boat leapt away from the house, launching into the submerged street. The roar of the airboats erupted behind them. Crow and his men heard the outboard engine. The chase commenced. Rachel steered the fiberglass hull through the labyrinth of the drowned garden district. She dodged floating sedans. She threaded the needle between ancient oak trees. The outboard motor howled, pushing the boat to its physical limit. Walker knelt in the stern. He watched the massive fans of the airboats cut around the corner 2 blocks back. The enemy vessels chewed up the distance. The flat-bottom design allowed them to glide over obstacles that forced Rachel to swerve and brake. They hold a speed advantage, Walker yelled over the engine noise. Head for the industrial channel. We need deep water. Rachel spun the steering wheel. The boat careened down a wide commercial boulevard. The water deepened here, covering the roofs of the smaller cars. A jagged bolt of lightning split the black sky. The brilliant white flash illuminated the entire eastern horizon. A colossal silhouette dominated the skyline dead ahead. A massive cargo ship sat anchored at a towering industrial dock. Cranes loomed over the black steel hull like mechanical spiders. Stacks of shipping containers created a metal fortress along the water's edge. The exact location marked on Emily's map. A sharp cracking sound snapped past Walker's left ear. He turned toward the pursuit. Mason Crow stood on the bow of the lead airboat, 50 yards back and closing. The mercenary commander held his assault rifle tucked tight against his shoulder. Muzzle flashes sparked bright orange against the storm. Heavy caliber rounds tore through the fiberglass hull of the fishing boat. The impact sent a spray of white fiberglass splinters and muddy river water blasting into the air. "Get your heads down," Walker shouted. He raised his pistol to return fire as the airboat surged forward for the kill. Chapter 8. Gunfire ripped the humid air into jagged, deafening pieces. Heavy caliber rounds hammered the surface of the river. The water erupted in high white geysers all around the fiberglass hull. Rachel cranked the steering wheel hard to port, throwing her entire body weight into the maneuver. The outboard engine screamed, a high-pitched mechanical whine tearing through the roar of the hurricane. The fishing boat lunged sideways, the hull slapping the violent chop with bone-jarring force. Walker braced his heavy boots against the center console. He brought the Sig Sauer up, tracking the bright orange muzzle flashes erupting from the pursuing airboats. He fired twice. The massive distance and the chaotic motion made true precision a fantasy, but the incoming fire paused. Mason Crow ducked his head behind the armored bow of his vessel. "Keep us in the turbulence," Walker shouted over the gale. "Make us a moving nightmare." "I need depth," Rachel yelled back, wiping river water from her eyes. "This propeller strikes the roof of a submerged sedan. We launch straight over the windshield." A low, rumbling boom vibrated through the dense atmosphere. Far to the north, beyond the flooded commercial district, a chemical storage tank ruptured under the relentless pressure of the storm surge. A towering pillar of blinding orange flame climbed into the bruised sky. The massive inferno cast a hellish, flickering glow over the drowned city, painting the rippling surface of the floodwaters in shades of copper and blood. "Looks like the end of the world," Danny gasped. He lay flat on the deck, his thick fingers digging into the fiberglass seams. "Focus on the freighter," Walker told him. The colossal steel wall of the cargo ship loomed out of the dark. A towering, rusted cliff face dominating the eastern channel. Rachel aimed the skiff toward a submerged concrete loading platform flanking the massive vessel. The hull ground against the abrasive aggregate with a sickening shriek. Walker vaulted over the side, hitting knee-deep water. He grabbed the thick nylon bowline and hauled the boat flush against a rusted steel mooring bollard. "Up the ramp," Walker ordered, pointing toward the gaping hole in the side of the freighter. They scrambled up the steep concrete incline. The rain lashed their backs, feeling like handfuls of thrown gravel. A massive steel cargo door hung open on ruined hinges, exposing a cavernous interior void. They breached the threshold, leaving the fury of the hurricane outside. The belly of the ship smelled of heavy machine grease, oxidized iron, and ancient sea salt. Emergency bulkhead lights cast sickly yellow pools of illumination across the grated steel deck. Rainwater dripped from the high ceiling overhead, pinging against hollow metal surfaces with a chaotic, unorganized rhythm. Rachel stopped near a stack of wooden shipping pallets. She pointed a finger at the steel grating beneath her boots. Thick clots of fresh river mud formed a distinct, unmistakable trail leading deep into the labyrinth of shipping containers stacked in the hold. "Fresh tracks," Rachel said. "They brought her here." Walker took the point. He guided them through narrow corridors formed by towering corrugated steel boxes. The air grew thick and stagnant, humming with a latent, vibrating electricity. The massive scale of the interior dwarfed them. They walked through a steel canyon. They turned a blind corner and found a specialized container with its heavy double doors thrown wide. Bright white halogen light spilled from the opening, cutting a harsh rectangle across the deck. The steady thrum of a high-capacity portable generator echoed in the confined space. Walker went in low, the pistol leading his line of sight. He cleared the corners. The container held no gunman. The space functioned as a mobile nerve center. Racks of blinking servers lined the walls, thick black cables snaking across the floor like synthetic vines. 3 large flat-screen monitors sat on a fold-out tactical table, flanked by satellite uplink equipment and encrypted radio consoles. Rachel slung her wet hair out of her eyes and stepped up to the screens. She tapped a glowing, backlit keyboard. The center monitor flared to life, displaying a complex mosaic of security feeds. They tapped into the municipal grid, Rachel said, her eyes tracking across the dozens of tiny video windows. Traffic cameras, private security feeds, banking lenses. They watched the whole board from this box. She isolated one specific frame. She tapped a key, expanding the image to fill the entire center screen. Emily Kane stood in a drab concrete room. She wore a dry gray sweatshirt. She argued with a man wearing a dark tactical vest, featuring the Black Wave and SHIELD logo. Emily held her chin high, her posture defiant. "She has breath in her lungs," Danny said, releasing a long, shuddering sigh. "I expected to find a morgue photo." "She carries value," Walker said. "They need information from her. Dead assets tell zero tales." Walker noticed a thick manila folder resting beside the keyboard. A single word sat printed on the tab in bold black ink. Prison. He flipped the heavy cover open. Satellite images, architectural blueprints, and shift rosters filled the pages. He spread the documents across the tactical table, studying the overhead views. "They commandeered the old parish detention center," Walker said, tracing a finger over a detailed schematic. "An obsolete concrete fortress located on the eastern floodplain. The state slated the facility for demolition 3 years ago." Rachel leaned over his shoulder, pointing to a specific line item on a printed logistics manifest. "Female detainee. Transfer pending." "They plan to move her out of the city," Walker said. "The storm forced a delay. The helicopters stay grounded until the wind shears drop. They wait for a break in the weather. Then we take the fight to the detention center," Rachel said. She checked the loaded magazine in her Glock and slapped it back into the grip. "We steal a vehicle and push east." All 3 monitors blinked out. Total darkness swallowed the container. The thrum of the generator died with a high-pitched mechanical whine, plunging the steel room into an oppressive silence. Walker grabbed the collar of Danny's shirt, pulling the heavy bartender down to the steel floor. "Walker," a voice echoed through the vast cargo hold. "Crow." The mercenary commander projected his voice from the high catwalks circling the upper levels of the hold, letting the corrugated steel walls distort the origin point. The sound surrounded them, bouncing from every angle. "You run a solid race," Crow called out into the dark. "You survived the alley, you survived the parking garage, and you survived the river. You earned a conversation." "I prefer to keep my mouth shut," Walker shouted back, keeping his back pressed against the cold wall of the container. "You have 0 moves left," Crow said. The voice drifted, shifting from the left side of the hold to the right. "My men block the exit ramp. The storm cuts off the river. You sit in a box. I want to construct a trade." Rachel raised her pistol, tracking the invisible echoes. "He wants the girl." "No," Crow said, his voice dropping an octave, losing the theatrical projection. "I have the girl. You have the journal. Toss the notebook out of the container onto the deck. You leave it. I let you walk away. Walker felt the leather-bound book pressing against his ribs inside his inner jacket pocket. Emily Kane had compiled a detailed list of sins, and Mason Crow feared the contents of that book more than he feared a sprawling federal investigation. The ledger contained names, dates, and locations capable of dismantling the entire black tide operation from the top executives down to the foot soldiers. You negotiate from a flawed position, Walker said. You let me walk. I hand this book to a federal judge. Your entire command structure goes behind bars. I will handle the fallout, Crow said. The voice sounded closer now. The man moved with total silence on the graded walkways. You hand over the book. You get to breathe tomorrow. You keep the book. You die in the dark tonight. Danny pressed his hands over his ears, his body shaking against the steel floor plates. Give him the damn book, Walker. I have no desire to die in a metal shipping box. He leaves no witnesses, Danny, Rachel whispered. He secures the ledger, then he drops a grenade in our laps. Walker unspooled the tactical reality in his head. Crow possessed the high ground. He possessed night vision capability. He held a team of trained killers waiting at the perimeter. I decline your offer, Walker shouted. A disappointing choice, Crow said. A small, heavy object clattered onto the steel floor outside the container. The metal cylinder bounced twice, rolling over the graded deck, sliding straight through the open double doors. It came to a rest an inch from Danny's soaked boots. A flashbang grenade. Chapter 9. Close your eyes and open your mouth, Walker shouted. He dove across the steel floor plates. The aluminum cylinder spun across the decking, sparking against the ridges. Danny stared at the grenade, his jaw hanging slack. Walker hit the bartender right in the midsection, driving his shoulder into the man's heavy gut. They crashed into the corrugated wall of the shipping container just as the flashbang detonated. A localized sun ignited inside the metal box. Brilliant, searing white light erased the room. The concussive blast hit a fraction of a second later, a solid wall of pressure punching the air from their lungs. The sound resembled a bank vault door slamming shut inside Walker's skull. His ears screamed with a high-pitched ring. His vision shattered into fractured, pulsing afterimages of servers and cables. He tasted burned magnesium and sulfur on his tongue. Walker scrambled to his knees. The world tilted and spun. He grabbed the heavy leather-bound notebook, shoving the ledger deep into the inside pocket of his canvas jacket. He zipped the pocket shut. He brought the Sig Sauer up, relying on muscle memory while his retinas burned. Rachel had anticipated the blast. She rolled behind a stack of metal equipment crates the moment the canister bounced. She came up, firing. The sharp barks of her Glock cut through the ringing in Walker's ears. Brass casings showered the deck, rolling into the dark corners. 3 men rushed the open container doors. They wore dark ballistic armor and moved with fluid, practiced aggression. They expected to find blinded, deafened targets huddled on the floor. Walker put the front sight post on the lead man's knee. He pulled the trigger. The 9mm hollow point shattered the joint. The man screamed, his leg collapsing under his own weight. He pitched forward, dropping his carbine. Rachel took the second man in the shoulder, spinning him into the door frame. The third operator ducked back into the shadows of the cargo hold, seeking cover behind a stack of wooden pallets. Out the back, Rachel yelled. She pointed her weapon toward a rusted maintenance hatch at the rear of the container, a service door used by dock workers to access the cooling units. Walker grabbed Danny by the collar of his soaked apron. The bartender bled from a cut on his forehead, his eyes wide and unseeing. He pawed at his ears. I can't hear you, Danny screamed. My head is vibrating. Move your feet, Walker bellowed, though he knew the man heard nothing but static. He hauled Danny toward the rusted hatch. Rachel kicked the latch mechanism. The metal groaned and gave way. They tumbled out of the mobile command center, plunging into the dark labyrinthine bowels of the massive freighter. The air in the narrow service corridor felt thick and suffocating, carrying the stench of stagnant bilge water and oxidized iron. Dim red emergency bulbs, spaced every 20 feet, cast bloody pools of illumination over the slick metal floor. Water dripped from exposed pipes running along the low ceiling, tapping irregular rhythms against the steel bulkheads. Rachel took the point. She kept her weapon raised, sweeping the intersecting passageways. Walker pushed Danny from behind, keeping the bartender moving through the mechanical maze. "Keep your head down," Walker said, watching the shadows for any sign of pursuit. "They know the layout of this ship better than we do." They pushed through a set of heavy blast doors, entering the main lower loading bay. The scale of the space dwarfed them. It resembled a cathedral, constructed of rusted girders and riveted plates. The storm had wreaked havoc on the exterior hull. Massive cargo doors on the port side hung wide open, their hydraulic arms snapped like dry twigs. The hurricane screamed through the breach. The river had surged over the lower decks. Shipping containers the size of buses bobbed and collided in the churning brown water flooding the bay. A ruined loading crane lay toppled across a pile of crushed steel boxes. The roar of the wind, drowning out the sound of their footsteps. "They intend to trap us against the water," Rachel said. She scanned the treacherous expanse of the flooded hold. "Look up," Walker said. A network of grated steel catwalks crisscrossed the upper volume of the loading bay, 50 feet above the dark, surging water. A rusted metal access ladder, bolted to a support column, offered a route to the high ground. "Start climbing," Walker told Danny. The bartender gripped the rusted rungs. His hands shook. "I mix drinks, Walker. I don't do high-wire acts." "You fall, you drown," Rachel said. "Motivation enough." Danny began the ascent. The rusted metal flaked off under his boots. Walker followed right behind him, placing his hands on the rungs mere inches from Danny's heels to prevent the man from slipping backward. Rachel climbed last, keeping her eyes fixed on the deck below. They reached the catwalk. The grated floor felt insubstantial under their weight. The wind howling through the open cargo doors buffeted the suspended walkway, causing the entire structure to sway and groan. Looking down through the steel mesh induced an immediate sense of vertigo. The dark water churned a long way down. A sharp metallic clang echoed from the deck below. Walker dropped to one knee, peering over the edge of the handrail. Mason Crow strolled into the flooded loading bay. He walked alone. He wore no helmet, just a dark plate carrier over a wet combat shirt. He held his short-barreled rifle at a low, ready position. He did not rush. He surveyed the wreckage, the floating containers, and the open doors with a calm, detached focus. He stopped near the base of the support column. He tilted his head back and looked straight up. His eyes locked onto Walker. The distance between them stretched across 50 feet of empty space, yet the connection felt immediate. Crow offered a cold, dead smile, the kind of expression a man gives when he knows the outcome of the game long before the final whistle blows. He raised the rifle, tucking the stock tight against his shoulder. "Hit the deck," Walker yelled, sweeping Danny's legs out from under him. The bartender crashed face first onto the grated steel. Walker threw himself flat. Rachel dropped into a prone position, bringing her Glock to bear through the gaps in the mesh floor. Crow opened fire. The automatic burst shredded the air around them. High-velocity rounds impacted the steel catwalk with terrifying force. Sparks showered over Walker's back. Shrapnel from the ricochets buzzed like angry hornets. The metal grating offered zero ballistic protection. They lay exposed on an elevated griddle. "Move!" Rachel shouted, returning fire to force Crow into the shadows of a container. They low-crawled along the swaying walkway, dragging their bodies over the abrasive steel. The catwalk stretched toward an exterior maintenance platform, hanging over the raging river. Walker kept one hand on Danny's belt, dragging the terrified man forward through the shower of sparks and lead. They reached the heavy exterior door. Walker shoved it open. The hurricane slammed into them with renewed fury. Rain lashed their faces, blinding them. The maintenance platform hung suspended over the churning Mississippi. The water below looked like boiling chocolate. Tied to a heavy iron cleat on the platform bobbed a bright yellow harbor workboat. A utilitarian vessel constructed of thick fiberglass, featuring a small enclosed pilot house and a pair of massive outboard engines. "Get in," Walker ordered. They scrambled over the rail and dropped onto the deck of the workboat. The vessel pitched and rolled in the violent chop. Rachel kicked the door of the pilot house open and slid behind the heavy wooden steering wheel. She ran her hands over the console. "Keys are in the ignition," Rachel said. The dock workers left it ready. She turned the key. The twin outboards roared to life, coughing thick white smoke into the driving rain. Walker unspooled the mooring line from the cleat. He tossed the thick rope onto the deck. "Get us away from this ship." Rachel shoved the dual throttles forward. The workboat lunged away from the towering steel wall of the freighter. They shot out into the open channel, the bow slamming into a massive swell. Water cascaded over the windshield. "Where to?" Rachel yelled over the roar of the engines. "The detention center," Walker said. He braced his legs against the shifting deck. "Head east. Find the prison." They navigated the skeletal remains of the drowned city. The river had claimed the industrial districts, turning the shipping channels into treacherous obstacle courses. Submerged vehicles lurked just below the surface. Uprooted oak trees the size of freight trains drifted in the current. The sky above resembled a bruised purple wasteland, devoid of stars or moonlight. Danny huddled in the corner of the pilot house, his arms wrapped around his knees. He shivered, his teeth chattering a rapid staccato rhythm. "I had a good life," Danny muttered, staring at a puddle of water forming around his boots. "I made decent tips. I had a warm apartment. I owned a television." "You help us get the girl out. You get to buy a new television," Rachel said, her eyes fixed on the dark horizon. "Assuming the city still has electricity," Walker added. Rachel steered the workboat through a flooded residential neighborhood. The water reached the eaves of the single-story homes. Only the dark rooftops breached the surface, looking like a cluster of islands in a dead sea. "There," Rachel pointed through the rain-streaked glass. A massive concrete structure dominated the eastern rise. The old parish detention center sat on a slight elevation, keeping the foundation above the worst of the floodwaters. Thick concrete walls encircled the compound, topped with rusted coils of razor wire. Guard towers loomed at the four corners, casting long, menacing shadows across the rippling water. Black Tide owned the fortress. High-intensity searchlights mounted on the towers swept the perimeter, cutting bright white cones through the driving rain. Two sleek black patrol boats circled the outer walls, their heavy machine guns mounted on the bows. The mercenary outfit had established a fortified perimeter in the middle of the apocalypse. "We need a blind spot," Walker said. He pulled a pair of compact binoculars from his duffel bag and focused the lenses on the concrete walls. "They have a textbook overlapping security grid," Rachel noted, watching the sweep of the searchlights. "No gaps in the illumination." "The storm does our work for us," Walker said. He adjusted the focus ring. "Look at the southern wall, near the old loading docks." Rachel peered through the rain. A section of the concrete barrier lay in ruins. The storm surge had battered the old masonry, causing a 50-foot stretch of the wall to collapse outward into the flood. A tangle of rebar and broken stone created a treacherous, uneven ramp leading straight into the prison yard. "The lights sweep past the breach," Walker said. "The rubble casts a shadow. We timed the rotation, we slipped the boat into the dark, and we wade the rest of the way." "Hold tight," Rachel said. She cut the throttle, letting the workboat drift on the current. They watched the blinding white beam of the nearest searchlight track across the water, sweep over the collapsed rubble, and continue its arc toward the main gate. "Hit it," Walker said. Rachel shoved the throttles. The boat surged forward, riding a rolling swell straight toward the shadow of the broken wall. She killed the engines 100 yards out, letting the momentum carry them into the dark pocket created by the collapsed concrete. The fiberglass hull scraped against submerged rebar. Walker dropped over the side. The water reached his waist. The current tugged at his legs, cold and heavy with mud. Rachel followed, holding her Glock high above her head. Danny splashed in last, letting out a sharp gasp as the chill hit his chest. They waded through the dark, using the jagged chunks of ruined concrete for cover. The beam of the searchlight passed over their heads, illuminating the rain but leaving them hidden in the deep shadows. They breached the perimeter, climbing over the rubble and dropping into the prison yard. The interior of the compound resembled a sprawling concrete graveyard. Rusted transport buses sat parked in neat rows, their tires submerged in the standing water. Chain-link fences separated the recreation yards, the wires sagging under the weight of trapped debris. Armed guards wearing dark rain slickers patrolled the walkways, their rifles slung across their chests. Walker led them through the maze of abandoned vehicles, using the rusted hulks to mask their movements. "Administration building," Rachel whispered, pointing toward a 3-story brick structure located in the center of the yard. A single window on the second floor emitted a faint yellow glow. The light cut a rectangle out of the storm. Walker raised the binoculars. He focused on the glowing glass. A figure stood in the window, looking out over the flooded yard. A young woman with dark hair pulled back from her face. She wore a gray sweatshirt. She stood motionless, watching the hurricane tear the city apart. "Emily Kane." "She is in there," Walker said, lowering the binoculars. He took a step forward, leaving the cover of a rusted transport bus. He intended to cross the open asphalt toward the administration building. The darkness vanished. A blinding, intense beam of white light struck them with physical force. It pinned Walker, Rachel, and Danny against the side of the bus, stripping away every shadow. High above them, mounted on the roof of the administration building, a harsh mechanical siren began to shriek. The alarm wailed across the flooded compound, a deafening scream announcing their arrival to the entire mercenary army. Chapter 10. Kill the light. Rachel screamed over the mechanical wail. Walker raised the Sig Sauer, squinting against the blinding glare. The beam washed out his front sight post, turning his vision into a smear of white static. He aimed for the center of the halo, relying on muscle memory and the angle of elevation. He pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Sparks erupted on the catwalk of the guard tower. The high-intensity bulb exploded in a shower of superheated glass. Darkness slammed back down over the prison yard, heavy and absolute. "Keep your heads low and push toward the next bus," Walker ordered. Automatic fire chewed the asphalt where they had stood a second earlier. Tracers cut neon green lines through the driving rain. The mercenary perimeter guards opened up, firing blind into the shadows. The heavy rounds punched through the rusted side panels of the prison transport, tearing jagged holes in the steel. Walker grabbed Danny by the shoulder strap of his apron and shoved him forward. They plunged into the knee-deep floodwater, putting the bulk of the ruined bus between themselves and the tower guards. The cold mud sucked at their boots. The siren continued its relentless shriek, vibrating the concrete walls of the compound. The sound made communication impossible without shouting. "They have intersecting fields of fire," Rachel yelled, pressing her back against the rear tire of the bus. "We step out from behind this vehicle, they cut us in half." Walker peeked around the bumper. The yard stretched for 50 yards. A barren expanse of cracked concrete and swirling water separating them from the brick administration building. 2 more searchlights swept the yard from opposite towers. The beams crisscrossed, creating a deadly grid of illumination. A squad of 4 men in dark tactical gear splashed through the water, moving in a diamond formation. They advanced on the ruined bus, their rifles raised, their heads swiveling as they cleared the angles. "We need a path," Walker said. He looked at the rusted transport sitting in front of them. The vehicle sat dead on its axles, its engine block submerged. The rear emergency exit door hung slightly ajar. "Inside," Walker said. He grabbed the handle of the emergency door and yanked. Rusted hinges screamed. The metal gave way. Walker boosted himself into the dark interior, his boots slipping on the wet linoleum floor. He reached down and hauled Danny inside. Rachel followed, spinning around to cover the open doorway with her Glock. The interior of the bus smelled of stale sweat, mildew, and ancient diesel fumes. Rows of vinyl seats sat slashed and rotting. Wire mesh covered the windows, casting crosshatched shadows across the aisle as the exterior searchlights swept past. "Crawl to the front," Walker instructed. They kept their bellies flat against the floorboards, sliding under the seats. Bullets hammered the exterior hull. The deafening impacts sounded like sledgehammers striking an empty oil drum. Metal splinters rained down on their heads. Walker reached the driver's seat. The windshield remained intact, coated in a thick layer of grime and algae. Through the dirty glass, the administration building loomed 30 yards away. "The front doors are barricaded," Walker noted, studying the entrance. Heavy sandbags stacked 4 feet high blocked the main double doors. A pair of mercenaries crouched behind the improvised wall, the barrels of their rifles resting on the canvas sacks. "We cannot cross that open ground," Rachel said. She wiped a mixture of rain and plaster dust from her face. "They hold the high ground and the heavy weapons." Walker checked the magazine of his pistol. 8 rounds left. He slapped it back into the grip. He looked down at the steering column of the dead bus. The keys hung in the ignition, rusted tight to the lock cylinder. He dropped to his knees and inspected the floorboards beneath the steering wheel. The metal paneling hid the air brake lines. He pulled his heavy folding knife from his pocket, opened the blade, and slashed the thick rubber hoses. A loud hiss of escaping air filled the cab. The emergency brakes disengaged. "Danny," Walker said. "Take the wheel." The bartender stared at him, his eyes wide with absolute panic. "The engine is dead. This thing weighs 10 tons. What do you expect me to do?" "Steer," Walker said. He moved to the front bumper. The water level inside the cab reached his shins. He planted his heavy boots against the metal dashboard, braced his back against the driver's seat, and pushed with every ounce of strength in his legs. The heavy chassis groaned. The tires shifted in the thick mud. "Push," Walker yelled. Rachel holstered her weapon and joined him. She braced her shoulders against the dashboard, digging her heels into the floor. They pushed in unison, straining against the massive weight of the steel coffin. The bus lurched forward a single inch. Then another. The sloped incline of the prison yard caught the wheels. Gravity took hold. The 10-ton transport began to roll down the grade, picking up momentum. The metal wheels ground against the submerged concrete. "Keep the nose aimed dead center at the sandbags," Walker told Danny. Danny gripped the oversized steering wheel, his knuckles white. He stared through the grimy windshield as the brick administration building rushed toward them. The mercenaries barricaded at the front entrance, saw the ghost ship bearing down on their position. They raised their rifles and poured automatic fire into the windshield. The safety glass shattered, spraying the cab with a blizzard of crystal fragments. "Get down," Walker shouted. He pulled Danny from the driver's seat, dragging the heavy man to the floorboards. The bus slammed into the barricade. The impact rivaled a localized earthquake. The massive steel bumper obliterated the sandbag wall, sending canvas and wet dirt exploding into the air. The vehicle crushed the concrete steps and smashed through the heavy oak double doors of the administration building. The entire brick facade shuddered. The front half of the bus tore into the lobby, coming to a violent halt against the interior support columns. The air filled with choking brick dust and the smell of ruptured masonry. Walker scrambled over the crushed dashboard. He kicked the shattered windshield out of the frame and dropped into the flooded lobby. The two guards from the barricade lay sprawled in the rubble, pinned beneath the massive front axle of the transport. They remained motionless, their tactical gear covered in plaster and brick dust. Rachel dropped down beside Walker. She brought her Glock to bear, sweeping the dark corners of the ruined reception area. "Clear the immediate zone," Rachel said, her voice tight and focused. Danny tumbled out of the bus window, landing in the knee-deep water with a heavy splash. He leaned against the crumpled bumper, gasping for air, clutching his chest. "I need a new profession. A boring one. Accounting. I want to count things in a quiet room." "Grab a weapon from the guards," Walker told him. Danny stared at the pinned mercenaries. He swallowed hard, stepped forward, and pulled a compact carbine from the slack grip of the nearest man. He held the weapon away from his body, treating it like a venomous snake. Walker took the point. The lobby offered a grim snapshot of institutional decay. Overturned metal desks formed rusted islands in the floodwater. Soggy inmate intake forms floated on the surface, the ink running in blue and black streaks. Fluorescent light fixtures dangled from the ceiling by exposed wiring, dead and useless. The mechanical siren on the roof continued its relentless scream. "The light came from the second floor," Walker said. "We find the stairs." They pushed through the water, leaving the ruined lobby behind. The dark corridor stretched ahead, lined with reinforced steel doors leading to processing rooms and holding cells. The stench of human misery clung to the damp walls, a smell that scrub brushes and bleach could never fully erase. A sharp scrape of boot leather against concrete echoed from the far end of the hall. Walker pressed his back against the damp cinderblock wall. He signaled for Rachel and Danny to hold their positions. He edged toward the corner, his pistol leading his line of sight. 3 men rushed down the intersecting corridor. They did not wear the standard windbreakers. These men wore heavy assault armor, Kevlar helmets equipped with night vision goggles, and carried breaching shotguns. The elite tier of Mason Crow's private army. Walker did not wait for them to acquire targets. He stepped out from cover, braced his stance, and fired. He put 2 rounds into the chest plate of the lead operator. The impact staggered the man, but the heavy ceramic armor absorbed the kinetic energy. The guard recovered his balance and raised his shotgun. Rachel stepped around Walker's right shoulder. She targeted the unprotected joint where the neck met the collarbone. She fired a single shot. The lead guard dropped hard, his weapon clattering against the concrete. The remaining 2 operators scattered. One dove into an open holding cell. The other slid behind a massive structural pillar. "They hold the choke point," Rachel said, trading her empty magazine for a fresh one. Walker looked at Danny. The bartender stood frozen, clutching the stolen carbine against his chest. His eyes darted from the muzzle flashes to the floating debris. "Danny," Walker said, his voice cutting through the ringing in the bartender's ears. "You know how to pull a trigger." "I pour drinks," Danny protested. "You aim center mass and you pull the trigger until the weapon clicks empty, Walker commanded. Keep them pinned in the cell. Danny nodded, a jerky, terrified motion. He raised the carbine, squeezed his eyes shut, and held the trigger down. The weapon roared. A continuous stream of brass casings poured into the water. The bullets chewed the cinder block walls of the holding cell to dust, creating an impenetrable wall of suppression fire. Walker used the cover. He sprinted across the open corridor, his boots kicking up a heavy wake. He reached the structural pillar. The guard hiding behind the concrete stepped out, leveling his shotgun at Walker's chest. Walker slapped the barrel of the weapon aside with his left hand, the hot metal searing his palm. He drove his right elbow into the guard's face shield. The thick plexiglass cracked under the impact. Walker followed the strike with a brutal knee to the man's midsection, folding the operator over. A final strike to the back of the neck sent the guard plunging, face first, into the flooded corridor. Danny's rifle clicked empty. The bolt locked back. Silence descended on the hall, broken only by the wail of the rooftop siren. Walker secured the dropped breaching shotgun. He checked the chamber. A heavy slug sat ready. He tossed the weapon to Rachel. "Keep the heavy artillery," Walker said. They reached the end of the hall. A heavy steel door marked Stairwell B stood closed, secured by an electronic magnetic lock. The power grid failure rendered the keypad dead, but the heavy magnets remained engaged, running on a localized battery backup. Rachel racked the slide of the shotgun. "Step back." She pressed the muzzle against the magnetic lock housing. She pulled the trigger. The heavy slug obliterated the mechanism, tearing the steel box off the wall in a shower of sparks and shredded metal. Walker kicked the heavy door open. The stairwell plunged upward into absolute darkness. The air inside felt trapped and stagnant. Water cascaded down the concrete steps from a ruptured pipe on the upper floors, creating a miniature waterfall. Walker switched on his tactical flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the switchback concrete stairs. Rusted iron handrails ran along the walls. "Single file," Walker said. "Check your corners on every landing." They began the climb. Their wet boots squeaked against the slick concrete. The ascent demanded total physical exertion. The adrenaline burning in their veins began to turn toxic, leaving a metallic taste in their mouths and a deep ache in their muscles. They reached the first landing. Clear. They pushed toward the second floor. A shadow shifted on the stairs above them. Walker killed his flashlight, plunging them back into total darkness. He dropped to a crouch, his pistol raised. Heavy, measured footsteps echoed down the concrete well. A lone figure descended the stairs. No rush. No panic. The deliberate pace of a man who controlled the environment. A brilliant flare of white light illuminated the stairwell. Mason Crow stood on the landing above them. He held a high-powered tactical strobe in his left hand, the beam pinning Walker to the concrete wall. In his right hand, Crow held a heavy, large-caliber revolver. "You ruined a perfectly good bus," Crow said, his voice echoing off the cinder blocks. Walker narrowed his eyes against the glare. "You hold a hostage. You kill civilians. A ruined bus sits low on the list of offenses." "I secure assets," Crow corrected. He kept the revolver aimed dead center at Walker's chest. "I complete the contract. The senator's daughter represents a major liability to people who write very large checks. I intend to balance the ledger." "You want the journal," Walker said. "I prefer the journal," Crow said. "It makes the cleanup cleaner. But I possess the girl. If I put a bullet in her head and sink her body in the Gulf, the journal becomes a collection of unverified rumors written by a dead woman." Rachel raised the breaching shotgun, aiming it toward the landing. "You pull that trigger, Rachel, and we all die in this concrete box," Crow said. He did not flinch at the sight of the heavy weapon. "I have a squad waiting on the second-floor corridor. You fire, they throw a dozen fragmentation grenades down this shaft." Walker knew Crow told the truth. The tactical advantage remained heavily weighted in the mercenaries' favor. "Make your offer," Walker said. "Bring the book up the stairs," Crow said. "You hand it to me, you get the girl. You turn around and walk out the front door. We part ways." "He lies," Danny whispered, his voice trembling in the dark. Walker ignored the bartender. He slowly stood up, keeping his hands visible. He reached into his canvas jacket and pulled the leather-bound notebook from his pocket. He held it up, letting the tactical strobe illuminate the worn cover. "I bring it up," Walker said. "Alone." "Acceptable," Crow said. Walker took a step up the wet concrete stairs, leaving Rachel and Danny in the shadows below. Chapter 11. Keep your hands in the light. Mason Crow issued the command without raising his voice. He did not need to shout. The acoustic properties of the cinder-block stairwell amplified every syllable, turning his calm baritone into a physical presence in the dark. Cole Walker took another step up the wet stairs. He left the shadows behind, entering the harsh cone of illumination thrown by the tactical strobe. He kept his arms extended. His right hand remained empty, fingers splayed wide. His left hand held the leather-bound ledger. Water dripped from the ceiling, tapping an irregular rhythm against his shoulders. The air smelled of ozone, brick dust, and the metallic tang of old blood. "You have a terrible habit of ruining expensive equipment," Crow said. Walker stopped 3 steps below the landing. He looked up the barrel of the large-caliber revolver aimed at his chest. "You prefer to count the cost of the damage. I prefer to count the bodies you leave in your wake. We value different metrics." "Bodies represent a line item," Crow said. He kept the strobe locked on Walker's face, forcing Walker to squint against the glare. "You operate under the delusion that this conflict involves morality. This is a boardroom dispute, handled in the field. The girl took proprietary data. My employers want it returned." "She took evidence of a federal crime," Walker corrected. "Legality depends entirely on the size of the retainer you pay your law firm." Crow gestured with the heavy revolver, a minute twitch of the barrel. "Toss the book onto the landing." Walker tightened his grip on the leather binding. He felt the coarse grain of the material under his thumb. The book represented the only leverage keeping Rachel and Danny alive at the bottom of the stairs. Giving up the ledger required a guarantee. "I hand you the journal. You shoot me in the chest and your men drop grenades down the shaft," Walker said. Crow offered a tight, humorless smile. "I offered you a trade. I pride myself on honoring contracts. It separates the professionals from the street thugs." "I require visual confirmation of the asset," Walker said. "I want to see Emily Kane. I want to see breath in her lungs and her feet on the floor. I give you the book after I look her in the eye." Silence stretched over the stairwell, broken only by the wail of the hurricane bleeding through the thick exterior walls. Crow evaluated the demand. He weighed the risks of a delay against the immediate acquisition of the ledger. He understood the stalemate. Walker held the book over the dark void of the stairwell. A single twitch of his fingers would send the journal plunging 3 stories down into the flooded basement. Crow reached up with his left hand, tapping a communications earpiece secured against his skull. "Bring the package to the corridor door," Crow said into the microphone. Walker maintained his stance. His calf muscles burned from the climb and the tension. He listened to the ambient noise of the building. He heard the muffled scrape of heavy boots on the linoleum floor above them. A heavy steel fire door secured the second-floor corridor, located 10 feet behind Crow on the landing. The door featured a narrow rectangular window constructed of wire-reinforced glass. The heavy latch clicked. The door swung open on oiled hinges. 2 men in full ballistic armor stepped onto the landing. They dragged a third person between them. Emily Kane stumbled forward, catching her balance before her knees hit the concrete. She wore a damp gray sweatshirt and dark jeans. A purple bruise marked her left cheekbone. A split lip crusted with dried blood showed the violence of her capture. She did not look terrified. She looked furious. She possessed the sharp, patrician features of her father, but the senator preferred diplomatic smiles. Emily glared at her captors with unmasked contempt. She looked past Crow and locked eyes with Walker. "Who are you?" Emily asked. Her voice cracked, dry and raspy, but it carried the sting of a whip. "Your father sent me," Walker said. Emily let out a harsh, bitter laugh. "My father cares about his polling numbers. He sent you to clean up his mess. Did he tell you what sits inside that book?" "I don't read the mail," Walker said. "I deliver the rescue." "They intend to bury the truth," Emily said, fighting against the grip of the guard holding her right arm. Black Tide purchased half the intelligence committee. They bought the zoning boards. They engineered this entire disaster response contract a year before the storm ever formed in the Gulf. They intend to steal billions in federal aid, and my father helped write the legislation. Crow pressed the barrel of the revolver against Emily's temple. The brutal action severed the conversation. Emily froze, her chest heaving. The guard tightened his grip on her arm. "The senator has a complicated portfolio," Crow said. He kept his eyes fixed on Walker, ignoring the woman trembling against the muzzle of his weapon. "Politics require funding. Funding requires favors. The ecosystem functions perfectly until a righteous amateur decides to play whistleblower. Now, hand over the ledger." Walker calculated the distance. 3 steps to the landing. 10 feet to the fire door. 2 armored guards and a seasoned killer standing in the gap. He possessed 0 tactical advantages. He held the leather-bound book out over the dark stairwell. "You lower the weapon," Walker said. "You let her walk down these stairs. The moment she reaches the first floor, I hand you the book." "We lack the time for a staged withdrawal," Crow said. "Toss the book, or I paint this concrete with her brains." Walker knew a bluff from a promise. Crow carried the dead eyes of an executioner. The man felt no remorse. He viewed Emily Kane as a liability, a loose end requiring a permanent knot. "Take it," Walker said. He tossed the book. He did not throw it at Crow. He tossed it in a high, lazy arc toward the open fire door behind the mercenary commander. The motion broke the standoff. Human instinct dictates the tracking of a moving object. The 2 armored guards holding Emily shifted their gaze, their eyes following the leather-bound prize sailing over their heads. Crow flinched, his focus snapping from Walker's chest, the book tracing a path through the air. A microsecond of distraction. Walker dropped. He threw his entire body weight backward, collapsing down the concrete stairs. A deafening roar erupted from the darkness below. Rachel stepped out from the shadows of the first-floor landing. She leveled the heavy breaching shotgun and pulled the trigger. She aimed high, targeting the space just above Crow's right shoulder. The 1-ounce lead slug tore through the stairwell. It missed Crow by a fraction of an inch, streaking past his ear. It slammed into the armored chest plate of the guard standing on the right side of the fire door. The impact lifted the heavy man off his boots. The ceramic plate shattered, absorbing the penetration, but transferring the raw kinetic energy deep into his ribs. The guard slammed against the steel doorframe, his grip on Emily broken. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath through a ruined ribcage. Crow spun toward the gunfire. He aimed the revolver down the stairwell, searching for a target in the black void. Walker hit the steps on his shoulders, tucking his chin to avoid cracking his skull on the abrasive concrete. He rolled backward, letting the momentum carry him down a half-flight of stairs. He came up in a crouch, drawing his Sig Sauer in a single fluid motion. Rachel racked the slide of the shotgun. The spent plastic shell ejected, clattering down the dark steps. She fired again. The second slug struck the cinderblock wall beside Crow. The heavy projectile pulverized the masonry. A shower of jagged concrete shrapnel blasted across the landing. Crow shielded his face with his left arm, dropping the tactical strobe. The flashlight hit the concrete and shattered, plunging the upper landing into absolute darkness. "Move!" Walker shouted. He charged up the stairs. He fired blind into the dark space above, laying down a suppressing pattern. The muzzle flashes from his pistol cast strobe-light glimpses of the chaos on the landing. Crow returned fire. The massive roar of his revolver deafened the stairwell. Sparks showered the steps inches from Walker's boots. A round clipped the rusted iron handrail, singing a high-pitched metallic note. Walker reached the landing. He collided with a heavy, armored body in the dark. The remaining guard from the corridor swung the stock of his carbine in a brutal horizontal arc. The solid polymer struck Walker across the jaw. Pain exploded behind Walker's eyes. He tasted copper. The impact knocked him sideways into the cinderblock wall. The guard stepped forward, pressing the muzzle of the carbine against Walker's chest. A heavy, wet thud echoed in the dark. Danny materialized on the landing. The bartender gripped a length of rusted steel pipe he had scavenged from the ruined lobby. He swung the makeshift club like a baseball bat, driving it into the back of the guard's Kevlar helmet. The helmet absorbed the lethal force, but the sheer weight of the blow snapped the guard's head forward. The man stumbled, his finger slipping off the trigger of the carbine. Walker capitalized on the opening. He drove his left fist into the unprotected gap beneath the guard's armpit. He followed with a sweeping kick to the back of the man's knee. The guard buckled, crashing to the concrete floor in a tangle of heavy tactical gear. "Stay down," Danny yelled, raising the steel pipe for another strike. Walker spun toward the fire door. The corridor lights flickered, casting a sickly yellow glow through the rectangular wire glass window. Mason Crow stood inside the hall. He had retreated through the door during the close-quarters scramble. He gripped Emily Kane by the collar of her sweatshirt, holding her like a human shield. In his left hand, he held the leather-bound journal. He had snatched it from the floor during the chaos. Crow slammed the heavy steel fire door shut. The magnetic lock engaged with a solid, echoing clack. Walker lunged forward, hitting the steel barrier with his shoulder. The door refused to budge. A deadbolt mechanism secured the heavy slab of metal, reinforced by the localized battery backup. Rachel reached the landing. She kept the shotgun leveled, her chest heaving. "Step aside." Walker moved away from the door frame. Rachel pressed the muzzle of the shotgun against the heavy lock mechanism. She pulled the trigger. The slug deformed against the hardened steel casing. It shattered the exterior plastic housing, but the heavy deadbolt held firm. The door remained locked. "They reinforced the corridor access," Rachel said, tossing the empty shotgun to the floor. She drew her Glock. "We need explosives to crack that slab." Walker stared through the wire glass window. Crow dragged Emily down the long flooded corridor. The mercenary commander did not look back. He holstered his revolver, keeping a tight grip on his prize. He keyed a handheld radio, speaking rapid commands into the device. At the far end of the hall, a set of double doors pushed open. 4 more men in tactical gear spilled into the corridor, their weapons raised, forming a protective phalanx around their commander. "They intend to extract via the roof," Walker said, watching the squad move toward a distant stairwell. They have a helipad up there. They wait for a break in the storm to fly her out. Danny leaned heavily against the cinderblock wall, dropping the rusted pipe. We lost. They have the girl. They have the book. They locked us in a stairwell. We changed the rules of the game, Walker said. He looked down the steps. The stairwell descended into the flooded basement of the administration building. The water level sat 3 floors below them, deep and stagnant. The power grid died, but the battery backups keep these security doors locked, Walker said, his mind racing through the architectural schematics he viewed in the cargo ship. The backup generators sit in the basement. You want to swim in that filth? Rachel asked, shining the beam of her own tactical flashlight down into the dark abyss of the lower levels. I intend to drown the electrical system, Walker said. We short out the main distribution panel. Every magnetic lock in this building fails. The doors swing wide open. And the rooftop access? Danny asked. Fails open, Walker confirmed. We trap them on the top floor. Walker checked the magazine of his Sig Sauer. He snapped it back into place and wiped the blood from his split lip. He did not wait for a debate. He turned his back on the locked fire door and began a rapid descent into the dark, flooded belly of the prison. Chapter 12. I harbor a profound hatred for stagnant water, Danny said. He stood on the 4th step from the bottom of the concrete well. The flood pool lapped against the toes of his soaked sneakers. A thick slick of diesel fuel and industrial lubricants coated the surface, catching the beam of Rachel's tactical flashlight and fracturing the light into swirling chemical rainbows. Floating debris bumped against the cinder block walls. Discarded plastic cafeteria trays, yellowed inmate intake forms, and the bloated carcass of a drowned rat drifted in the gloom. You can stay on the dry steps, Walker told him. You stay here, you hold the rear flank. Anyone comes down this stairwell wearing tactical armor, you swing that steel pipe at their kneecaps. I prefer to stay with the people carrying the loaded firearms, Danny said. He took a step down, the dark water swallowing his shins. He let out a sharp hiss through his teeth. The temperature down here mimics a meat locker. The river claims everything, Rachel said. She stepped past him, plunging into the water. It reached her thighs. She held her Glock high near her right shoulder, keeping the mechanism clear of the muck. Walker took the point position. He waded into the submerged basement level. The water climbed past his waist, cold and heavy, a physical resistance fighting every stride. He swept the beam of his flashlight across the expanse. The subterranean floor of the detention center stretched into the dark like a forgotten concrete tomb. Chain-link cages lined the walls, filled with moldering cardboard boxes of obsolete legal records. Rusted metal shelving units leaned at precarious angles, their structural integrity compromised by the rising tide. The stench hit them with a physical force. A foul cocktail of raw sewage, rotting paper, and the sharp, metallic tang of oxidized copper. A low, persistent vibration hummed through the water. Walker felt the mechanical rhythm deep in his hip bones. He tracked the origin of the tremor, sweeping his light toward a heavy steel blast door at the far end of the corridor. The backup generators sit behind that bulkhead, Walker said. The diesel engines create the vibration. We follow the tremor. They moved with deliberate caution. The murky water hid unseen hazards. Submerged desks, jagged shards of broken glass, and tangled webs of electrical wire lurked beneath the surface. Walker slid his boots across the slippery linoleum, refusing to lift his feet. Explain the sabotage plan, Rachel said, keeping her voice pitched to a low murmur. She scanned the shadows hiding behind the chain-link storage cages. You intend to rip the wires out of a high-voltage junction box while standing waist-deep in a conductive liquid. That sounds like a spectacular method for suicide. I require a dry platform, Walker said. A rubber mat, a wooden pallet, or the top of a metal desk. I find insulation. I smash the main breaker panel. The system arcs, the breakers trip. The localized battery backups overload in the surge. The magnetic locks die. You make it sound like changing a light bulb, Danny said. I prefer straightforward solutions, Walker said. They reached the steel bulkhead. The heavy door stood open a fraction of an inch, wedged against a swollen wooden wedge. Bright, sterile light spilled through the narrow vertical gap, cutting a sharp yellow line across the black water. The mechanical roar of the diesel engines battered their eardrums, a deafening mechanical heartbeat keeping the prison fortress alive. Walker pressed his back against the damp concrete wall beside the doorframe. He gestured for Rachel to take the opposite side. He held his hand up, forming a tight fist. Hold. He leaned close to the gap, angling his head to secure a line of sight into the generator room without exposing his silhouette. The space resembled the engine room of a cargo freighter. Two colossal, Caterpillar diesel generators dominated the center of the room, painted industrial yellow, their exhaust stacks venting into overhead metal ductwork. Thick black cables, thick as a man's wrist, snaked from the machines into a massive gray steel electrical panel mounted on the far wall. A man in a gray canvas jumpsuit stood in front of the panel. He wore heavy rubber insulated boots reaching his knees. He held a clipboard in his left hand and a heavy steel wrench in his right. A compact submachine gun hung on a tactical sling across his chest. The engineer did not look like a frontline door kicker. He looked like a technician, paid to keep the lights burning while other men committed murder upstairs. Walker stepped back from the gap. He leaned close to Rachel, putting his mouth near her ear to defeat the roar of the engines. One hostile, Walker said. He wears insulated gear. He stands on a raised concrete pad. The pad keeps him above the floodwater. We need that pad. Rachel nodded. She tapped the side of her Glock. I put a round in his shoulder. He drops the weapon. We take the platform. A gunshot echoes up the ventilation shafts, Walker countered. Crow hears the gunfire. He realizes our objective. He sends his squad down the stairs to pin us in the basement. We need a silent takedown. Walker handed his flashlight to Rachel. He holstered the Sig Sauer, securing the thumb brake. He rolled his shoulders, working the tension out of his muscles. He pointed at the heavy steel door, then pointed at his own chest. He grabbed the heavy metal handle of the bulkhead. He took a breath, letting the stale, foul air fill his lungs. He pulled the door open. The rusted hinges let out a terrible screech, a sound of tearing metal that sliced through the roar of the generators. The technician flinched, dropping his clipboard. He spun toward the entrance, his hands fumbling for the submachine gun hanging on his chest. Walker launched himself through the doorway. He abandoned the slow, cautious waiting. He drove his legs like pistons, treating the waist-deep water like a physical obstacle to crush. He closed the 10-foot gap in 2 explosive strides. The technician brought the muzzle of the weapon up. His eyes went wide with shock. He expected a flooded, empty basement, not a human torpedo charging out of the dark. Walker dove. He plunged beneath the surface of the filthy water, executing a shallow dive to slip beneath the line of fire. The freezing muck swallowed him. He opened his eyes, enduring the sting of the chemicals and raw sewage. He saw the thick rubber boots of the technician, standing on the edge of the submerged concrete pad. Walker struck the man at the waterline. He wrapped his arms around the technician's calves, locked his hands together, and drove his shoulder into the man's kneecaps. The brutal tackle swept the technician off the concrete platform. The man hit the water with a massive splash. The submachine gun clattered onto the dry concrete pad, out of reach. Walker scrambled up from the depths, bursting through the surface, gasping for air. The technician thrashed in the water, swinging the heavy steel wrench in a wild, panicked arc. The heavy iron tool glanced off Walker's shoulder, a stinging blow that numbed his collarbone. Walker stepped inside the man's guard. He grabbed the technician's right wrist with both hands, twisting the limb outward against the joint. The man screamed, a gargled sound cut short by a mouthful of filthy water. The wrench slipped from his fingers, sinking into the dark. Walker spun the man around, wrapping a thick forearm across the technician's throat. He locked in a rear-naked choke, applying precise, steady pressure against the carotid arteries. The man thrashed, kicking his rubber boots against the submerged floor. Water churned around them, a violent whirlpool of combat. Walker held the grip, anchoring his feet, letting the technician exhaust his oxygen. 10 seconds passed. The struggle weakened. 15 seconds. The man's arms dropped to his sides. Walker released the chokehold. He grabbed the unconscious technician by the collar of his canvas jumpsuit and dragged him through the water. He hauled the limp body onto the dry concrete pad, rolling him onto his side to ensure he did not swallow his own tongue. Rachel and Danny waded into the room. "You make a compelling argument for hand-to-hand engagements," Rachel said. She stepped onto the concrete platform, water pouring from her soaked clothes. She kicked the dropped submachine gun into the far corner of the room. "I require a heavy tool," Walker said. He rubbed his numb shoulder, wincing at the flare of pain. Danny spotted the sunken steel wrench resting on the submerged floor near the edge of the pad. The bartender reached down, plunging his arm into the muck, and retrieved the heavy iron tool. He handed it to Walker, water dripping from the handle. "The main breaker panel," Walker said, turning toward the massive gray steel box mounted on the cinder block wall. Thick yellow caution tape marked the edges of the box. High-voltage warning labels plastered the steel doors. A heavy padlock secured the latch. Walker stepped up to the panel. He swung the wrench, driving the heavy iron head into the padlock. The brass housing shattered on the second strike. He ripped the broken lock free and yanked the dual steel doors open. The interior of the panel resembled an archaic labyrinth of copper bus bars, thick insulated cables, and massive black breaker switches the size of brick pavers. A low, menacing hum resonated from the copper, a raw manifestation of lethal electrical current. "You touch the wrong wire, you turn into a charcoal briquette," Danny said, taking a wide step backward toward the doorway. "I intend to touch all of them," Walker said. He examined the heavy iron wrench. The tool featured a thick rubberized grip handle. Insulation. Not rated for industrial voltage, but a margin of safety. "Get off the concrete pad," Walker ordered. "Get back into the corridor, water. Keep your distance from the metal door frame." Rachel grabbed Danny's arm, pulling him back into the flooded hall. "You have 10 seconds before I leave you down here." Walker planted his boots firm on the dry concrete. He took a deep breath. He gripped the rubberized handle of the wrench with both hands. He drew the tool back over his shoulder like a lumberjack, preparing to split an oak stump. He aimed for the massive copper bus bars bridging the gap between the primary intake lines and the outbound distribution breakers. He swung the wrench with maximum velocity. The iron head smashed into the copper bars, driving the live circuits into the grounded steel chassis of the electrical cabinet. The reaction defied description. A localized lightning strike erupted inside the metal box. A blinding flash of blue-white plasma exploded outward, accompanied by a concussive boom that rivaled the flashbang grenade. The sheer force of the electrical arc threw Walker backward. He flew through the air, landing flat on his back in the flooded water outside the concrete pad. The smell of vaporized copper and ozone filled the generator room. A chain reaction of catastrophic failures swept through the system. The massive Caterpillar engines coughed, sputtered, and died with a heavy grinding shudder. The overhead lights exploded in a shower of sparks. The detention center plunged into an absolute, suffocating void. Total darkness reclaimed the building. The heavy, rhythmic thrum of the generators faded into silence. In the quiet that followed, a distinct, synchronized echo rang through the concrete structure above them. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of 100 heavy magnetic locks releasing their grip on the steel security doors. The battery backups, overloaded by the massive power surge sent through the grid, surrendered their charge. The prison barriers failed open. Walker sat up in the water. Smoke drifted from the sleeves of his canvas jacket. His hair stood on end, charged with residual static electricity. He shook his head, clearing the dark spots dancing across his vision. "You survived," Rachel said, shining her tactical flashlight on his face. "I lost feeling in my right hand," Walker said, flexing his fingers. A dull pins and needles sensation crawled up his forearm. "But the doors sit open." "Then we have a schedule to keep," Rachel said. She reached down, offering her hand. Walker grabbed her wrist. She hauled him to his feet. The freezing water felt refreshing against the residual heat baking his skin. He drew his Sig Sauer with his left hand, testing his grip. He swapped the weapon back to his right hand, forcing his numb fingers to curl around the textured plastic. "We climb," Walker said. They abandoned the flooded basement, rushing the main stairwell. The ascent turned into a grueling marathon. They bypassed the first floor, ignoring the ruined lobby. They bypassed the second floor, ignoring the locked fire door that now swung loose on its hinges. They climbed higher. Third floor. Fourth floor. The air grew thin, filled with the roar of the hurricane battering the roof of the detention center. Walker pushed through the burning fatigue in his thighs. The raw adrenaline fueled his pace. He knew the layout. He knew the objective. Crow intended to put Emily Kane on a helicopter, erasing the only witness capable of deciphering the ledger. They reached the final landing. A heavy steel door marked roof access stood before them. Walker did not pause. He did not check the handle. He hit the door with a running shoulder charge. The heavy steel slab blasted open, slamming against the exterior brick wall. The hurricane swallowed them whole. They spilled out onto the sprawling tar paper roof of the detention center, stepping into the chaotic fury of the storm, ready to finish the contract. Chapter 13. The stench of scorched copper wiring and melting plastic drifted up the stairwell shaft. Black smoke followed the heat, curling around the rusted iron handrails. Walker paused on the third-floor landing and listened. Below them, the basement generators died with a metallic shudder. The hum of the grid faded into nothing. He placed his hand flat against the heavy steel fire door, securing the third-floor cell block. He gave it a shove. The door swung wide. The magnetic lock sat dead in its frame, deprived of the electrical current required to hold the heavy slab shut. The short circuit worked. The fortress lay wide open. "The perimeter is breached," Walker said. He wiped soot from his brow with the back of his canvas sleeve. Crow knows his security grid failed. He will accelerate the extraction timeline. Rachel ejected the spent magazine from her Glock. She pulled a fresh one from her blazer pocket and slapped it into the grip. "We have 2 flights of stairs left to the roof. He holds the high ground, the girl and the ledger. We hold a pair of wet handguns and a stolen carbine." Danny leaned against the cinder block wall. His chest heaved. He kept his finger indexed along the trigger guard of the captured rifle. The panic from the flooded yard had burned away, leaving a stark, cold determination in his eyes. He no longer complained about his profession. He focused on the mechanics of survival. "We flank him," Danny said. The suggestion hung in the smoke-filled air, raw and unpolished. "He expects us to charge out the main roof access door. He expects a frontal assault." We find a second way up. Walker studied the man. Trauma either shatters a person or tempers them into steel. Danny had found his steel. Fair assessment, Walker said. He pointed the beam of his tactical flashlight down the dark corridor of the third floor. The architectural schematics showed a maintenance shaft at the far end of this cell block. It leads to the ventilation housing on the roof. We split the approach. Rachel racked the slide of her weapon, chambering around. I take the main stairs. I kick the access door wide and draw their fire. You two take the maintenance shaft and hit them from the blind side. Give me 3 minutes to navigate the ductwork, Walker said. Wait for my first shot before you breach the main door. Rachel gave a single nod. She turned and began the climb up the final flights of dark stairs. Walker tapped Danny on the shoulder, signaling the advance. They stepped into the third-floor corridor. The air felt heavy and stagnant, lacking the ventilation provided by the dead power grid. Rows of iron bars lined both sides of the hallway, the empty cells casting long skeletal shadows in the flashlight beam. The guards had abandoned the interior posts to secure the exterior perimeter, leaving the cell block a ghost town. They reached the end of the hall. A gray metal grate covered an air return duct set into the ceiling. Walker holstered his Sig Sauer. He jumped, grabbing the edges of the metal frame, and pulled himself up. He kicked the grate free. It clattered to the linoleum floor. Walker grabbed the edge of the ductwork and hauled his torso into the galvanized steel tunnel. He reached down, grabbing Danny by the tactical vest the man had stripped from the fallen guard. Walker pulled. Danny scrambled up the cinder block wall, kicking his boots against the masonry for leverage, and tumbled into the shaft. The space confined them. They crawled on their bellies. The thin metal popped and groaned under their weight. Dust coated their skin. Walker led the way, navigating by the ambient light bleeding through the seams in the metal. The shaft angled upward, a steep incline leading to the roof exhaust vents. The wind outside created a vacuum effect, pulling air through the tunnel with a low, haunting whistle. Walker reached the end of the shaft. A louvered exhaust fan blocked the exit. The blades sat motionless. Through the gaps in the metal slats, Walker saw the sky. The sky had changed. The bruised, churning black clouds had vanished. A circle of pure, pale blue stretched overhead. The howling roar of the hurricane had dropped to a quiet hiss. The driving horizontal rain had stopped, replaced by a gentle, localized mist. The air pressure felt heavy, thick enough to chew. The eye of the storm. Nature provided a 20-minute window of absolute calm before the back wall of the hurricane slammed into the coast with double the fury. Mason Crow had timed his extraction perfectly. He waited for the eye. Walker drew a folding knife from his pocket. He wedged the thick steel blade between the vent housing and the brick parapet. He applied leverage. The rusted screws stripped out of the masonry. The louvered cover popped loose. Walker shoved the heavy metal grate aside. He slid out of the ductwork and dropped onto the flat, tar paper surface of the roof. Danny tumbled out a second later, keeping the carbine tucked tight against his chest. They crouched behind a towering industrial air conditioning unit, using the metal housing for cover. The roof spanned the entire length of the administration building. A vast expanse of black tar, dotted with exhaust pipes and satellite dishes. In the center of the space sat a raised helipad constructed of reinforced steel mesh. A twin-engine Sikorsky U-60 transport helicopter rested on the pad. The aircraft wore a coat of flat black radar-absorbent paint. No tail numbers. No corporate logos. A ghost ship designed to cross international borders undetected. The side door stood wide open, exposing the dark cabin. Mason Crow stood near the boarding ramp. He wore a headset over his ears, the microphone pressed close to his mouth. He held Emily Kane by the upper arm. The senator's daughter fought his grip, planting her feet against the wet tar, refusing to move toward the aircraft. Two black-tied operators flanked them, their rifles swept in slow arcs across the roof access doors. The pilot sat in the cockpit, visible through the reinforced glass windshield. The turbines whined, a high-pitched mechanical scream spooling up to full power. The massive rotor blades began to turn, slicing through the eerie calm of the hurricane eye. Walker checked his watch. 3 minutes had passed. He rested the barrel of his Sig Sauer against the edge of the air conditioning unit. He lined up the front sight post with the chest plate of the operator standing on the left side of the helicopter. He exhaled, pausing his breath at the bottom of his lungs. He squeezed the trigger. The 9mm round sparked against the operator's ceramic armor. The kinetic impact knocked the man backward into the landing skid of the chopper. The gunshot served as the signal. 50 yards away, the heavy iron door of the main stairwell exploded outward on its hinges. Rachel stepped onto the roof. She utilized a low, aggressive stance. She gripped the Glock with both hands, aiming down the slide. She fired a rapid string of 3 shots. Her target, the operator standing on the right, dove behind a stack of wooden shipping crates. The bullets chewed the wood to splinters, forcing the man to keep his head down. Crow reacted with the predatory instincts of a veteran combatant. He did not freeze. He did not scan the horizon for the source of the ambush. He shoved Emily toward the open cabin door of the Sikorsky, intending to throw her inside and seal the hatch. "Keep the operators pinned," Walker shouted to Danny. Walker broke cover. He sprinted across the open expanse of the roof. The slick tar offered zero traction. He kept his center of gravity low, his legs driving like pistons. The operator near the landing skid recovered his balance. He raised his short-barreled carbine, tracking Walker's charge. Danny stepped out from behind the air conditioning unit. He brought the captured rifle to his shoulder. He did not close his eyes this time. He kept both eyes open, focusing on the target. He squeezed the trigger, firing a controlled 3-round burst. The brass casings ejected in a bright arc. The rounds stitched a line across the operator's thigh. The man yelled, his leg collapsing under him. His shot went wild, the burst of automatic fire shattering a satellite dish on the far edge of the roof. Walker closed the distance to the helicopter. The downwash from the spinning rotor blades hit him, a localized hurricane churning the mist into a blinding fog. The noise drowned out all other sounds. He tasted aviation fuel in the air. Crow shoved Emily into the cabin. She tripped over the metal floor track, falling hard against a row of canvas jump seats. Crow turned to face the threat. He drew his heavy revolver, the weapon looking like a hand cannon in his grip. He aimed dead center at Walker's chest. Walker dove forward, hitting the wet tar. He slid the final 10 feet, friction burning the fabric of his canvas jacket. The massive roar of the revolver shook the deck. The heavy slug impacted the space Walker had occupied a fraction of a second earlier, tearing a hole through the roof membrane. Walker collided with Crow's shins. The impact swept the mercenary commander off his feet. Crow hit the steel mesh of the helipad hard. The revolver clattered across the deck, spinning away toward the tail boom. Walker scrambled to his feet, abandoning his own pistol to engage in close-quarters combat. Firing a weapon inside the cabin of a fueled helicopter carried the risk of igniting the aviation gas lines. Crow rolled with the fall, coming up in a crouch. He drew a fixed-blade combat knife from a sheath on his tactical vest. The dark metal blade featured a serrated edge designed to cut through webbing and flesh with equal ease. He lunged at Walker, leading with a vicious upward thrust. Walker parried the strike with his left forearm, taking a shallow slice across the sleeve of his jacket. He grabbed Crow's wrist, twisting the joint, attempting to force the mercenary to drop the blade. Crow possessed brutal strength. He reversed the leverage, driving his knee into Walker's ribs. The blow fractured bone. Walker tasted a fresh copper surge of blood in his mouth. He broke the grapple, stepping back out of striking range. The rotor blades spun faster. The pilot engaged the flight controls, preparing to lift the heavy aircraft off the roof. The fuselage shuddered, straining against the landing gear. Inside the cabin, Emily Kane scrambled to her feet. She looked around the dark interior, searching for a weapon. She spotted a red emergency fire extinguisher mounted on the bulkhead. She unlatched the heavy steel cylinder, gripping it by the neck. Crow slashed the air, keeping Walker at bay. The mercenary commander grinned, an expression of pure, unadulterated violence. He understood the timetable. The helicopter prepared to leave the deck. Walker had run out of time. "You lost the contract, Walker," Crow shouted over the scream of the turbines. "I leave you to the storm." Crow stepped backward, retreating onto the boarding ramp of the chopper. He intended to seal the door and order the pilot to lift off, leaving Walker stranded on a roof surrounded by an army of mercenaries. Emily stepped out of the shadows of the cabin. She swung the heavy steel fire extinguisher like a sledgehammer. She aimed for the back of Crow's skull. Crow caught the movement in his peripheral vision. His combat instincts saved his life. He ducked, dropping to one knee. The heavy cylinder missed his head by an inch, smashing into the metal doorframe with a deafening clang. White foam erupted from the damaged nozzle, filling the cabin with a thick, choking cloud of chemical retardant. The distraction provided the opening Walker needed. Walker charged up the ramp, diving through the cloud of white foam. He drove his shoulder into Crow's chest, tackling the man inside the cabin. They crashed onto the metal floor plates, a tangle of limbs and tactical gear. The helicopter lurched. The pilot pulled the collective lever. The massive aircraft severed its connection to gravity. The landing skids lifted off the steel mesh of the helipad. The chopper hovered 10 feet above the roof, the nose dipping forward as the pilot gathered forward momentum. Walker pinned Crow's knife hand against the floor track. He drove a right cross into the mercenary's jaw. Crow absorbed the punch, throwing a vicious elbow strike into Walker's temple. The world spun in Walker's vision. He lost his grip on Crow's wrist. Crow shoved Walker backward, kicking him toward the open side door of the cabin. Walker tumbled across the floor plates, his boots sliding on the spilled fire-retardant foam. He hit the edge of the doorway. The slick floor offered zero purchase. He slid backward out of the aircraft. Gravity claimed him. Walker fell into the empty air beneath the hovering chopper. He threw his arms upward in a desperate, blind grab. His leather-gloved hands slapped against the cold, wet metal of the tubular landing skid. His fingers curled tight around the thick pipe. The violent jerk tore the muscles in his shoulders as his entire body weight slammed against the joints. He dangled in the open air. Below him, the black tar roof of the administration building receded. The Sikorsky climbed higher into the eye of the hurricane, banking sharply toward the east, aiming for the open water of the Gulf. Walker hung suspended over the flooded ruins of New Orleans, gripping the landing skid with burning forearms. The wind tore at his clothes, threatening to peel him off the metal pipe and drop him into the abyss. Chapter 14. You need to let go. The voice echoed in Walker's head, an intrusive thought born of physical exhaustion. His shoulders screamed. The thick tubular aluminum of the landing skid cut deep through the soaked leather of his gloves, biting into the flesh of his palms. The sheer weight of his own body tore at his joints. Walker ignored the voice. He focused his gaze on the rivets holding the metal pipe to the fuselage. He counted them. 1, 2, 3. a mental exercise to distract from the burn spreading across his chest and back. Below his dangling boots, New Orleans stretched out like a drowned corpse. The floodwaters covered entire neighborhoods, turning the streets into deep brown canals dotted with the rooftops of submerged homes. The eye of the hurricane offered a deceptive, pressurized calm. A ring of pale blue sky sat above them, surrounded on all sides by towering walls of bruised, churning black clouds. The Sikorsky US-60 banked over the commercial district, the turbines whining an octave higher as the pilot demanded more altitude. The maneuver swung Walker over empty space. He engaged his core muscles. He swung his legs backward, building momentum, and snapped his knees up toward his chest. He hooked the heel of his right boot over the lip of the open cabin doorway. The wet sole slipped on the metal floor plate. He adjusted his grip, driving his heel down hard to find traction against the recessed door track. He hauled his torso over the edge. Walker collapsed onto the floor of the cabin. He rolled away from the open hatch, putting distance between himself and the fatal drop. He lay on his back, gasping for air. The smell of spilled chemical fire retardant and burning aviation fuel filled the tight space. "You don't know when to clock out," Mason Crow said. Walker pushed himself up to a kneeling position. Crow stood near the cockpit bulkhead. He wiped a smear of white chemical foam from the collar of his tactical vest. In his right hand, he held the serrated combat knife. He looked unbothered by the intrusion. He projected the calm demeanor of a man dealing with a minor administrative error. Emily Kane sat strapped into a canvas jump seat on the starboard side of the aircraft. A heavy nylon harness crossed her chest, locking her in place. She fought the buckles, her fingers pulling at the thick plastic clasps. The split lip and the purple bruise on her cheek gave her face a fierce, feral quality. "Get him out of here," Emily yelled over the roar of the rotors. She aimed the command at Walker. "I intend to," Walker said. He stood up. He kept his feet shoulder-width apart, shifting his weight to match the erratic vibrations of the floor plates. He lacked a firearm. His Sig Sauer rested miles behind them on the wet tar of the administration building. He unbuckled the thick canvas belt at his waist. He slid the empty holster off the strap and wrapped the heavy fabric around his right fist. The solid brass buckle dangled from his knuckles, creating an improvised flail. Crow looked at the wrapped fist and offered a patronizing smile. "You bring a belt to a knife fight," Crow said. "Your resourcefulness impresses me, Walker, but your math is flawed. You have zero tactical advantages in this space." "I don't need an advantage," Walker said. "I need an opening." The pilot shouted a warning through the cabin intercom system. The voice sounded distorted, filtered through layers of static and helmet insulation. The Sikorsky hit the leading edge of the storm wall. The pale blue sky vanished. Total darkness swallowed the aircraft. The hurricane reclaimed them. Gale force winds slammed into the starboard side of the fuselage. The helicopter pitched in a violent, gut-wrenching drop. The artificial horizon on the pilot's instrument panel glowed bright green in the gloom, spinning wild as the aircraft fought the crosswinds. The sudden drop threw Crow off balance. Walker stepped into the opening. He swung the brass buckle in a tight, upward arc. The heavy metal struck Crow's right wrist with a dull thud. Bone cracked. The impact deadened the nerves running down the mercenary's forearm. Crow grunted, his fingers opening. The serrated knife clattered against the floor plates and slid straight out the open doorway, vanishing into the storm. "Now we stand on even ground," Walker said. Crow did not retreat. He closed the distance, leading with a brutal left hook aimed at Walker's jaw. Walker slipped under the punch, driving his shoulder into Crow's midsection. The tactical vest absorbed the brunt of the blow, but the force drove the mercenary back against the fuselage wall. Walker followed with a short, driving knee to Crow's thigh, hunting the femoral nerve. Crow countered. He locked his hands behind Walker's neck, pulling him into a clinch. He delivered a headbutt, the reinforced polymer of his helmet crashing into Walker's forehead. Pain flared behind Walker's eyes. He tasted fresh blood. He broke the clinch, shoving Crow away. The confined space of the cabin turned the fight into a brutal close-quarters brawl. No room for grand sweeps or martial arts. Just elbows, knees, and pure physical attrition. Emily ripped the nylon harness free. She ignored the pitch and yaw of the aircraft. She grabbed a heavy steel emergency crash axe mounted on the bulkhead near her seat. She ripped the tool from its bracket, the red-painted metal gleaming in the dim emergency lights. Crow threw a right cross, favoring his injured wrist. Walker deflected the strike and drove his wrapped fist into the mercenary's ribcage. Emily stepped up behind Crow. She did not swing the axe at his head. She recognized the thick polymer helmet offered too much protection. She swung the flat side of the heavy steel blade at the back of his knee. The blow buckled Crow's leg. He dropped to the floor plates with a sharp curse. Walker stepped back, giving Emily room. She stood over the mercenary, the crash axe gripped tight in both hands. Her chest heaved. The senator's daughter looked ready to chop the corporate fixer into kindling. "You put a gun to my head," Emily said, her voice cutting through the turbine whine. "You shot an American soldier in a dirty alley. You think you own this city." Crow looked up at her. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. "I own the people who own the city. The politicians. The contractors. Your father included." "My father is a coward," Emily said. "He looked the other way while your company stripped the emergency response budget. He let you buy the deployment contracts. But he didn't count on me reading his emails." "You stole encrypted corporate data," Crow said. He kept his eyes on the axe blade. "You broke federal law. We just came to collect our property." "You came to silence a witness," Walker corrected. The helicopter lurched again. Rain lashed through the open doorway, soaking the interior of the cabin. The temperature plummeted. The pilot fought the yoke, shouting a steady stream of profanity over the open comms. The storm tossed the 10-ton aircraft like a discarded child's toy. "We need to put this bird on the ground," Walker yelled toward the cockpit. The pilot turned his head, his visor reflecting the green glow of the instruments. "I have no visibility. The altimeter is jumping 50 feet a second. I try to land in this soup. We clip a power line or a submerged building. We stay in the air or we die in the water." Walker looked back at Crow. The mercenary remained on the floor, his hand resting near his hip. "Keep the axe on him," Walker told Emily. Walker moved toward the open doorway. He needed to secure the hatch. The gale-force wind threatened to rip the door off its tracks. He grabbed the heavy metal handle and pulled. The mechanism resisted, the track jammed with grit and chemical foam. A sharp, metallic click sounded behind him. Walker spun around. Crow held a small black backup pistol. A subcompact 9mm he kept hidden in an ankle holster. He had used the distraction of the open door to draw the weapon. He aimed the gun at Emily's chest. "Drop the axe," Crow ordered. Emily froze. The defiance in her eyes wavered, replaced by the cold reality of a loaded firearm. She let the heavy steel tool slip from her fingers. It clanged against the floor plates. "Kick it away," Crow said. She nudged the axe across the deck with the toe of her sneaker. Crow climbed to his feet. He favored his injured leg, leaning his weight against the canvas jump seats. He kept the subcompact pistol trained on the girl. He shifted his gaze to Walker. "You impress me, Walker," Crow said, raising his voice to carry over the storm. "You survive the impossible. But you lack vision. You fight for the moral high ground. The moral high ground pays zero dividends. I sleep fine at night, Walker said. I sleep in silk sheets, Crow replied. The people who run the world demand order. They demand efficiency. When a hurricane wipes out a metropolis, they don't want bureaucracy. They want a private army to clear the rubble and protect the assets. Black Tide provides that service. You provide a shakedown, Emily said. You build the federal government, triple the standard rate, and you leave the actual citizens to drown. We protect the infrastructure, Crow countered. The citizens rebuild. They always do. We just manage the transition. Walker unwrapped the canvas belt from his fist. He let the strap fall to the floor. You sound like a corporate brochure. A lot of empty words to justify murder. I justify nothing, Crow said. He gestured with the pistol toward the open doorway. Step out, Walker. Walker looked at the black void beyond the hatch. The storm raged in the dark. Rain blew sideways, illuminated by flashes of lightning tearing across the cloud cover. You want me to jump, Walker said. I want to eliminate a variable, Crow said. You jump, or I put a bullet in her spine. Emily shook her head. Don't do it. He kills me anyway. She lacks faith in my professional integrity, Crow said. I have the ledger. I have the girl. Her father will negotiate a quiet settlement to keep his own name out of the indictment files. But you, Walker, you are a rogue element. You have no political value. Step out. Walker took a step toward the door. The wind buffeted his wet jacket. He looked down into the churning dark. He could not see the water, but he knew it waited down there, hungry and violent. Your men on the roof, Walker said, keeping his voice steady. They failed. They served their purpose, Crow said. They bought me the time to reach the aircraft. Rachel and Danny will hunt you down. Crow let out a short, dismissive breath. A bartender and a female operative. I will lose sleep worrying about them. Step out the door, Walker. The conversation is over. Walker stood on the threshold. The rain battered his face. He looked at Emily. The young woman stared back, her expression a mix of terror and profound apologies. She had dragged a stranger into her nightmare, and now the stranger prepared to pay the ultimate price. Walker grabbed the edge of the doorframe. He looked at Crow. You forgot one detail, Walker said. Crow narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the pistol. Enlighten me. You don't have the ledger, Walker said. Crow frowned. He reached into the deep cargo pocket of his tactical pants, searching for the heavy leather-bound book he had stuffed there during the firefight on the roof. His fingers found empty fabric. Walker reached inside his own canvas jacket. He pulled the leather notebook from his interior pocket. He held it up, letting the dim emergency lights catch the worn cover. I made a switch, Walker said. During the grapple on the helipad. I took it back. Crow stared at the book. The corporate fixer's calm demeanor shattered. The ledger represented billions of dollars in federal contracts, the freedom of his executive board, and his own life. Without the book, he possessed nothing but a kidnapped girl and a trail of dead bodies. Give me the book, Crow demanded, leveling the pistol at Walker's head. Come get it, Walker said. He held the journal out over the open doorway, suspending it in the howling gale. Crow took a step forward, his injured leg dragging. He kept the gun raised. You drop that book, the wind scatters the pages across 5 parishes. You lose your leverage. I don't need leverage, Walker said. I just need you to look at my hands. Crow kept his focus locked on the leather binding. He closed the distance, stepping into arm's reach. He reached out with his left hand to snatch the prize. Walker did not drop the book. He tossed it straight up into the air. The sudden movement drew Crow's eyes upward for a fraction of a second. The mercenary tracked the leather cover as it hit the ceiling of the cabin. Walker lunged. He bypassed the pistol, driving his left shoulder deep into Crow's chest. The impact carried the momentum of a freight train. Walker wrapped his arms around the mercenary's waist, driving him backward. They hit the edge of the open doorway. Crow yelled, a sound lost in the turbine roar. He grabbed Walker's jacket, trying to anchor himself to the cabin. The wet canvas tore. Walker drove his legs forward. He pushed them both over the threshold. They spilled out of the helicopter, tumbling into the black heart of the hurricane. Chapter 13. Gravity took control. Wind screamed past Walker's ears. The gale tore at his canvas jacket. He tumbled through the dark void, locked in a violent grapple with Mason Crow. The mercenary clawed at Walker's collar. They spun through the bruised air. Rain slashed their faces. The floodwaters rushed up to meet them. His boots struck the surface. The velocity turned the water into stone. The river swallowed him. Blackness replaced the storm. The cold pierced his skin. The temperature drove into his marrow. The pressure squeezed his lungs. It demanded oxygen he lacked. He plunged into the churning abyss. Crow refused to die alone. The corporate fixer kept his grip on Walker's jacket. He wrapped his thick arms around Walker's torso, attempting to pin Walker's hands. The heavy ballistic plates in Crow's tactical vest acted like an anchor. The extra weight dragged them both toward the bottom. Walker opened his eyes. He saw nothing. The muddy river water offered zero visibility. He operated on instinct and touch. He felt Crow's hands searching for his throat. Walker brought his knee up. He aimed for the space between Crow's armored plates. He found the soft tissue of the stomach. He drove his knee into the gut. Crow exhaled, releasing a plume of bubbles. The mercenary's grip faltered. Walker twisted his torso. He broke the hold. He planted his boot against Crow's chest plate and shoved. The thrust separated them. Crow drifted into the dark, pulled downward by the weight of his own armor and the relentless current. The river claimed the fixer. Walker turned his face toward the surface. His lungs burned. He kicked his boots. His muscles ached. The broken rib throbbed with every movement. He fought the undertow. The river tried to keep him. He refused the offer. He broke the surface. He gasped. River water and rain filled his mouth. He coughed, spitting the foul liquid into the wind. The eye wall had arrived. The deceptive calm had evaporated. The back half of Hurricane Helena hit the city with absolute fury. Wind ripped the crests off the swells, turning the air into a blinding mist. Walker treaded water. He needed flotation. He rode a surging wave, elevating his line of sight. He scanned the chaotic environment. A shattered wooden billboard floated a dozen yards away. The splintered plywood bobbed in the chop. Walker swam. He stretched his arms, ignoring the tearing pain in his shoulders. He reached the debris. He threw his arms over the rough wood, letting the makeshift raft support his weight. He rested his chin on the wet splinters. Time lost its meaning. Minutes stretched into hours. The cold seeped into his blood. His fingers turned numb. He kept his grip on the wood, through sheer willpower. A mechanical whine cut through the roar of the gale. Walker lifted his head. Twin outboard motors chewed the water. A yellow fiberglass hull crested a swell. The harbor workboat. Rachel stood at the helm. She fought the wooden steering wheel, keeping the bow aimed into the wind. Danny stood on the forward deck. He held a coiled nylon rope in his hands. He braced his legs against the shifting deck. Danny spotted the floating billboard. He pointed a thick finger. Rachel spun the wheel. The workboat surged toward Walker. Danny threw the rope. The braided line hit the water 2 feet from Walker's head. Walker released the plywood. He lunged for the rope. His numb fingers wrapped around the nylon. He gripped the line. Danny hauled the rope. He pulled Walker through the chop, dragging him to the side of the hull. Rachel cut the engines to idle. Danny reached over the gunwale. He grabbed the shoulder of Walker's torn jacket. He heaved backward. Walker swung his leg over the edge of the fiberglass wall and collapsed onto the deck. "You look terrible," Danny said. "I feel worse," Walker replied. He rolled onto his back. He coughed a second lungful of river water onto the deck. Rachel left the helm. She knelt beside him. She inspected the cuts on his face. "Where is the corporate suit?" "The river took him," Walker said. "His armor dragged him to the bottom." "The girl?" Rachel asked. "Emily has the crash axe. She has the ledger. I tossed the book into the air before I tackled Crow. She watched the entire exchange." Rachel raised an eyebrow. "You left a civilian in a flying machine with a hostile pilot. She has the weapon. She has the motivation. She will compel the pilot to set the bird down." "And if the pilot refuses?" Danny asked. "The pilot wants to live. Flying through this storm guarantees a crash. He needs a safe harbor. Emily needs a safe harbor." Rachel stood up. She walked back to the helm. She engaged the throttles, keeping the bow steady against the waves. "We need a destination." Walker pushed himself up to a sitting position. He leaned against the console. He clutched his side. Every breath brought a stab of agony from his fractured ribs. "Search the storage compartments," Walker told Danny. "Find a first aid kit. Find athletic tape." Danny opened a plastic bench seat. He dug through emergency flares and life jackets. He produced a white plastic box bearing a red cross. He tossed it to Walker. Walker popped the latches. He found a roll of thick white medical tape. He stripped off his soaked canvas jacket. He pulled his wet t-shirt over his head, leaving his torso bare to the biting wind. Dark purple bruises painted his ribs. "Hold the end of the tape against my spine," Walker told Danny. Danny pressed the adhesive strip against Walker's back. Walker turned his body, wrapping the thick tape around his ribcage. He pulled the material taut, binding the fractured bones tight against his chest. He circled his torso 3 times, creating a rigid corset. He cut the tape with his folding knife. He pulled the wet t-shirt and the torn canvas jacket back on, shivering as the cold fabric clung to his skin. "We tracked the flight path," Walker said, returning to the conversation. "The sky offers 0 visibility," Rachel said. "We cannot see a flying machine in this soup. We don't need to see it. We know the destination. Enlighten us. Where does a pilot land a damaged bird in a flooded metropolis? He needs elevation. He needs a flat surface. He needs a federal presence to protect him from the chaos." Rachel gripped the wheel. "The stadium." "The Superdome," Walker confirmed. "The federal government established a disaster relief staging area on the upper concourse. They have lights. They have fuel. They have armed personnel." "Emily takes the ledger to the federal agents," Danny said. "She hands over the evidence. The nightmare ends." Walker shook his head. "The nightmare mutates." "Explain," Rachel said. Black Tide secured the disaster response contract. They operate with government blessing. The agents at the stadium answer to the same bureaucrats who signed Crow's paychecks. Emily hands that book to the wrong badge. She vanishes. The book burns. "We intercept her," Rachel said. "We get to the stadium, before she surrenders the evidence." Danny groaned. He picked up his captured rifle. "We invade a federal staging area. We fight the United States government." "Brilliant." "We find the girl," Walker said. "We secure the ledger. We find a journalist with a spine. We broadcast the sins to the world." Rachel shoved the dual throttles forward. The twin outboards screamed. The yellow workboat launched over a swell. The hull slammed into the trough, sending a sheet of water over the windshield. "Hold on to something," Rachel yelled. "We have a stadium to crash." The journey through the drowned city tested the limits of the fiberglass hull. Rachel steered with absolute precision. She dodged the submerged roofs of sedans. She navigated around the sprawling branches of ancient uprooted oak trees. The floodwaters had transformed the familiar grid of streets into a treacherous labyrinth of debris and dark currents. Danny stood on the bow, holding the captured carbine across his chest. He acted as the spotter. He pointed out floating dumpsters and tangled power lines. The storm had stripped away his previous life. He no longer resembled the man pouring drinks behind a mahogany bar. He looked like a survivor born in the wreckage. They crossed the boundary of the central business district. The glass towers loomed over the water, their lower floors swallowed by the deluge. The wind howled through the urban canyons, a haunting, continuous shriek. "Dead ahead," Danny called out, pointing through the driving rain. The stadium emerged from the gloom. An immense, colossal structure dominating the skyline. It looked like a grounded spaceship stranded in a lake of mud. The white domed roof reflected the harsh glare of portable halogen lights set up along the exterior perimeter. The floodwaters surrounded the entire base of the arena. The elevated pedestrian ramps served as the only dry ground. Rows of military vehicles occupied the wide cement walkways. Olive-drab Humvees and amphibious transport trucks sat parked in neat, disciplined lines. Armed National Guard soldiers patrolled the perimeter in heavy rain ponchos, their rifles slung over their shoulders. Rachel cut the engines to a low idle. The workboat drifted toward the shadow of a submerged parking garage a block away from the stadium. "We cannot walk up the main ramp," Rachel said. She surveyed the security checkpoints. The soldiers demand identification. They search every civilian. They spot the weapons. They put us in zip ties. "We need a side door," Walker said. He studied the architecture of the immense building. The upper concourses glowed with activity. Medical tents, supply pallets, and communication arrays crowded the elevated plazas. But the lower levels sat dark and submerged. "The loading docks," Walker said. He pointed toward the southern side of the stadium. "The facility has subterranean access tunnels for delivery trucks. The flood filled the tunnels. The water provides our cover." Danny looked at the dark, churning water separating them from the stadium. "You want to drive this boat into a flooded tunnel?" "We take the boat as far as the draft allows," Walker said. "Then we swim." "I hate the water," Danny muttered. "You prefer the federal prison system?" Rachel asked. Danny checked the chamber of his rifle. "I prefer the tunnel." Rachel steered the workboat away from the illuminated ramps. She guided the hull into the dark, unlit zone on the southern face of the building. The stadium wall rose straight out of the floodwaters. A massive rectangular opening broke the smooth surface of the masonry. The entrance to the subterranean loading bays. The water level reached the top arch of the tunnel. Rachel eased the throttles forward. The boat glided into the gaping maw. The transition from the screaming hurricane to the enclosed tunnel brought an eerie silence. The engines echoed off the damp cement walls. The air smelled of exhaust fumes, stagnant mud, and rotting garbage. The darkness swallowed them. "Flashlights," Walker ordered. He unclipped the tactical light from his belt. Rachel and Danny did the same. 3 narrow beams cut through the pitch-black tunnel. The workboat scraped against the ceiling. The water level left mere inches of clearance. Rachel killed the engines. The sudden quiet felt oppressive. The boat drifted on the sluggish current, the hull bumping against the tunnel walls. "We reached the end of the line for the boat," Rachel said. Walker shined his beam forward. A loading platform sat 20 yards ahead, elevated above the floodwaters. A set of heavy steel service doors marked the entrance to the stadium's interior corridors. "We wade the rest of the way," Walker said. He slid over the side of the fiberglass hull. The water reached his chest. The cold bit into his bound ribs. He held his flashlight above the surface. Rachel and Danny followed, dropping into the dark liquid with heavy splashes. They pushed through the water, aiming for the loading platform. Debris bumped against their legs. Wooden pallets, plastic crates, and unidentifiable shapes lurked beneath the surface. Walker reached the edge of the platform. He hoisted himself onto the dry cement. He reached down, offering a hand to Rachel, then to Danny. They stood on the loading dock, dripping wet, shivering in the damp air. Walker approached the steel service doors. He tested the heavy iron handle. Locked. "Step back," Danny said. The former bartender stepped forward. He raised the captured carbine. He flipped the selector switch to the 3-round burst setting. He aimed the muzzle at the locking mechanism. He squeezed the trigger. The gunshots deafened them in the enclosed space. The lock shattered, raining metal fragments onto the cement floor. Walker kicked the heavy doors open. They stepped into the underbelly of the Superdome. A maze of utility corridors, locker rooms, and storage spaces stretched out before them. The emergency lighting cast a dim, sickly yellow glow over the cinder block walls. "Emily carries the ledger," Walker said, setting the objective. "She seeks authority. She seeks an officer with rank. We check the command tents on the upper concourse." "We move silent," Rachel said. "We encounter a uniform, we evade. We cannot afford a firefight with the National Guard." They began the ascent. They navigated the winding stairwells, moving from the dark, flooded basement toward the illuminated heights of the stadium. The distant hum of thousands of voices and the thrum of massive diesel generators vibrated through the walls. The sheer volume of humanity sheltered inside the dome created a continuous, low-frequency roar. Walker led the way, his hand resting on his empty holster. He felt the absence of the Sig Sauer. He carried nothing but his fists and his knife. They reached the doors leading to the main concourse level. Walker cracked the door open a fraction of an inch. He peered through the gap. A sea of cots covered the sprawling tile floors. Thousands of displaced citizens huddled under gray wool blankets. The air smelled of sweat, fear, and antiseptic bleach. Red Cross volunteers and armed soldiers moved through the aisles, distributing bottled water and rations. "A small city," Rachel whispered, looking over Walker's shoulder. "Finding one girl in this crowd equates to finding a specific grain of sand on a beach." "We don't search the sand," Walker said. "We search the high ground." He pointed his finger toward the club-level suites overlooking the stadium floor. Glass-enclosed luxury boxes hung suspended above the chaos. Heavily armed private security contractors guarded the staircases leading to the premium levels. The guards wore tactical vests. They carried short-barreled carbines. They bore the Black Wave and Shield logo on their shoulders. Black Tide. "Crow's men beat us here," Danny said, his voice tight. "They control the federal staging area," Walker said. "They commandeered the luxury suites for their command center." "Then the pilot brought Emily straight into the tiger's den," Rachel said. Walker let the heavy door slide shut. He turned to face his team. The stakes had crystallized. The ledger and the girl sat trapped in a glass box, surrounded by a private army, holding federal authority. "We go up," Walker said. "We break the glass. We take back the book." Chapter 16. Tell me you see a blind spot. Rachel leaned her shoulder against the cinder block wall of the lower concourse. She kept her eyes fixed on the illuminated escalator bank 50 yards away. "I see a pair of armed contractors wearing heavy ceramic armor. They stand under a portable halogen work light. The glare washes out the entire landing. A blind spot requires shadows. These men brought their own sun." Walker studied the choke point. The stadium designers built the premium levels to isolate the wealthy from the general admission crowds. Glass walls, private entrances, exclusive elevators. The black-tied mercenaries utilized that inherent snobbery for tactical defense. They turned the luxury suites into an impenetrable glass fortress hanging above the chaos of the stadium floor. "We avoid the escalators," Walker said. Danny shifted his grip on the captured carbine. The weapon dripped river water onto the scuffed linoleum tiles. "You intend to sprout wings and fly to the club level?" "We take the servant route," Walker said. He turned his back on the illuminated checkpoint and pointed his flashlight beam down a dark service corridor. "The people in the luxury suites drink imported beer and eat hot meals. The stadium requires a network of hidden passages to move the catering carts without disturbing the guests. We find the kitchen." They pushed through a set of swinging metal doors, leaving the overwhelming noise of the refugee camp behind. The service corridors offered a stark contrast to the public areas. Bare concrete floors replaced the polished tile. Exposed pipes and air ducts lined the low ceilings. The air down here smelled of ancient cooking grease, stale beer, and the distinct metallic tang of industrial cleaning supplies. Walker led the point, his boots silent on the smooth concrete. He checked the placards on the heavy steel doors. "Meat locker. Dry storage. Mechanical room." He found the prize at the end of the hall. A set of oversized double doors marked with faded yellow paint. "Service elevator, freight only." Walker pressed the call button. The plastic switch offered zero resistance. The light behind the button remained dark. "The main grid sits dead in the water," Rachel said. "The military brought portable generators for the medical tents and the command posts. They bypassed the luxury amenities. Those cars sit frozen in the shafts." "We don't need the car," Walker said. "We need the vertical tunnel." He wedged his fingers into the seam between the heavy steel elevator doors. He planted his boots against the floor. He hauled his arms apart. His shoulders burned from the helicopter grapple, but the metal doors groaned and slid back a few inches. Rachel stepped up to the gap. She shoved her hands into the opening, adding her leverage to the effort. They pulled the doors apart, exposing the dark abyss of the elevator shaft. Thick steel cables hung in the black void, coated in heavy black grease. A rusted metal access ladder ran up the concrete wall of the shaft, disappearing into the gloom above. "I hate climbing," Danny muttered. He stared up into the dark. "I have terrible balance." "Look at the bright side," Rachel said. She stepped into the shaft, grabbing the bottom rung of the ladder. "You fall, you land on the roof of a parked elevator car. A short trip to a sudden stop." They began the ascent. The air inside the shaft felt thick, hot, and suffocating. The smell of the black grease coated the back of Walker's throat. He climbed behind Danny, ready to catch the heavy man if a boot slipped on a slick rung. The metal rungs vibrated under their weight. Walker counted the floor numbers, painted in bright orange on the concrete wall. "Level 1. Level 2. "Stop," Walker hissed. He clung to the ladder. The orange paint on the wall indicated level 3. The club suites. He reached across the gap, placing his hand against the interior release latch of the elevator doors. He depressed the heavy metal bar. He shoved the door to the left. It moved with a quiet scrape, opening a crack. Soft, warm light spilled into the dark shaft. Walker peered through the narrow opening. The transition shocked the senses. The club level looked pristine. Thick plush carpet covered the floor, absorbing all ambient sound. Warm recessed lighting cast a golden glow over oak-paneled walls. Framed photographs of championship football games hung in perfect alignment. Black Tide had claimed this pristine environment for their command operations, leaving the thousands of displaced citizens to swelter on the concrete floors below. Walker shoved the door wider. He slid out of the shaft and stepped onto the thick carpet. Rachel followed, her Glock drawn and ready. Danny emerged last, his face smeared with black grease from the ladder rungs. "Check your corners," Walker whispered. The corridor stretched to the left and right, following the curvature of the massive stadium dome. Heavy mahogany doors marked the entrances to the individual luxury suites. Complete silence ruled the hallway. Walker moved down the corridor, passing Suite 301, Suite 302, Suite 303. A murmur of voices drifted from the open door of Suite 306. Walker raised a closed fist, signaling a halt. He pressed his back against the oak paneling. He edged toward the open doorway, pausing inches from the threshold. He listened to the conversation bleeding into the hall. A man spoke. A refined, polished voice accustomed to giving orders in boardrooms. Not the gruff bark of a military contractor. A corporate voice. "The timeline represents an unacceptable failure," the corporate voice said. "The storm provided the cover. You possessed the resources. You had a fleet of vehicles and an armed battalion. And yet, the loose end remains untied." Another voice answered. "Emily Kane. Your loose end sank to the bottom of the Mississippi River," Emily said. Her tone carried venom. She lacked fear. She projected absolute contempt. Mason Crow took a dive out of a helicopter. He wore a 50-pound vest. He feeds the catfish right now. A heavy sigh echoed from the suite. The sound of a man dealing with a profound annoyance. "Crow served as a blunt instrument," the corporate voice replied. "Replaceable. His demise complicates the logistics, but it changes nothing regarding the ultimate objective. We own this stadium. We own the disaster response grid. You hand me the ledger, I put you on a private jet to Washington. You refuse, I push you off the balcony into the refugee camp below, and blame the resulting tragedy on the chaos of the storm." Walker chanced a look around the doorframe. The suite resembled a high-end condominium. Leather sofas faced a massive wall of sloped glass overlooking the stadium floor. A wet bar occupied the corner, stocked with premium liquor. Emily sat in a leather armchair. Her hands rested free in her lap. She glared at the man standing near the wet bar. The man wore a crisp, dry white polo shirt and pressed khaki trousers. He held a bottle of imported mineral water. He looked completely out of place in a drowned city. He projected the aura of a regional vice president attending a golf retreat. A Black Tide executive. Two armed operators flanked the executive. They stood in relaxed postures, their carbines hanging on tactical slings. They considered the bruised, soaked woman a non-threat. A heavy oak coffee table sat between Emily and the executive. The leather-bound ledger rested dead center on the table. "I prefer the balcony," Emily told the executive. "I want you to explain to my father how you let me fall." "Your father cares about his re-election campaign," the executive said. He unscrewed the cap of the water bottle. "He will mourn you in public. He will cash our campaign contribution checks in private. You misjudge the depth of his loyalty. Walker pulled his head back. He looked at Rachel. He held up 3 fingers. He pointed to his own chest, then pointed to the 2 imaginary targets representing the guards. He tapped Danny on the shoulder, pointing the bartender down the hall to watch their rear flank. Walker stepped into the doorway. He did not announce his presence. He closed the distance across the plush carpet in 3 long silent strides. The heavy rug absorbed his footsteps. He targeted the guard on the right. Walker drove a devastating right cross into the operator's jaw. He put his entire body weight behind the strike. Bone shattered under his knuckles. The guard's eyes rolled back. He collapsed onto the glass coffee table. The heavy glass top shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. The ledger tumbled to the floor. The second guard spun toward the noise, bringing his carbine up. Rachel stepped through the doorway. She leveled her Glock. She fired a single round. The bullet struck the receiver of the guard's weapon. The impact destroyed the firing mechanism and tore the rifle from the operator's grip. The guard cursed, shaking his numb hands, and reached for the pistol holstered on his thigh. Walker stepped over the ruined coffee table. He grabbed the guard by the front of his tactical vest. He drove the man backward, slamming him against the oak paneling of the suite wall. Walker delivered a brutal knee strike to the man's solar plexus. The operator folded, gasping for air, and slid down the wall to the floor. The entire engagement lasted a heartbeat. Brutal. Efficient. Silent. The corporate executive dropped his bottle of mineral water. The plastic hit the carpet, spilling clear liquid over the plush fibers. He stared at Walker, his mouth hanging open. The smug, polished veneer vanished, replaced by stark, naked terror. Emily jumped from the leather chair. She scooped the ledger off the floor, clutching the book tight against her chest. She looked at Walker, a fierce smile breaking across her bruised face. "You took the long way," Emily said. "Traffic," Walker replied. He kept his eyes on the executive. The man in the polo shirt raised his hands, palms facing outward. He backed away, putting the wet bar between himself and Walker. "We require a dialogue," the executive said. His voice shook. The baritone command evaporated. "I hold the authority to negotiate. Name your price. I authorize wire transfers to offshore accounts. Millions. You secure your future today." Walker stepped closer. "Your checkbook holds 0 interest for me. You ordered a hit squad into a flooded city. You left a trail of bodies. Your corporate structure burns to the ground. You misunderstand the hierarchy," the executive pleaded. "We provide a necessary service. The government relies on our infrastructure. You destroy black tide. You cripple the recovery effort for the entire Gulf Coast." "The Gulf Coast survives without mercenaries," Rachel said. She kept her weapon trained on the executive. Walker reached into his canvas jacket. He pulled a pair of heavy plastic zip ties from his pocket. He tossed the plastic restraints onto the wet bar. "Bind your own wrists," Walker told the man. "Thread the plastic. Pull it tight. You hesitate, I break your jaw." The executive stared at the zip ties. He looked at the 2 unconscious operators on the floor. He understood the reality of his situation. The boardroom tactics held no value against raw physical violence. He picked up the plastic straps with trembling fingers. "You walk out of this stadium a dead man," the executive said, looping the plastic around his wrists. "My personnel control the perimeter. They control the exits. You lack the firepower to break a siege." "We intend to walk out the front door," Walker said. He turned to Emily. "You have the book." She held it up. "I have the sins." "We find a federal agent with a conscience," Walker said. We hand over the ledger. We let the Department of Justice tear this company apart. A sharp, rhythmic thumping noise echoed from the hallway outside the suite. Danny burst through the doorway. The bartender looked frantic. He kept his carbine raised, his eyes wide. "We have a massive problem," Danny said, his voice a harsh whisper. "Define massive," Rachel said. "I watched the corridor," Danny said, catching his breath. "The elevator bank at the end of the hall. The indicator lights flashed. The cars are moving. They restored power to the VIP lifts." "Black-tide reinforcements," Walker said. "No," Danny corrected. He shook his head, a violent motion. "I looked through the glass doors of the elevator lobby. The cars arrived. Dozens of men stepped out. They wear desert camouflage uniforms. They carry military rifles. They wear helmets with the American flag stitched on the side." Walker felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. The absolute worst-case scenario. "National Guard," Walker said. "A full platoon," Danny confirmed. "They secure the hallway. They check every door. They move with tactical precision." The executive sitting on the floor let out a high, genuine laugh. The sound grated against Walker's nerves. "You underestimated our integration," the executive said, his confidence returning in a rush. "We operate under federal authority. I triggered a silent alarm under the bar the moment you walked through the door. I alerted the military command post. I reported armed looters holding a federal contractor hostage in the luxury suites." Walker stared through the glass wall of the suite. He looked down at the thousands of desperate citizens huddled on the stadium floor. The military protected those people. The military operated under the assumption that Walker represented a threat to the relief effort. "The soldiers follow orders," the executive gloated. "They view you as hostile combatants. You shoot at the United States military, you commit treason. You surrender, they hand you over to my custody for interrogation." The heavy, synchronized tramp of combat boots echoed in the hallway outside. The sound grew louder. The platoon closed the distance to Suite 306. Rachel looked at Walker. The tactical reality crushed their options. "We cannot engage the National Guard. We fire on those kids, we become the monsters the executive claims we are." Walker understood the trap. He stood in a glass box. Mercenaries blocking the exits. The United States military marching down the hall with orders to shoot on sight. "We changed the narrative," Walker said. He walked to the massive glass wall overlooking the stadium floor. He picked up a heavy, solid oak chair from the seating area. "Cover your eyes," Walker ordered. He swung the heavy chair with brutal force, driving the oak legs into the center of the sloped safety glass. Chapter 17. Tell me we brought parachutes. Danny stared at the massive glass wall overlooking the stadium floor. "We bought an audience," Walker said. Walker swung the heavy oak chair. The solid wood struck the tempered pane. A spiderweb of white fractures spread across the clear surface. He pulled the chair back and swung a second time, putting his back into the strike. The glass failed. A wall of crystal dissolved. Thousands of jagged pebbles rained down from the third-level suite, cascading over the stadium's seating tiers. The noise resembled an avalanche of ice. The falling debris clattered against plastic stadium seats and concrete steps. The lower concourse went dead silent. The low roar of 10,000 displaced citizens ceased. Red Cross workers stopped pouring water. Medics paused their triage routines. Every face on the stadium floor turned upward, staring at the gaping hole in the luxury tier. Walker stepped to the precipice. He stood on the edge of the carpet, the toes of his boots hovering over a 50-foot drop. He made himself visible to the thousands of witnesses below. The mahogany door of Suite 306 exploded inward. National Guard soldiers flooded the room. They wore desert camouflage and Kevlar helmets. High-intensity weapon lights blinded the occupants. A dozen red laser dots tracked across Walker's chest. Drop to the floor. A voice barked the command from the hallway. A young captain stepped into the suite, his rifle shouldered. Hands behind your heads. Face the carpet. Walker did not move. He kept his hands raised, palms open, illuminated by the halogen lights from the stadium floor shining through the broken window. The black-tied executive rolled on the floor, holding his zip-tied wrists. Shoot them. They breached a secure federal command post. They hold me hostage. Rachel kept her Glock pointed at the floorboards. She raised her left hand. Danny dropped his captured carbine. The weapon hit the thick carpet with a muted thud. He raised both arms toward the ceiling. "Captain," Walker said, projecting his voice over the shouts of the soldiers. "You have 10,000 witnesses watching this balcony right now. You pull a trigger, you do it on a global stage." Captain Miller evaluated the room. He saw the ruined coffee table, the unconscious black-tied operators, the shattered glass. His training dictated overwhelming force against armed hostiles. His eyes told a different story. The hostiles surrendered their weapons. The supposed hostage looked like a corporate predator caught in a snare. "Get on the ground," Captain Miller repeated, his tone tight with adrenaline. "I will not ask a third time." Emily Kane stepped in front of Walker. She placed her body between the rifles and the man who saved her life. "My name is Emily Kane," she said. Her voice carried the polished, undeniable authority of Washington privilege. She wiped a streak of blood from her split lip. "My father is Senator Richard Kane. He chairs the Select Committee on Intelligence. The man whining on your floor works for a private military corporation called Black Tide Solutions. He ordered a hit squad to murder me in the French Quarter." The captain blinked. The name carried weight. Every officer in the military structure knew the chairman of the oversight committees. The resemblance matched the photographs circulating on the missing person broadcasts before the storm wiped out the cell towers. "Ma'am," Captain Miller said, lowering the muzzle of his rifle a fraction of an inch. "I received a distress call from a federal contractor." "You received a lie from a corporate assassin," Emily countered. She reached into her damp sweatshirt. Every soldier in the room tensed. Fingers tightened on triggers. Emily pulled the leather-bound ledger from her shirt. She tossed it onto the plush carpet at the captain's boots. "Pick it up," Emily commanded. "Read the first 3 pages. You will find a list of bribes paid to state officials, a roster of illegal weapons shipments, and a mandate to use this hurricane as a cover to eliminate whistleblowers. This company hijacked your disaster response." The executive scrambled to his knees. "She speaks absolute fiction. That book contains proprietary corporate secrets. Confiscate it." Captain Miller looked at the leather book. He looked at the executive. He looked at Walker, standing on the edge of the glass abyss. The situation defied every protocol in his field manual. "Secure the suite," Miller ordered his squad. "Zip tie everyone. We sort this out at the command tent." A pair of soldiers stepped forward, unspooling heavy plastic restraints from their tactical vests. They moved toward Rachel and Danny. Walker felt the tension in the room shift. The military intended to follow procedure. Procedure meant placing everyone in custody. Custody meant black-tied attorneys and corrupt officials stepping into the chain of command. Once the ledger entered the official evidence locker, it vanished. The executive knew this. A smug grin returned to the corporate man's face. "We need a change of venue," Walker whispered to Rachel. "We have a platoon of rifles in our faces," Rachel muttered back. The stadium lights flickered. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the steel girders of the Superdome roof. The sound originated from the exterior, bleeding through the massive concrete walls. The rhythmic beating of heavy rotor blades. Walker recognized the specific acoustic signature. The twin turbines of a Sikorsky UH-60. The ghost chopper. "They turned around," Danny said, his eyes going wide. "Crow went into the river," Walker said. "But the pilot works for the company. The executive must have issued a recall order before we breached the room." The executive laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. "We control the airspace. We control the perimeter. You lose, Walker." The helicopter did not land on the roof. The pilot hovered the massive aircraft outside the stadium, bringing the machine level with the exterior glass wall of the club suites. The blinding beam of a high-intensity searchlight punched through the rain, washing the interior of Suite 306 in stark, brilliant white. Captain Miller raised his hand, shielding his eyes from the glare. "What is that aircraft?" "Identify." A soldier keyed the radio on his shoulder. "Command, we have an unidentified bird hovering outside the third level. No transponder signal. Please advise." The answer came not from the radio, but from the darkness outside the glass. A heavy machine gun, mounted in the open side door of the helicopter, opened fire. Armor-piercing rounds tore through the exterior walls of the stadium. The massive bullets shattered the remaining glass panels of the adjacent luxury suites, shredding the oak paneling and pulverizing the concrete support pillars. The helicopter gunner laid down a wall of suppressive fire, chewing the corridor to pieces. "Incoming!" Captain Miller roared, diving for the carpet. The National Guard soldiers hit the deck, seeking cover behind the leather sofas and the ruined wet bar. The noise deafened the room. The luxury suite disintegrated around them. Plaster dust choked the air. The gunner did not aim for the soldiers. The gunner aimed to create chaos. The heavy rounds stitched a path of destruction mere feet from the open balcony where Walker stood. Walker grabbed Emily by the arm. He shoved her toward the floor, shielding her body with his own. He looked toward the doorway. The hallway outside looked like a war zone. Smoke and dust obscured the exit. The executive seized his opportunity. He rolled across the carpet, ignoring his bound wrists. He snatched the leather ledger in his teeth, clamping his jaw down on the thick binding. He scrambled toward the shattered balcony edge like a desperate crab. Rachel brought her Glock up, aiming through the dust cloud. "Drop it," Rachel shouted. A burst of incoming fire from the helicopter struck the ceiling above Rachel. A shower of sparks and shredded acoustic tiles rained down, forcing her to duck. The executive reached the precipice. He looked down at the stadium floor, 50 feet below. He looked out at the helicopter, hovering in the storm. The side door of the aircraft sat open. A man in tactical gear stood in the hatch, holding a heavy nylon extraction harness attached to a steel winch cable. The man in the hatch fired a specialized rifle. A grappling hook, attached to a Kevlar line, shot across the gap, burying its steel prongs into the thick oak paneling of the suite wall. The line pulled taut, creating a bridge between the hovering chopper and the ruined suite. "They plan to winch him out," Walker yelled over the gunfire. The executive grabbed the Kevlar line with his bound hands. He bit down harder on the leather ledger. He threw his body over the edge of the balcony, sliding down the line toward the open cabin of the helicopter. "The book!" Emily screamed. Walker did not hesitate. He lunged for the edge of the broken glass wall. He grabbed the taut Kevlar line with both hands. The rough fiber burned his palms. He swung his legs over the abyss, abandoning the suite. He hung suspended over the stadium floor, dangling from the line connecting the Superdome to the black helicopter. The wind howled through the breach, tossing him like a rag doll. Below him, 10,000 screaming refugees watched a man slide down a rope into the teeth of the hurricane. Walker tightened his grip. He pulled himself hand over hand, chasing the executive down the line. The helicopter turbines screamed. The rain lashed his back. The hunt continued in the sky. Chapter 18. Cut the line. The corporate executive mumbled the frantic command around the thick leather binding clamped between his teeth. Walker heard the panic in the man's muffled voice over the roar of the hurricane. The Kevlar rope burned through the soaked leather of Walker's gloves. The friction stripped the protective layers from his palms. Every muscle in his back screamed a protest against the abuse. He dangled 50 feet above the stadium floor, a human pendulum caught in the crosswinds of a Category 4 storm. Rain lashed his face, blinding him with cold needles of water. He blinked the moisture away, focusing his vision on the dark opening of the helicopter cabin 10 yards ahead. The man in the tactical gear stood in the open hatch. He heard the executive's muffled scream. The gunner dropped the heavy nylon extraction harness onto the metal floor plates. He reached for a combat knife strapped to his thigh. He drew a thick, serrated blade, designed to slice through heavy webbing and rope. The gunner pressed the steel edge against the taut Kevlar line bridging the gap between the aircraft and the Superdome. Walker needed momentum. He stopped pulling his body, hand over hand. He tightened his grip on the slick fibers, engaged his core, and swung his legs forward. He turned his entire frame into a battering ram. The wind caught the loose fabric of his torn canvas jacket, pushing him toward the hovering machine. The gunner saw the incoming strike a fraction of a second too late. He abandoned the knife and raised his forearms to protect his face. Walker hit him feet first. The heavy rubber soles of Walker's boots slammed into the center of the gunner's armored chest plate. The kinetic impact knocked the breath from the mercenary's lungs. The man tumbled backward into the dark cabin, dropping the combat knife. The weapon clattered against the floor. Walker released the Kevlar line. He scrambled over the threshold, hitting the deck on his hands and knees. His fractured ribs sent a wave of blinding nausea through his nervous system. He fought the urge to empty his stomach. The floor beneath his gloves felt slick. The chemical fire retardant Emily sprayed during the previous altercation still coated the metal ridges, turning the cabin into a frictionless trap. The corporate executive lay near the cockpit bulkhead. He spat the leather-bound ledger onto the floor. He scrambled away from Walker, his bound wrists making the movement clumsy and desperate. "Shoot him," the executive screamed at the pilot. "Get us out of here." The pilot ignored the command. He kept both hands locked on the flight controls, fighting the violent crosswinds buffeting the fuselage. The Sikorsky pitched hard to port. The sudden angle sent the ledger sliding across the foam-covered deck. Walker lunged for the book. The gunner recovered his breath. He intercepted Walker's dive. The mercenary threw his heavy frame across the floor, tackling Walker around the waist. They slid together in a tangle of wet canvas and rigid armor, crashing into the metal support legs of the canvas jump seats. "You refuse to quit," the gunner grunted, reaching for a sidearm holstered on his right hip. "I quit when the contract expires," Walker said. Walker drove his left elbow down into the radial nerve of the gunner's forearm. The man's fingers spasmed, releasing the grip on the pistol. Walker followed the strike with a brutal headbutt. He smashed his forehead into the bridge of the mercenary's nose. Bone crushed under the impact. Blood sprayed across Walker's face, warm and metallic. The gunner slumped backward, his eyes rolling up in their sockets. Walker scrambled to his feet. He tracked the ledger. The leather book had come to rest against the edge of the open doorway. Half of the journal hung over the dark abyss. The gale-force wind threatened to snatch it into the storm. The executive saw the precarious position of the prize. He kicked out with his right boot, aiming to shove the book out of the cabin and into the black void. Walker dove. He extended his right arm, his fingers brushing the wet leather. The executive's boot connected with Walker's wrist. Agony flared up his arm, but Walker closed his hand around the thick binding. He pulled the book tight against his chest and rolled away from the open hatch. "It belongs to the company," the executive yelled. His face turned purple with rage. "You steal proprietary data." "It belongs to a federal judge," Walker corrected. He shoved the ledger deep into the interior pocket of his jacket and zipped the compartment shut. The helicopter lurched upward. The pilot hit the throttle, severing the remaining Kevlar line attached to the stadium suite. The severed rope snapped like a bullwhip, recoiling into the night. The aircraft banked away from the Superdome, accelerating into the black, churning sky. Walker realized his window for a safe exit had closed. The bright halogen lights of the stadium roof receded into the gloom. Below them, the flooded streets of the business district offered a watery grave filled with submerged sedans, jagged debris, and toxic floodwaters. A jump from this altitude guaranteed shattered bones or a drowning death. He needed to force the pilot to land the bird. Walker moved toward the front of the cabin. The executive tried to trip him, thrusting his bound hands forward in a pathetic strike. Walker sidestepped the attack. He grabbed the man by the collar of his expensive polo shirt and shoved him hard against the bulkhead. The executive crumpled to the floor, whimpering. Walker stepped behind the pilot's armored seat. He reached around the headrest. "Put the bird on the ground," Walker ordered. The pilot glanced back over his shoulder. The dark visor of his flight helmet obscured his eyes. The green glow of the instrument panel illuminated the lower half of his face. "I set us down in this wind, we flip," the pilot yelled over the turbine whine. The rotors hit a building. The whole machine shatters into shrapnel. "We die in a fireball." "Find a parking garage," Walker said. "Find a flat roof. You keep flying toward the open water. I rip the collective out of the floorboard." A metallic click sounded behind Walker. He spun around. The gunner stood near the open doorway. The mercenary wiped a smear of blood from his ruined nose. He held the heavy machine gun mounted on the swing arm. He had unlatched the weapon from its pintle mount, hoisting the massive, heavy barrel with both hands. He aimed the muzzle dead center at Walker's chest. "Step away from the pilot," the gunner said. His voice carried a thick, nasal distortion. "You put your hands on your head. We take a ride to the offshore rig. The board of directors wants a conversation with you." Walker looked at the heavy weapon. The gun fired armor-piercing rounds designed to chew through engine blocks and concrete barriers. A single bullet possessed the kinetic energy to tear him in half. Walker evaluated the confined battlefield. The cabin offered zero cover. The floor remained coated in slick chemical foam. The gunner held a clear line of sight. "You fire that weapon inside this cabin. You punch holes in the transmission block," Walker said. "You sever the hydraulic lines. The aircraft drops like a stone. We all burn." "I trust my aim," the gunner replied. He thumbed the heavy safety selector switch. Walker noticed the nylon extraction harness resting on the floor near his boots. The thick straps attached to the heavy steel winch cable. The winch motor sat mounted to the ceiling above the open side door. Walker kicked the harness. The heavy steel D-ring slid across the foam-coated floor plates. It struck the gunner's ankle with a sharp clack. The mercenary glanced down at the impact. A fatal microsecond of distraction. Walker slammed his fist against the winch release button on the bulkhead panel. The steel cable unspooled. A high-pitched mechanical scream filled the cabin. The heavy hook whipped through the air, driven by the tension of the massive spring. It snagged the thick barrel of the machine gun. The motorized winch engaged its retraction cycle. The tremendous pulling force ripped the weapon from the gunner's hands. The cable dragged the massive gun out the open door, leaving it dangling in the storm. The gunner lunged for his lost weapon. His momentum carried him forward. He hit the slick patch of fire retardant. His boots flew out from under his center of gravity. He slid across the floor on his stomach, tumbling out the open hatch after his gun. He vanished into the hurricane without a scream. Walker grabbed the edge of the doorway, catching his breath. He stared into the black void, watching the rain blow sideways across the opening. "I told you to find a roof," Walker yelled at the pilot. "I see a target," the pilot yelled back. Panic saturated his voice. "Brace for impact." The helicopter dropped out of the sky. Walker looked through the rain-streaked windshield. A dark silhouette rushed up to meet them. A multi-story concrete parking structure protruding from the floodwaters. The flat upper deck offered a barren expanse of cracked cement. No cars. No light poles. A concrete aircraft carrier in a sea of brown water. The pilot fought the yoke. The wind shoved the aircraft sideways. The Sikorsky approached the structure at a terrifying angle. The landing skids hit the concrete edge of the parking garage. Metal shrieked against stone. The impact threw Walker against the bulkhead. He tasted blood again. The helicopter bounced, the rotors chopping the air with a deafening thwack thwack thwack. The pilot cut the power to the engines, slamming the collective down. The aircraft hit the deck a second time. The starboard landing skid collapsed under the immense weight of the fuselage. The helicopter tilted hard to the right. The spinning rotor blades struck the concrete surface of the roof. The carbon fiber blades shattered. Massive chunks of shrapnel exploded into the storm, tearing through the air like artillery fragments. The fuselage spun in a violent circle, the ruined rotor hub grinding against the cement. The cabin filled with smoke and the stench of burning aviation fuel. The metal beast ground to a halt. Silence rushed into the cabin, broken by the hiss of rain hitting the hot engine manifolds. Walker pushed himself off the floor plates. His ears rang with a high-pitched tone. He checked his pockets. The ledger remained secure. The executive lay in a heap near the canvas jump seats, groaning in pain. The pilot remained strapped into his armored seat, his head slumped forward against his chest. Walker grabbed the executive by the collar. He hauled the corporate man to his feet. "Time to take a walk," Walker said. He shoved the man out the open side door. They stepped onto the cracked concrete of the parking garage roof. The wind battered them, but they stood on solid ground. A pair of headlights cut through the gloom at the far end of the structure. Walker drew his folding knife. He flicked the blade open. He stood between the executive and the approaching vehicle. He prepared for another wave of black-tide contractors. He prepared for a fight to the death on a concrete island. The vehicle rolled closer. A battered, lifted pickup truck. The driver's side door opened. Danny stepped out into the rain. He held the captured carbine in his hands. He looked at the ruined helicopter. He looked at Walker. "You owe me a new truck," Danny said over the wind. Rachel stepped out of the passenger side. She holstered her Glock. She carried a thick, waterproof communications radio. "We borrowed the truck from a flooded dealership down the block," Rachel said. "I tracked the chopper on the military aviation frequency. You made a loud entrance." Walker shoved the executive toward Rachel. "Bind his legs. Toss him in the back of the truck." "The book?" Rachel asked. Walker tapped his chest. "Secure." "We have another problem," Rachel said. She keyed the radio in her hand. The stadium incident triggered a massive response. The military isolated the Black Tide Command Suite. They found Emily. They placed her in protective custody. Walker narrowed his eyes. "Who holds her?" "A joint task force," Rachel said. "FBI and military intelligence. They want the ledger. They want to bury the story before the press gets a hint of the corporate treason." "They intend to silence her," Walker said. "They intend to put her on a transport plane headed for a black site," Rachel confirmed. Walker looked at the dark sky. The storm raged on. He looked at the executive, trembling in the rain. The game remained active. The players changed, but the objective stayed the same. "We need a faster vehicle," Walker said. He walked toward the pickup truck. "We have a transport plane to catch." Chapter 19. Give me the destination. Walker turned in the passenger seat of the lifted pickup truck. He ignored the sharp ache radiating from his bound ribs. He locked his gaze on the Black Tide executive shivering in the rear of the cab. Danny sat next to the corporate man, the barrel of the captured carbine resting against the executive's thigh. The truck plowed through knee-deep water on St. Charles Avenue. Rachel gripped the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the dark, debris-filled road ahead. The heavy mud tires ground against submerged tree branches and discarded trash cans. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the relentless rain. The executive shook his head. Water dripped from his expensive, ruined polo shirt. "You operate under a false assumption. I do not dictate federal flight plans." "You coordinated the extraction," Walker said. "You ordered the ghost chopper to the stadium. You know the contingency protocols." The FBI and military intelligence grabbed Emily. They intend to vanish her. Name the airfield. "I invoke my right to remain silent," the executive said. He lifted his chin, attempting to salvage a shred of authority. Danny leaned closer. He pressed the cold steel of the carbine barrel hard against the man's kneecap. "You invoke nothing," Danny said. His voice lacked any trace of the terrified bartender from the French Quarter. He sounded hollow, exhausted, and lethal. "We survived a hit squad, a flood, a parking garage inferno, and a helicopter crash. I have zero patience left for corporate posturing. You answer the question, or I shatter this joint. You contest your right to remain silent while you bleed out in the back of a stolen truck." The executive stared at Danny. He recognized the shift in the man's eyes. Desperation breeds a specific type of violence, unpredictable and absolute. "Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base," the executive stammered, the words spilling out in a rush. "Belchas. South of the city." Rachel tapped the brakes, navigating a swollen intersection. Belchas requires crossing the river. The Crescent City Connection Bridge. The authorities closed the bridges during a hurricane to prevent high-profile vehicles from flipping in the crosswinds. "The military keeps one lane clear for emergency transport," the executive said, swallowing hard. They arranged a C-130 Hercules, a massive cargo plane. The pilots have clearance to fly through the storm to transport high-value assets. "Where does the flight terminate?" Walker asked. "A black site in Virginia," the executive confessed. He slumped against the vinyl seat. "The Department of Justice wants to secure the ledger. They want to control the narrative. They put her on that plane. She ceases to exist on any official record." "Timeline," Walker demanded. The flight crew received orders to lift off the moment the girl arrived on the tarmac. They idle the engines right now. They wait for the delivery. Walker turned back to face the windshield. He stared out at the flooded ruins of New Orleans. Time functioned as their greatest enemy. The federal agents held the girl, the authority, and the transportation. Walker held a stolen truck and a bruised body. "We need speed," Walker told Rachel. Rachel pressed the accelerator pedal to the floorboard. The heavy V8 engine roared. The off-road tires bit into the submerged asphalt, throwing massive arcs of brown water over the hood. The truck surged down the avenue, a blunt instrument battering its way through the drowned city. They reached the approach to the Crescent City connection. Twin cantilever bridges spanning the Mississippi River. The massive steel structures loomed in the dark, stripped of their decorative lighting. A National Guard checkpoint blocked the entrance ramp. Two Humvees sat parked in a V formation, heavy machine guns mounted on the turrets. Soldiers in rain gear stood behind portable concrete barriers, holding glowing orange traffic wands. "We smashed the barricade?" Danny asked, tightening his grip on the rifle. "No," Rachel said. "We used the VIP pass." She did not slow down. She kept the truck hurtling toward the checkpoint at 50 miles per hour. She reached out and toggled a switch on the dashboard. Hidden strobes mounted inside the grille, and the windshield erupted in blinding flashes of red and blue light. A piercing, dual-tone police siren wailed from the concealed speaker under the hood. The flooded car dealership had outfitted the truck as an unmarked pursuit vehicle for the local parish sheriff's department. The National Guard soldiers saw the flashing lights and heard the siren. They recognized the aggressive, high-speed approach of law enforcement responding to a crisis. The soldiers pulled the concrete barriers apart. They waved their glowing wands, directing the truck through the gap. Rachel flashed the high beams in a gesture of acknowledgement. The pickup rocketed past the Humvees and launched onto the incline of the massive steel bridge. The wind hit them the moment they cleared the tree line. Gale-force gusts slammed into the broadside of the truck. The heavy vehicle shuddered, the tires skipping sideways across the wet grating of the bridge deck. Below them, the Mississippi River churned in the dark, a violent black serpent cutting through the region. Walker gripped the grab handle above the passenger door. He felt the sway of the suspension. Rachel fought the steering wheel, anticipating the wind shear, keeping the nose of the truck aimed dead center down the empty emergency lane. "Next exit puts us on Highway 23, Rachel said, her eyes locked on the road. A straight shot to the air station gates. They crossed the river and descended into the southern parishes. The storm damage here looked catastrophic. Crushed warehouses lined the highway. Snapped utility poles lay across the median. Rachel navigated the obstacle course with cold precision, treating the unmarked police truck like a rally car. A sprawling expanse of chain-link fence, topped with razor wire, appeared in the headlights. The perimeter of Nas Bell Chas. The main gate stood a mile down the road, guarded by federal troops and concrete bollards. "Cut the lights and the siren," Walker ordered. Rachel killed the strobes. The world plunged back into darkness. She eased her foot off the gas, letting the truck roll to a crawl. "We need a hole in the fence," Walker said. Rachel steered the truck off the pavement. The heavy tires crunched over broken branches and wet gravel. She drove parallel to the perimeter fence, searching the boundary for a weak point. The hurricane had done the work for them. A massive oak tree had uprooted and crashed across the chain-link barrier. The immense weight of the trunk had crushed a 10-foot section of the fence flat against the muddy ground. The razor wire lay tangled in the branches. Rachel parked the truck near the roots of the fallen tree. She killed the engine. The sudden silence felt heavy, broken only by the hiss of the rain and the distant low-frequency thrum of jet engines. Walker unbuckled his seatbelt. He turned to Danny. "Bind his ankles," Walker said, pointing at the executive. "Use the zip ties from his own tactical vest. Leave him in the cab. He serves no further purpose." Danny nodded. He dragged the executive across the vinyl seat and secured his legs. Walker opened the passenger door. He stepped out into the storm. The wind had dropped, but the rain continued to fall in steady soaking sheets. Rachel joined him, drawing her Glock. Danny slid out of the rear door, carrying the carbine. "We crossed the tree," Walker said. They climbed over the massive, slick trunk of the fallen oak. The rough bark tore at their clothes. They navigated the tangle of crushed chain link and razor wire, dropping onto the wet grass of the military reservation. The air station stretched out before them. A vast flat expanse of concrete runways and massive steel hangars. The tarmac lay flooded with an inch of standing water, reflecting the sparse amber security lights. A deafening roar dominated the acoustic environment. Walker tracked the sound. He pointed toward the primary runway, located a half-mile across the tarmac. A Lockheed C-130 Hercules sat on the concrete. The 4 massive turboprop engines turned, churning the humid air into a localized cyclone. The aircraft looked like a gray leviathan preparing to launch. The rear cargo ramp rested on the tarmac, creating a wide, sloped entrance into the cavernous belly of the plane. 3 black SUVs sat parked in a tight semicircle near the base of the ramp. Men in dark suits and windbreakers stood around the vehicles. Federal agents. They ignored the driving rain. They formed a protective corridor leading from the center SUV to the cargo ramp of the aircraft. 2 agents pulled Emily Kane from the back seat of the vehicle. The senator's daughter looked exhausted. Her shoulders slumped. The agents gripped her arms, marching her toward the waiting aircraft. One of the men carried the leather-bound ledger in his free hand. "They intend to secure the package right now," Rachel said, raising her voice over the engine roar. Walker evaluated the distance and the obstacles. 500 yards of open concrete separated them from the aircraft. The federal agents established a 360-degree security perimeter around the convoy. Armed military police guarded the perimeter of the runway in armored Humvees. A frontal assault meant suicide. It meant engaging federal agents and United States soldiers in a firefight. "We need a distraction," Danny said, stating the obvious tactical requirement. Walker scanned the environment. He looked past the C-130 to a row of parked support vehicles. Fuel trucks, baggage loaders, power carts. His eyes locked on a massive aviation fuel tanker parked near a maintenance hangar. The heavy green truck sat unattended. The driver had sought shelter from the storm inside the building. "Rachel," Walker said, "can you hotwire a military fuel tanker?" Rachel followed his gaze. She assessed the heavy truck. "Standard ignition systems. I need 30 seconds under the dashboard." "You take the tanker," Walker instructed. "You drive it onto the active runway. You put the massive steel tank between the C-130 and the military police Humvees. You hit the air horn. You create a barricade and a major security crisis." "The feds will panic," Rachel said, seeing the logic. An unsecured fuel truck racing toward a running aircraft triggers an immediate threat response. They will focus all their attention and weapons on the tanker. "Danny," Walker continued, "you take a position behind those baggage carts near the hangar. You lay down suppressive fire. You do not aim for the agents. You aim for the engines of the SUVs. You disable their ground transport. You add noise and chaos to the distraction." Danny gripped his carbine. He stared at the massive cargo plane. He gave a single, firm nod. "What about you?" Rachel asked. Walker pulled his folding knife from his pocket. He snapped the blade open. The steel glinted in the amber security lights. "I use the blind spot," Walker said. "I take the ramp." The plan required perfect timing. A synchronized ballet of vehicular theft, suppressive fire, and a sprint across open ground. They split up, vanishing into the shadows of the military installation. Walker jogged the perimeter. He kept his body low, utilizing a drainage ditch running parallel to the tarmac. The waist-deep water concealed his approach. He moved fast, ignoring the pain in his ribs. The roar of the C-130 engines masked the sound of his splashing boots. He reached a position 200 yards behind the tail of the aircraft. The massive cargo ramp offered a direct route into the hold, but the Federal agents blocked the path. He waited in the dark ditch. He watched the agents march Emily up the incline. The deep, guttural roar of a heavy diesel engine shattered the night. A massive green aviation fuel tanker tore out from behind the maintenance hangar. The heavy truck careened across the tarmac, throwing a massive wake of standing water. The air horn blasted a continuous, deafening shriek. Rachel drove the beast. She steered the multi-ton rolling bomb directly toward the security perimeter. The military police in the Humvees reacted. They threw their vehicles into gear, speeding to intercept the rogue tanker. The Federal agents near the C-130 spun toward the noise. They drew their sidearms, shouting frantic commands over the roar of the engines. They saw thousands of gallons of explosive aviation fuel hurtling toward their position. The agents formed a firing line, aiming their weapons at the cab of the truck. Gunfire erupted from the shadows near the hangar. Danny opened up with the carbine. He fired controlled bursts into the grills of the parked black SUVs. The heavy rounds shattered radiators and engine blocks. Headlights exploded. Glass rained onto the tarmac. The chaos achieved maximum saturation. The Federal agents broke their formation. Some returned fire toward the baggage carts. Others focused on the oncoming fuel truck. They abandoned the cargo ramp. Walker broke cover. He scrambled out of the drainage ditch, his boots hitting the solid concrete of the runway. He sprinted. He pushed his body past the threshold of exhaustion. The adrenaline masked the pain, turning him into a biological machine focused entirely on the objective. He closed the distance. 100 yards. 50 yards. The 4 turboprop engines screamed, throwing a localized hurricane of prop wash backward. The wind battered him, trying to push him away from the aircraft. He lowered his head and drove his legs harder. He reached the base of the metal incline. He charged up the cargo ramp. He breached the threshold of the aircraft. The cavernous belly of the C-130 stretched before him. A stark industrial tube lined with exposed wiring, hydraulic lines, and canvas jump seats. Emily Kane stood near a stack of cargo pallets secured with heavy cargo netting. A single Federal agent stood beside her. A tall, broad-shouldered man wearing a soaked suit. He held a suppressed pistol in his right hand. In his left hand, he gripped the leather-bound ledger. The agent heard Walker's boots strike the metal ramp. He turned, bringing the pistol to bear. Walker did not break his stride. He lunged forward, closing the final 10 feet in a single fluid motion. He drove his left forearm into the agent's gun hand, knocking the weapon aside. He brought his right hand up in a brutal, sweeping arc. The heavy steel pommel of his folding knife struck the agent's temple. The man collapsed, hitting the metal deck hard. The ledger slipped from his fingers, sliding across the non-slip coating of the floor. Walker scooped the book up. He grabbed Emily by the arm. "We leave," Walker said. He turned toward the open cargo ramp. The massive hydraulic arms groaned. The metal incline began to rise, lifting off the tarmac. The flight crew, panicked by the gunfire and the rogue fuel truck, had initiated the emergency takeoff sequence. The ramp folded upward, preparing to seal the aircraft. The C-130 lurched forward. The brakes released. The 4 massive engines surged to full takeoff power. The colossal aircraft began to roll down the flooded runway, gathering speed with terrifying momentum. Walker stared at the shrinking gap between the rising ramp and the concrete tarmac. The exit closed. The plane accelerated. Chapter 20. Concrete blurred beneath the rising metal incline. The runway transformed into a gray smear of motion and standing water. Walker tasted oxidized iron and raw aviation exhaust. The four massive turboprop engines of the C-130 Hercules roared. The noise vibrated in Walker's teeth and rattled his fractured ribs. The aircraft gathered terrifying speed. The gap between the edge of the heavy steel ramp and the tarmac shrank with every passing second. Emily Kane clung to a web of nylon cargo netting secured to the fuselage wall. Her knuckles turned stark white. Her damp hair whipped across her face. The unconscious federal agent slid down the sloped non-slip deck, his expensive suit snagging on a recessed titanium tie-down ring. Walker searched the chaotic interior of the cargo hold. He needed to stop the ascent of the ramp. He hunted for the loadmaster controls. A yellow metal box bolted to the exposed ribcage of the aircraft caught his eye. A thick red steel handle sat behind a shatterproof acrylic cover. Emergency manual release. Walker lunged for the bulkhead. He ignored the pitch of the accelerating plane. He drove his right elbow into the acrylic pane. The reinforced plastic cracked but held. He struck it a second time, putting the rotation of his hips into the blow. The cover shattered into jagged fragments. He grabbed the red handle and pulled with his entire body weight. The hydraulic lines depressurized. A loud, sharp hiss cut through the engine noise. The massive steel ramp succumbed to gravity. It dropped from the fuselage. The heavy metal edge slammed into the concrete runway. Friction ignited a localized firestorm. Thousands of bright orange sparks sprayed into the dark cargo hold, illuminating the cavernous space in a hellish strobe. The immense drag forced the nose of the plane toward the tarmac. The pilots in the cockpit recognized the catastrophic mechanical failure. They aborted the takeoff sequence. Reverse thrusters engaged with a deafening, high-pitched scream. The massive landing gear brakes locked. The heavy rubber tires smoked and burned against the wet surface. The aircraft shuddered, fighting the immense forward momentum. "Jump," Walker shouted. He closed the distance to the cargo netting. He grabbed Emily by the shoulders. He threw them both over the edge of the sparking ramp. They hit the wet grass median, running parallel to the runway. They tumbled through the mud, bleeding off the kinetic energy of the fall. Walker kept his arms wrapped around the young woman, shielding her head from the abrasive earth. They came to a halt in a deep puddle of rainwater and crushed weeds. The crippled C-130 groaned to a stop 100 yards down the tarmac. Military police vehicles raced toward the smoking aircraft, their sirens cutting through the storm. A battered pickup truck burst through a sheet of driving rain. Rachel locked the brakes. The lifted truck slid through the mud, coming to rest mere feet from Walker. Danny pushed the rear passenger door open. He kept his captured carbine raised, tracking the distant headlights of the military police. "Get in the cab," Danny yelled. Walker hauled Emily to her feet. They scrambled into the rear seat. Rachel slammed the transmission into gear. The heavy mud tires chewed the sodden earth, spitting clumps of grass into the air. The truck surged forward. Rachel aimed the grill for the crushed section of the perimeter fence, leaving the chaos of the naval air station behind. They vanished into the black heart of the hurricane. 2 days passed. The storm broke. The dense cloud cover fractured, allowing the sun to bake the flooded region. Walker sat in a cracked vinyl booth at a roadside diner located off Interstate 10, past the city limits of Baton Rouge. The smell of scorched coffee, bleach, and fried bacon filled the narrow room. Rachel sat across from him. She traced the rim of a thick ceramic mug with her index finger. They had traded their ruined, blood-soaked clothes for generic denim and cotton shirts purchased at a rural supply store. The brass bell, mounted above the glass entrance door, chimed. Tom Harlan walked into the diner. The retired intelligence officer wore a wrinkled tan trench coat. He looked exhausted, carrying the weight of a man who spent the last 48 hours navigating federal bureaucracy. He slid into the booth next to Rachel. He placed a battered leather briefcase on the scratched Formica table. "You made a mess in my backyard," Harlan said. "I cleaned a mess," Walker corrected. He reached inside his new canvas jacket. He pulled the thick leather ledger free. He placed the book on the table, centering it between the salt and pepper shakers. Harlan stared at the leather binding. He made no move to touch the prize. "The Justice Department established a secure facility in Alexandria," Harlan said. "They have Emily Kane under round-the-clock protective custody." She told a wild, incendiary story to a panel of federal prosecutors. "The book provides the proof," Rachel said. "You will find records of bribes, payoffs, a private military corporation manipulating a natural disaster to steal billions in federal aid and silence potential witnesses." "Mason Crow?" Harlan asked. "The Mississippi River claimed him," Walker said. Harlan unlatched the brass catches on his briefcase. He opened the lid. He swept the ledger into the dark interior and snapped the locks shut. The movement possessed a practiced, absolute finality. "The Bureau issued arrest warrants this morning," Harlan said. "A dozen black-tied executives face indictments. 3 state senators sit in holding cells. You wounded the machine." "They wounded it," Walker said. "They failed to kill it." Harlan gave a slow, cynical nod. "Organizations like Black Tide mutate. They change their corporate name. They discover new politicians desperate for campaign funding. They adapt to the light." Harlan slid out of the vinyl booth. He picked up his heavy briefcase. "You should leave the state, Walker," Harlan said. "Take a long vacation. The political fallout will turn this entire region toxic." Harlan walked out of the diner, merging with the midday heat. 24 hours after the diner meeting, Walker stood on the wrought iron balcony of a rented French Quarter townhouse. The morning sun reflected off the muddy surface of the Mississippi River, turning the water into a ribbon of molten bronze. The air felt thick and humid. The city smelled of rotting wood, industrial bleach, and river mud. Rescue crews worked the streets below the balcony. Heavy chainsaws cut through fallen oak trees, sending showers of sawdust over the cobblestones. Diesel generators hummed on every corner, pumping life back into the dead electrical grid. The residents of New Orleans did what they always did after a catastrophe. They survived the apocalypse and started sweeping the porches. Rachel stepped onto the balcony. She handed Walker a paper cup of black coffee. The steam rose in the humid air. "Danny made the morning broadcasts," Rachel said. She took a sip from her own cup. "He gave an interview to a national news network. He embellished his role in the firefights. He claims he neutralized half the mercenary army with a single rifle." "Let him have the glory," Walker said. He leaned his forearms against the warm iron railing. He earned a moment in the sun. He talked about opening his own tavern with the interview money. "The news anchors mentioned the ledger," Rachel said. "The leaks started. The federal prosecutors cannot contain the story. The executives face immediate arraignment. Emily Kane provided the primary testimony before a grand jury." Walker watched a massive steel barge push against the relentless river current. The twin diesel engines of the tugboat churned the brown water into white foam. "We missed the corporate suite," Walker said. The executive from the stadium vanished before the military sorted out the confusion on the club level. "He had the resources to disappear," Rachel said. She rested her elbows on the iron railing next to Walker. "He chartered a private flight out of a regional airstrip before the authorities locked down the airspace. He sits on a beach with no extradition treaty, drinking rum and watching his stock portfolio crash. He expects the dust to settle," Walker said. "Do you think the game is over?" Rachel asked. Walker took a sip of the bitter coffee. The heat burned the back of his throat. He looked at the ruined city, the recovering streets, the endless churning flow of the river. The corrupt men with power always returned. They built new glass towers. They drafted new defense contracts. They found new ways to exploit the vulnerable. The players rotated, but the rules of the board remained fixed. "No," Walker said. Rachel smiled. A cold, sharp expression lacking any trace of humor. "Me neither," Rachel said. Below them, a flatbed truck hauled a load of fresh pine lumber down Decatur Street. The rebuilding effort consumed the daylight. The criminals retreated to the shadows, plotting their next lucrative disaster. Walker crushed the empty paper cup in his fist. The sound of the crumpling cardboard felt loud in the quiet morning air. He knew the layout of the shadows. He knew the patterns of the predators. He knew exactly where to look.